1 2 check 1 2. I'm on my own today, so I can do the sound check the way I like it. 1 2 check 1 2. I press this button. 1 2 check 1 2, and I can hear myself. Yeah, okay. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganjikidd. I'm the super chuffer. I used to call myself the Grave Kipper, man of many names. Call me Scotty Hottie. Call me what you like, frankly. I'm here again on my channel, Super Chuffer. Hello to everyone that's new. Hello to all my new subbies, my new subscribers. I really appreciate you. I want to say that right at the start of today's episode. I'm so grateful for the amount of interest that I've had in my recent uploads and episodes. We generally tend to do lives on this channel, and I'll just quickly show you, do a little bit of shilling for myself. Look, if you go to YouTube, your channel, my channel, this channel, we've got some videos up there. I used to play a few games on Twitch and upload them to this channel. Don't worry too much about the videos. From now on, when I upload, it will make sense. But the lives are what we're about here on this channel, really. We do a podcast called Thus with my friend Steve of the Dead, who is a forensic psychologist. So I get him in to talk stuff like crime and other stuff. It's not always crime. It can be gambling addiction. It can be all sorts of stuff. And then I do lives in the week in between Thus episodes. Thus is every Monday. Next Monday probably won't be on because Steve's got the COVID, which is why he's not here this week in the midweek to join me on some Nicola Bulley stuff, I think. But yeah, so that's what you're looking at there on the channel. I've done a load of it. I've done a year and a bit, 2 years of it now. So you can scroll down and you can find all sorts of interesting things. We've been refining our content over the time that I've been streaming, you know, getting better, practicing, making it better. Here we are again. Here we are again. And what am I doing today? We're doing Paul Ansell. Today's going to be a bit different, right? I did Paul Ansell the other day. I did Nicola Bulley Vanish, Channel 5, Body Language Analysis and React. And I tried to keep an open mind. I did a fair body language analysis and react. Actually, I should just shout up myself again. Bear Friday, body language. There are no language. There are no... what am I going to say? There are no qualifications in body language. You can't go out and get a body language degree. I did study psychology at university, and I did run this body language channel called Bear Friday Body Language for a bit. I abandoned it, to be honest. I abandoned it. I tend to experiment with a format, and then I just didn't really like the whole... basically, the problem with the body language channel was every week someone was saying, oh, can you do a body language of this chuffer, and can you do a body language of this chuffer? And some of the chuffers, like, I don't care about who kissed who on Love Island or something, you know, it just wasn't in my world. And then a lot of the audience wanted me to sort of berate social media stars and say why they were liars, and that's okay, but it's not my life. It's not my... You know, it's not what I want to do with my life. So I sort of abandoned it, but it's more evidence of the fact that I can do body language. I've got something about me with the body language stuff. There's some popular videos on there if you ever wanted to watch them. And if anyone was watching Bear Friday and thought, who's that? Because I used to do it with a different voice. Well, now you know. It's me, your chuffer. It's me, your chuffer. So subscribe to this channel. I'm really grateful if you do. If we hit the 1,000 subs, I'm going to have a great big celebration. And on Thus, coming up in the near future, we've also got some other interesting episodes that I'm attempting to pull together, one of which will be from a demonologist talking demonology. I think that's really going to be interesting, and I'm also trying to learn about some other stuff and line up some other people, so that's going to be an ongoing feature. Right, yeah, back to what I was saying. So we've got Paul Ansell, and he did this Nicola Bulley. You know, we all know where we are. If you're watching this, you know what's going on, don't you? I'm not going to give you the lowdown from the high ground. Nicola Bulley vanished on this day, and etc., etc. Not much information is coming out from the police. We've got thoughts and feelings. We're going to discuss them. Today, what I want to do, and it's going to be a bit different from what I did before, is I want to be less fair. I want to be unfair. I want to be biased. I want to watch Paul Ansell's interview here again, and I want to sort of pick on him every time I really think, oh, I don't like it. I really want to be like, so bear in mind, this isn't me saying he's definitely done it. This is me exploring one side of the spectrum. I want to look at some things, and I want to just throw some things out there involving Paul's interview. We're going to rewatch it with fresh eyes, but vindictive, malicious eyes that are going to say he's done it. We're going to look at the new news today that police have said that she is at risk because of a number of specific vulnerabilities. We're going to try and find out what we can find out from that. I'm also going to ask some questions about the CCTV. I'm going to ask some quite big questions about this, and I'm not going to be able to answer them, but I'm going to ask some big questions about this. And if we can, I'd like to get on to looking at Emma a bit more in depth. I've done some of my own private research that you're going to think is funny as well. It's on my phone, so I'm going to have to open up my phone at times and get it out, put it on the screen for you. I found a couple of things that just, when they come up, are worth pulling up, so to speak. So I'm going to open that on my phone and just have it there. It's that one. You can't see it though, you chuffers, can you? And it's that one, which is... yeah, okay. So I might be able to get one of these up on here anyway. So we're going to get, that's the order of the running of play today. I'm also dog sitting my sister's dog, and she might turn up at some point. So if I have to quickly pop out and go, oh, there's your dog, oh yeah, like, you know, maybe that happens, or maybe she just sneaks in and grabs it. I don't know, but we're all good in the hood. We're all ready to rock and roll. We're all good to go. If you want to leave comments, you can leave comments. If you want to chat, please do. I'll try and take your chat as it comes up and just deal with it as it comes up. You know, got no problem with that. Chat is open forum, no problem with anything. Just don't say things that are like sexist, racist, or, you know, going to get me binned off the internet. Don't write anything really graphic in there. But every option is to be explored. Every voice is to be heard. I don't ban people in chat unless they're really malicious. So you go for it. You know, you absolutely go for it there. Hello, everyone. So yeah, all that being said, and with a nod to my spirit guide, because I don't really have a spirit guide, but if I say anything that might get me binned off the internet, you know, if I make any accusations, they can come from my spirit guide, and that's okay, because spirit guide people are allowed to say what they fucking want, aren't they? Oh, I've sworn. Chuffing. I'm trying not to swear. This is universal suitable for all, except it's about this guy who probably murdered it, didn't probably murder. Spirit guide talking, may have definitely not murdered his wife. So, not wife. Anyway, let's let Paul take it away.
Today is 2 weeks since Nikki went missing. This might be a stupid question to start with, but how are you doing? What's life been like?
I did the body language in the last episode, obviously, so I'm not going to repeat myself. He's chewing over the question, stuff like that. I'm going to try not to repeat myself and just pick out new ideas that have come to light since we did the last episode. One of which is that this place that we're doing the interview in turns out to be Emma's farm. Turns out to be Emma's farm. If we just take a quick look on the old, we'll get it up on the old maps. I'm getting this in my brain now. They're next to the River Wyre, aren't they? So it's Wyreside Caravan Park. So I'm starting to learn these things in my brain now. They're starting to be remembered by my brain. So let's have a look at it on the old Google Maps. Where are we? Where are we? Is that right? Yeah, it's over here, isn't it? Right over here, yeah. Refamiliarize. You don't need to refamiliar. You know where it is. I know you know where it is. I know you know where it is. This is the one, isn't it? The Wyreside Farm Caravan Park. This is neighbouring address to the... Actually, why are we not on Google Maps fully? We're just in places there. Sorry. Google Maps. Let's have the proper maps. So here we are. Wyreside Fire Caravan Park. This is the river. This is the bench. Right here. Just assuming you can still... Let me check my obs. Make sure you can still see me properly. Yeah, you've got a good view on that, haven't you? And the places of interest, last time we talked. Since we last talked, someone's broken into this property here, which is an abandoned property. Tried to go for a look round or something along those lines, or a property nearby, and the police have put a dispersal order in so that they can tell people to chuff off, although the police themselves aren't really there. So unless someone does anything specific, it just gives them an easier way to say, right, you chuff off, dispersal order. But I don't think south of the river is a viable option. I don't think you cross the river. I don't think you, even if you're going to abduct someone, I don't think you wade across the river to do it. I don't think you drag them across. I'm not sure that's the way to do it. Really not happy with south of the river, unless you didn't make it north of the river, in which case shenanigans could go on south of the river. But if we're assuming that somebody has gone north, and this, I'm going to get onto this in a minute, are we assuming that someone has walked up this path? Someone, I say Nicola, has come to this church, parked their car, walked up this path, down here, into here, walked the dog, and actually... There's a really good video on YouTube that I'm going to shout out. Dead Good Walks. I mean, there are some... we could have conversations about the morality and the ethics and the, oh, that's a bit crass, oh, that's a bit soon. I mean, she's only been dead 2 weeks. I mean, not dead. Too soon, you know, and all that. We can discuss that, but ultimately, people are going to want to know. And this guy's gone for a little cheeky walkies down the route. This is called Dead Good Walks. It's on YouTube. It's, you know, it's out there now, and he's gone for a walk. This is the route that Nicola would have taken. So it's quite a good video. I'm sure that me shouting it out and showing a few clips is fine, because you're probably going to go and want to watch this fully yourself at some juncture. This is that little path. So I'm just going to show you little bits. This, you saw the road. Obviously, you understand what the road looks like. Then you're onto the little path, aren't you? Where's my... So you've gone up this bit. Then you're onto this little path. This little path with the trees. And then you get to here where the bench is. It comes out here where the bench is. So this is what this looks like. Now I'm about to tell you. I'm about to be the driver. I feel my flow with the texture. I'm a bit fearless there. This is... this looks like normal UK sort of little paths down to the dog walks. Oh, look, there's a fella there. And there's a woman there walking past. Hello, woman, walking past. They're even stopping to talk to her, aren't they? It's interesting. Muted for privacy, dogs barking. So anyway, if you're going to talk about, oh, did she make it through this dodgy path? Did someone grab her along this dodgy path? That's not got CCTV on it. No CCTV on that path. But look, it's fairly open ground. Now, you and I both know, if you're from the UK, that trudging through those leaves, arsing yourself across to those houses, it's not the straightforward, easy job. It might be a little bit tricky. You might get caught over a bit of tree or something. No one's going to voluntarily go wandering through the little shortcuts on the side there necessarily. And if you're going to commit a crime, you're not hiding in these bushes, because like, as you approach, you can see them hiding in the bushes. It's sparse at the moment this time of year, not so many leaves on the trees and stuff. So I don't feel that along the path is that much of a worry. There is this moment where we meet these people, muted for privacy, dogs barking. There's another path up there which is not on CCTV, but again, it's quite open. It's daytime. It's not as scary as people might think. I'm not so worried about that, although we do see at the end when the dog walker returns down this path, there is something that I'd like to bring your attention to. Maybe later when we come back down the path. But I suppose I should do it now, shouldn't I? I should be... Do all the path now. Do the path now, he says. Do all the path now. Where is it? The chuffer does go back down the path. Yeah, here. This is the return journey. So this is coming back down the path. So you're just seeing it from the other angle, essentially. So those fields are now on our right. I think I've got that right. There's that person, same person again. I spotted something along this path walk. Yeah, so the river's on the left. The fields are on the right. It's very much more... You couldn't see this left-hand side so much, but now you can. It's very much more sparse, isn't it? You know, no one's hiding in these bushes. Things are fenced because of sheep. The sheep are fenced in, so you've got to get over fences. What I'm saying is if you've kidnapped Nicola at this juncture, if you've grabbed hold of her, you've got to carry her off across all this ground, and you can be seen. You're like out in the open. So that's not maybe... You know, I'm not so sure about these sort of things myself. There was another view of that here as you're going up the path. This is a bit before, or this is a bit closer to the bench. And you can see here on the left that it's been cut down. Now, this is two things that I wanted to raise here. One, it's been cut down so it's clear. Again, no one's hiding in the bushes here. Like, you've got open ground, and if you're going to grab someone and drag them off down here, and they've got a dog, like... There are people maybe walking up and down this path. It's big open ground. It's not as easy as it looks to just make someone disappear in the middle of the day in that area. Is it? I don't think so. There is one thing that I really think stands out here, though. I don't know if you can spot that. Anyone in chat? Anyone in chat got any theories on what I'm about to bring up now? What I'm about to say here? What's standing out to me here? This tree stump over on the left. You see that? You get that? This tree stump over on the left. Am I loud enough? All right, I know. No point in messing with the volume now, you chuffer. This tree stump over on the left is freshly cut. Fresh enough to have left a little pile of sawdust that is apparent. Like that's, you can see that's not, I mean, it might not be cut yesterday. Yeah, it's not been cut in the recent, like, 24 hours. They've planted these new saplings, but over the recent couple of months, maybe, or a couple of weeks, maybe before, these trees have been cut. How long does it take for that sawdust to wash away and the tree to discolour, the stump to discolour? I'm no expert. I'd have to find out. But these saplings, very new. They've not been in more than, like, this is their first season in. They've not even started to grow in fully, have they? That's my guess there. It's a guess. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to walk up this path every day, every single day, with your little dog on your routine dog walk, and people have cut these trees down and planted these saplings, maybe at some point you've walked past some builders, some council workers, some tree surgeon style people, and then maybe they've got their official gear on. Maybe they're working here. I don't know who maintains this, but they've also had the opportunity to see people walk past regularly. Hi, how you doing? All right. Or maybe they did that job at night. I don't know. But that's just something that stuck out to me there. That stood out. Another thing that stood out to me, and this is going, like, I'm being really sus today. I'm like, oh, let's see what could be the worst case scenario. Let's look at these worst case scenarios. But another thing that's really stood out to me is this is the approach to the gate.
Gate, because it shuts automatically, I think.
Kissing gate.
So this is the gate known as a kissing gate because it shuts automatically.
A kissing gate is where only one person can go through at a time. So you push it, you step to the side, and then you push it back, and then you go through. It's like an airlock in a way. Obviously not an airlock, but it precludes more than... you can't just open it wide and everyone start running through. You have to filter through one at a time.
I think. This is the spot where Nicola vanished. She was...
This is apparently, according to this dog walker, the spot where Nicola vanished. Now, it's not the spot where Nicola vanished. This is where they found her phone and her dog's lead. That's the evidence. It's not the spot where she vanished. No one came with a magic wand and David blaned her away from here. We don't even know she was here. Okay? Like, this is where somebody found her phone and decided to tie her dog up because they found the dog lead nearby. But if you're approaching this gate and someone's on the bench, which they are there, you can see them. And there's this idea that you'd be sat on that bench with your headphones in or something, you'd be oblivious. You wouldn't know. Someone could creep up behind you. It's not that easy. Look at the space. Look at the open feel of this frame. Okay, there's a tree coming in, but there's a tree here. But it's quite open, isn't it? There's a bit of ground between us. And check this out.
Her phone was found on the bench there. Someone sat on it.
You hear that? What the gate does is it makes that echoing noise. And you see the person on the bench here. They've turned their head. So you can't, like, it's small, but they've turned their head. They've heard that gate go. I think even if you've got headphones in, unless you're blaring your music really loud, you're going to hear that little gate. Sorry, my nose is itching me now. I've come on camera. I tend to have... I've had this problem many a time before. And what it is I've got like one little hair that will hang down from... This is why I wear the hat. It's to keep the hair out of my face. I've got one little hair somewhere hanging down and it keeps tickling my nose. Either that or the ghosts, my spirit guides, tickling my nose. So, this person's noticed that you've come through the gate. If you're going to go and assault somebody at that gate, and they're going to have their headphones on, music blaring loud, because the metallic noise of that gate, and you being out in the countryside and regularly going through that gate, you're going to hear the gate. Like, I go to a dog walk up in the woods, and there's one of these sort of gates, and if I'm out in the field and someone goes through the gate, I notice it's a cling cling. It's a very strange noise for a country. There's no birds out there making a metallic noise. So I recognise, I'm like, oh, there's someone at the gate. So this woman's noticed that there's someone at the gate. So I'm saying that it's very unlikely that she sat on that phone there, like, quietly minding her own business, and someone has crept up behind her and come through the gate in order to do it. This fence here, you can see from the green algae, like, what is it, moss, lichen, algae, whatever. It's old wood. I know, because I live in the countryside in the UK, that if you start climbing on that with the barbed wire in the wood, you're going to potentially break it. Like, it's starting to fall over. It's a bit rotten. It's not in good nick. This barbed wire is nicely taut. I mean, it doesn't look like someone's hoyed it over there. but it's possible that you could, creep over there instead of going through the gate if you thought you were going to accost someone that you couldn't see from a distance. But I'm not really happy with this. I don't really think... there's something about this that says Nicola has not... The idea that she's been abducted from this bench, we will come to see with Paul, he calls it a decoy. He calls it a decoy. Now, a decoy is a term... Like, you know it, I know it. We've both watched that thing. We're going to watch it again. But he calls it a decoy. But a decoy, if I put decoy in and I go shopping, you're going to be able to buy these decoys. They're ducks, look. They're mallards. They're pigeons. They're poor animals that people shoot. And why do you use these decoys? What's that for? It's so that you encourage people to the scene. You encourage other ducks to arrive so that you can murder the ducks. That's the idea with the decoy. The other ducks think, oh, look, there's a nice duck down there. It must be having a good time. I'll go down there. And then they go down there and you shoot them. Bang! So a decoy is quite a common thing for somebody who's shooting a shotgun. Use a decoy. And it also means, to distract, doesn't it? It's got other... It also means... I don't know why it's a wine. It also... it's just something used by hunters to attract other birds or mammals. It's to lure or entice a person away from their intended course, typically into a trap. To lure or entice away from their intended course into a trap. The word decoy, used by Paul Ansell in his interview. We'll come to watch that, in a bit more detail in a minute. He said the phone could be a decoy, used to lure or entrap people. So now when I watch this...
The dog and a...
There's big open space. Look at all that big open space there. Look at that. If I'm sat on this bench, I'm not invisible. Look at all that. That's people in the field walking their dogs. They can see you. If anyone's there, you can be seen. From a great distance, small distance, from a distance, whatever. If there's someone over in that corner on a bench getting abducted, I'm going to spot it. I'm going to say, oi, that bloke just grabbed that woman. Do you know what I mean? Have a look at the bench, mate. I get so I get so agitated seeing all this mud as well, because it's not so bad in the UK. It's a bit muddy. You just wear your wellies. But if they'd have sealed it off as a crime scene, surely this is footprints. This is potential drag mark. This is all evidence. And now it's just been trodden over. But where's the bench, mate? Have you just walked off? All right, I'll have to skip back. I get it. He doesn't want to stand near the bench for a long time. I get it.
Bench there.
But there's the bench, yeah. And then he goes back to the bench later. He goes around the big circle, which is just like a big field. And, there was a couple of other sussy sort of points, little points that might be a bit sus, but I'm not going to say they're awful sus. I go on walks like this all the time with my dog. Here's all the people now at the bench when we approach from this other angle. So again, you can see the distance between the field, the bench itself. You see the person on the bench being visible. So you're going to creep over from this open field to the person on the bench. They're not going to spot you. I'm not sure about that. All that open space behind us, you've got a long way to cover before they turn their head and say, oh, look, someone's coming for me. Like, it's not a creepy uppy bench. It's not that. I'm just going to pause it here, look, because he's just going to go through the... he's just going to go through the thing. This is probably the best image we've got. Down here, up here where it says no entry, no fishing, none of that, or whatever. Up there, I think is more private land where people go fishing. That could be... you could look at that more seriously. You can creep up on someone from there a bit easier. You've potentially got the opportunity to creep up, or you come from there and you're forced to go past this woman on the bench if she's there. Like, you can't help it. You're passing her. But this way, this gate, you don't even have to go over to the bench. You can avoid it. You can just come through and, the bench is slightly off from the gate. There it is, the bench. The bench. And so well, the reason we're looking at it is because the idea is that she's gone down there, and I'm saying she's come down this path, and unless you're really, like, Rambo or something, you're not hiding in the woods there, and you're not, like, dragging someone off through the woods there either, for a number of reasons. One, what are you doing hiding in the woods in the morning? Other dog walkers are going past, and you're hiding in the woods waiting for Nicola. That'll be fine, that's a plan. Number two, like, if it's random... There's no reason for you, again, like, there's no reason for you, unless you're working on that stuff, in which case the police would have said, oh, they had council workers working on that path that day, let's interview them. Do you know what I mean? Like, it really seems strange that someone would have the opportunity to abduct someone. And where are you going to abduct them to? You're going to drag them into the riverside there, into that open piece of ground there, or you're going to drag them towards the Wyreside caravan park. Like we saw it on the map. That's that little alley there. It's not an alley, is it? It's a little road. Like a little open space. You could drag them up there. But again, you'd have to drag them up there in the view of the windows of these houses. And just this open field system here. I'm saying dragging someone off this path, quite a difficult job. Drag them into here. Drag them to the church, maybe? Across this great big open field. Maybe drag them to the church. You know, like, you've got to carry someone over your shoulder all the way up this lane where people... We met them in the little video just a minute ago, didn't we? Do you remember? We just watched that little bit of video. There were people in it. Around it. I don't know, man. I think you're getting busted. I think you're getting spotted. I think someone's saying something. I also think that along this walk, along this path, there is enough... Like, if you're a good police officer and you're searching, you're looking here for a start. And not only are you looking here, you're looking for signs of struggle or disturbance. If you're Nicola, you only have to throw off your hat or a glove or something of this nature, or, you know, dig your heels in, cause a scuff mark, or something to be found. I just find it very, you know, very hard to believe that someone's abducted off this path. Even though some people might say it's a bit spooky, it's a bit enclosed. You know, you've got to remember that you're in the middle here, this path, of this urban area here, including a pub and other stuff. A little shop, I think, is along there. Or it might be down here, the shop. There's the church over here. Like, you're in the middle of a lot of urban area. And again, over here, wherever you go, it's people. So it's not like, where are you dragging them off to? The caravan park is a big red flag if you're dragging someone off from there. And so, I guess, maybe is the church, but, you know, that's about it, isn't it? You're not crossing the river. This Rowan water might be interesting, although there apparently is CCTV that suggests that no one has been out this way. And the gate over here in the video is only passable if you... The gate is actually in this video as well. It's quite a good little walk round. It's here. This is the gate to that Rowan water place. So it's only passable if you either have the key or are willing to gate vault it, or throw your corpse. Like, if you've got someone you're kidnapping, you have to throw them over that and then climb over it. So you're really confident there's no one else over there. As you throw this, like, you know, this unconscious woman over the fence. I mean, can you think that maybe? And at the same time, you're visible from the rest of the field. Like, if you just turn around, it's all field. So, like, this is the approach to that. Like, people can see you. And it's all heavily fenced. Like, people don't want you in there. So either you've got a key and you're in and out of there like that. And then if you are, and the dog's loose, the dog's getting under this or it's attempting to get under this fence here and get into you. Isn't it? The dog will then be found here, scruffing around trying to get through here. And the dog is not found there, it's found somewhere else. So I'm reasonably happy to sort of, at the moment, for now, sort of write this off a little bit. I'll come back to it, but today's episode, I'm writing that off for today's episode. And I'm also writing off, you got dragged off this thing, yeah? I'm also saying I'm not happy with that. I'm also saying the bench itself. Like, are you sat on that bench and getting abducted? Okay, it's not in the middle of a park. It's not like right out in the centre. But it's right by the path, and three paths even, that sort of converge. And that part of the park, it's... Excuse me while I just line it up. You know, it's a meeting point for people who come into the area. Obviously, this is a news crew now, but... Or some of those bad TikTokers. But, you know, it's the most... Everyone that comes into this park area comes in and out that gate. Don't they? So, what about this, right? What about this? Talking about the decoy. Of course, I'm doing the setup for when we go and watch Paul in just a second. Talking about that decoy. So, you go in there, right? Where are we on the old path? You're going up there. You want to make it look like Nicola's been on this dog walk, and you're going to leave her lead and the phone to make it look like she's disappeared from this dog walk. Do you A, just drop it immediately on the bench and fuck off? Or do you B, like, walk right out into the middle of the field and put it there? Like, what would you be going through your feelings when you do it? How do you do this? How do you achieve this? It's a big circular walk, so you could go in a circle and then you could leave the stuff as you go and leave. I don't know. It seems a bit strange, doesn't it, that like the word decoy was raised. Okay, like let's think of it as if it's a decoy, and you'd naturally just go in, open the gate, and you'd think fuck this, and you just throw it over there, throw the lead down by the river, pop the phone on the bench, and you're off. You're away. That's your stratagem, isn't it? Okay, so we've looked at that now. There's some other red flags that I want to bring up as well. I want to bring up the CCTV. I don't know if I want to bring this up right now, but let's go for it since we're doing it. This is CCTV. Well, it's not all the CCTV, is it? It's just what we got shown. A few clips, a few screenshots. I've got a few questions about this. Why is it from the back? Why is this CCTV shot from the back all the time? There's only one side view of her face. And what's that mark on her face? Is that normal to have that mark on your face like that? On CCTV, is that normally what your face looks like? Is this really like Nicola's hair? It's very blonde on top. It almost looks like a... I don't know, very dark underneath. It almost looks like it could be like something placed on. But then again, here it looks more natural. Quite big ears. Did Nicola have quite big ears? I can't distinguish much of the face. I can't really say to you, that's Nicola. I can't. I don't know her well. But I don't know enough of the face shape and all that. Is that really Nicola's face? That troubles me. I'll tell you what, that troubles me. And there's more of it, isn't there? More of it. There's this image here. This is CCTV of Nicola, apparently. And it's so difficult to ascertain exactly what's going on. Like, you're at very low resolution. But we've got a sharp, angular cheekbone being picked out by the light here, haven't we? And underneath it, again, this is the other side of her face now, isn't it? Or have the picture's been flipped? I don't know. But what is this on her face? On this person's face? Like, what is that mark? Is that normal for CCTV to look like that? It's almost as red as the brick. And we know her face is being hit by the light. And she hasn't got, like... We look at Nicola. You look at Nicola, right? And Nicola's got, like, quite round cheeks. Like, she wears a sort of warm tone foundation. She dyes her hair light blonde. Like, her mouth here, her lips are quite roundy. Like, she's not so sharp and angular on the cheekbones there. Not for me. And she doesn't have big, dark, sunken cheeks with marks on them. So who... I'm to believe, like, you're telling me that's Nicola on the CCTV. Like, you're telling me it is, and I'm believing it. But I'm telling you today, I'm being, like, ultra sus of this. I don't know if I believe that. I just don't know if I believe that's Nicola. These are her last sightings. This is how we add up the story that she went down to this dog walk. Is it's seen that she's doing this. It's seen she's doing this. It's on CCTV. These are the CCTV images that are released. And I don't know. And what is that on her face? Is that normal? Does everyone have that on their face? I don't have that on my face. What about CCTV? Does it make my face look darker there? Like, if I suck in my cheeks... That's in here. What about all this up round? Because it's closer up to her ear. It's almost like, you know, nearly up to her ear. And it gets darker, doesn't it? It gets quite considerably darker in the one patch. It's a very strange look. It's not a makeup look, is it? That's not a... People don't do their makeup like that. If it is Nicola, she's not smiling. There's almost an expression of concern. You can see that, can't you? Like a... I don't know. I'm not so happy with that myself. That's the CCTV. And then here's another thing. Red flags. Okay, so I wanted to put these images next to each other. I wanted to come to this lady at the end, but I want to sort of set it up a little bit. So I've got that image. Can I get this image and put it next to her? Let me see. For you at home, I'll do a new... What do I do? Window source, video capture, Media source, image, new image. I'll call it. Okay, and then image file. I'll need to select an image file. I'll need to do that. Let's try that. Hopefully it'll just be the screenshot that I just took. So I'll go to screenshots. Live sleuthing now. And okay that. We'll okay that. There she is. That's a friend. That's Emma. A friend. I don't know. Emma's got a bit of that colour to her cheek, hasn't she? Not as much as in that image, but she definitely wears that. She's definitely got that sharp cheekbone, Emma, that I was looking for. Hasn't she? She'd like, you could pair Emma and Nicola on the cheekbones. Right, where's Nicola? I had it. There. Compare them on the cheekbones. Like Nicola's much more soft and rounded on those cheekbones, isn't it? Maybe it's the wrong angle, this image. But I'm definitely seeing like a clean line of cheekbone on Emma there. Like a nice straight line. And she's wearing that like Nicola here. I'm looking at one image. Maybe this is not the day she put on the blusher, but like she doesn't tend to seem to wear that sort of makeup, whereas we've seen a bit more of a heavier makeup look on her friend, haven't we? Mind you, if people have recognised her, if there's people on the... I'll tell you what, if there's people on the walk that's recognised her, it can't be that, can it? I mean, I'm alluding to the idea that these CCTV images might not be Nicola, and it might be somebody else looking like Nicola. So let's just be fair, right? Those people on the dog walk, they recognised her, didn't they? They knew her. Well, they knew her. They recognised her. One of them might have known her. Do you remember we watched this video and there were some people? So, that woman that you saw in that video earlier? Right, let me turn off Emma for a minute. This woman, you saw a woman in this, we walked up the path and there was another woman. Do you remember? Not this guy, but a woman. Could you tell me what that woman looked like? Whether she was wearing particular items of clothing, what colour her clothing was? Just think about it now in your own mind. Just tell me. Or maybe in chat, if you want to chat, you can chat. If you want to rap, you can rap. You tell me what you think. Do you think you'd be able to pick her out of a photo fit lineup? Do you remember that woman that you saw on that dog walk that you just watched in that video? I said, oh look, there's some people, he's talking to them. Do you remember them? Do you remember them though? Do you remember exactly what kind of dog they had? Here it comes now. I mean, it was white. There she is again. I'll pause it for you. What colour was her hat? Did you get that right? I thought she had a white hat personally. It's actually like baby blue. She's wearing jeans. I mean, I'm not going to remember every person I know on my dog walk. And if someone comes past me with their scarf on and their hat and they seem to be having the same dog as they always have, and I look at the dogs and the dogs are saying hello, do I know them that well to pick them out? Are witnesses reliable in this sense? And I'm reminded again of the Tia Sharp case where the next door neighbour said that they saw Tia walking to Croydon and that didn't happen. So I'm just a bit... And you tell me, you know, don't you? You go walking your dog, you go out and about, you go in the world, you meet some people at the pub. Is everyone all switched on and clued up like you? You might have got this right. You might have told me what she was wearing. You might have remembered that correctly. Would everyone? Not everyone's as bright as you chuffer. Bear that in mind. So now I'm saying, I'm being really sus, but now I'm saying, is there anything else I can find about this Wyreside caravan park? Because apparently this is Emma's property, like that woman, that friend. If I just type it in here, Emma Wyreside caravan park. Is it Emma's caravan park? Oh look, someone's actually written here. I'm gonna check this. More options, reject all. Thank you. Save here. Emma dressed Nicola as a yes. A part of me thinks she's left of her own accord and is hiding somewhere. No. But someone says, how would she escape? How would she not be? She'd just go back to her little house, wouldn't she? She'd go up that little path and then just up to her house. Get changed. Disappear. No CCTV there. Like, is that Emma's caravan park? I'd like someone in chat to tell me for a fact, like, whether they know it's her caravan park, because I think it is. I think I found that out, but I just, you know, I'd like to know it as a fact before I push on with this next avenue. Is it her caravan? I'm not, you know, I'm not the police or anything. I'm just some chuffer on the internet, aren't I? But is it her caravan park? Because if I want to book it and go for a little holiday, what I might do is I might check TripAdvisor. And if I checked TripAdvisor, then I might be surprised to find there are a couple of bad reviews. And the bad reviews here, they specify something that is particularly difficult for them. Trying to book here is a headache itself if you have to message Penny, who takes days to reply. Then the booking process is still not so simple. So you're going back and forth with her, replying every now and again. All the while, she's still told you a price, but asked if you have dogs 7 times. And then she's still got the same answer, no. And then when you finally get to do the booking part and tell her who and what's coming, she moans in person and says you didn't even specify, even though it was on the email. If she'd just answered the phone, it would make everything easier. That aside, the campsite's okay. Spacious enough, Rora. They're not happy with the woman that runs it, Penny. That's what's angered these people. Sadly, we cancelled our last visit before arrival, owing to the owner's very rude and abrasive behaviour. Last minute booking inquiry made for Saturday. Couldn't book or pay directly via the website, and calls just went to voicemail, so we emailed. We received an email, and then the owner emailed and asked for our ETA, and everything was fine. But we were woken by a call at 7:16. The owner, Penny, was very agitated and kept repeatedly saying, "You haven't paid me, you haven't paid me. You can't come if you haven't paid me. I know you've seen the invoice." And Penny ranted at them and tried to encourage them to pay, and in the end they decided to not go. They were angered by Penny. They decided to not go. That's only two. You know, it's not everyone says that on TripAdvisor about the Wyreside Caravan Park. Quite a lot of people find it excellent, and those people say how nice Penny is and that she runs the whole place herself, and you know, he's the main chuffer down there, and you know, it's like Penny's place. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? I've worked at a couple of these restaurants, like Gordon Ramsay goes to, where it's somebody that owns the place themselves and they think they do everything themselves and they think they know best. And if you just do it their way and you're like that sort of person, then you get on and it's fine. But if you don't and you have any sort of clash, then it turns out these people aren't the nicest people in the world all of a sudden to you, and then you have a problem. So some people have not enjoyed staying at the Wyreside Caravan Park because the people that run it have been abrasive and difficult with them. Not everyone. It's not all people that have that problem, but only some people have that problem. These are the photographs of the Wyreside Caravan Park. These are those little, that's the river where you go walking with your dog. That's the, you know, that's the Nicola Bulley walk. These are the little cabins that you could be staying in. 2 years ago now, they were fairly new a few years ago, probably for COVID. And now they're starting to, you know, not be as new for COVID. But I don't know how popular this caravan park is. I don't know how busy it is. I don't know how busy it is at the time when Nicola went missing. It's the midwinter, so you'd expect it to be closed. But this is an interesting place, isn't it? For a number of reasons. It's an interesting place because the owner of Wyreside Caravan Park appears to be a little eccentric, and the post is deleted. So I don't know what they were saying. But I just found that out, didn't I? That the owner of the caravan park seems to be a little eccentric. The police have been down there recently searching, and what they mean by that is 2 people have walked. There's no picture of it. 2 people have walked across the site. If I pull up images, it might come up. Police search. Now look at this. This is they advertised in the news. You shouldn't say that, should you? But they advertised in the news that this was what the police were doing, searching the place. They don't look to me like they're searching the place. They look like they're patrolling the place. I don't know whether they've been getting under all those caravans and everything. They're not dirty on the fronts, so I would assume no. Maybe it's already been searched thoroughly. Maybe they're just having a little walk round. But, you know, that's just that short walk from that walk. So, if we're saying that someone's abducted Nicola and this is one of the places of interest, you've also got to contest with the idea that the person that runs it can be cantankerous. Not with everyone, but with some people. And I would like to know if Emma... I was told in my chat, and I don't know if it's true. You're all being quiet today in chat, I'll tell you. I want to know if Emma is that's Emma's property and that Emma lives there. That's what I want to know. Right now, actually. So, I just put Emma. Didn't come up with anything because it's a cozier copy. And then let's have Google. I'd like to get that actually factually... factually confirmed that Emma has that connection with that. Emma White. We'll look more deeply at Emma White after we've watched the video of him again. So I'm just raising... I wanted to put these out, these ideas up in the air before we watch the video again, which we're going to do just a minute. They're my things that I'm not happy with. There's also something else I'm not happy with, right? There's one other thing I'm not happy with. Ankle length. This is what she was wearing. This is what the police said. The items of clothing that we should be looking out for. Ankle length black quilted gilet jacket. A black Engelbert Strauss waist length coat. Tight fitting black jeans. Long green walking socks. Ankle length green next wellies. A necklace and a pale blue Fitbit. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Then when we have another look at these CCTV images, we get quite a good look at what she's wearing in these images. So I'll just... Where's this? I'll drag that out to its own window and we'll get the images. Is that the best you can do on the CCTV images? Maybe this one. I'm trying to get a nice image. Like, you know, this is one of the frustrating things for me here is that the police haven't released very much. From whatever they have and what they think, they really haven't released very much. I know it's an open case and all that, but, you know, we're trying to find the woman, aren't we? So, anyhow, what we're looking for is an ankle-length black quilted gilet jacket. Well, she's not wearing an ankle-length black quilted gilet jacket. Unless the colour comes up differently on the CCTV. That, to me, looks like a blue jacket. It's not ankle-length, it's knee-length. There is some quilting on it. I will accept there could be perceived to be some quilting on it. But you probably wouldn't describe it as being as quilted as all that. Like if I was going to look for an ankle-length black quilted gilet jacket, I'd look for something slightly different. A black Engelbert Strauss waist-length coat. Is that then? Is that what that is then? Because again, it's blue. It's not waist-length. I think what you're talking about is something underneath this, which we can't really see in these images because the CCTV seems to be from the back. Long green walking socks. No. I'm not seeing those. Not long green. I'm seeing ruffled down, sort of pale. Maybe it's the colour tone. Maybe it's the colour tone in the CCTV here. In which case you would adjust the colour tone so it looked right. The white on the car looks right, doesn't it? Her hair colour looks right. Her hand colour looks right. The white in the dog, that looks right. So you'd think the colours are right. Not really seeing those long green socks. Apparently she was wearing tight-fitting black jeans, but in this picture they're blue. They are tight-fitting, but they're blue. And ankle-length next green next wellies. So that's these boots. They're next wellies, I suppose. Again, are they green? They're not all that green on the picture. They look the same colour as the stone that she's walking on. So her description is incorrect. It's different. It's not right. Why is that? Why is this description that is printed in the media in the early days where the police were urging people to look for her clothes along the riverbank. Why is the description incorrect? I find that so strange. And then I look at this picture of Emma wearing a quilted black coat. She fits the description. She's wearing the clothes. Not all of them, I can't see all of the clothes, but she certainly owns a black coat where Nicola seemed to own a blue one. So that's a weird thing for me. You know, that's strange, isn't it? That's strange. Hopefully we won't have time tonight to watch her interview as well, because I've still got that. With all that said, with all my conjecture up in the air, let's get into the meat and the potatoes of it now, then the vegan potatoes. This is apparently filmed on that caravan site in that place where the woman is friendly to some people, not so friendly to others. The Wyreside Farm Caravan Park. Apparently so. If you want to have a check and see for yourself, I don't know how you would. This is their website. Again, I find it difficult. I find it reliable information that I'm being fed through social media. I find it to seem, you know, it checks out, it seems reliable. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not certain, but I'm told this is that caravan park, and they've got like, you know, like a guest space, like a, I want to say showroom, not a showroom, an event room or whatever, and he's sat in it, and that's why these flowers are there and stuff like that.
Like for the last 2 weeks.
Hell.
Only saying things now that I didn't say on the other video, remember. Only if I pick it out in my brain and I say, oh, I said that on the other video, I'll forget it. Only saying things I didn't say on the other video, and only saying things that I think point towards he's got something to do with it, there's something dodgy going on here. I find this very, very sus. So hell, what's life been like? It's been like hell. Subconsciously, life will be like hell if you deserve to go to hell, won't it? Hell will be on your mind. Heaven and hell, good and bad, evil and good. Hell. People who are in hell are the bad people.
I am still here, obviously. My main focus is the children, always has been. So that.
He said, I am still here, obviously, and I did pick up on that and said last time, you know, not in prison then, but he's turned the focus to himself immediately. I am. It's about him now. I'm going to be looking for subconscious tells that he's thinking about Nikki as well. So here's another way to look at this. Sometimes you're going to be wanting to talk about Nikki, but you can't, because obviously you're doing an interview, and if you said these things about Nikki, it would grass yourself up, and you're not going to do that, are you? So what you're going to do instead is you're going to talk about things, but you're going to have things on your mind, and they're going to come out in the way you speak. If you were guilty, that's something we would look for. So I am still here. I am still here. Do you remember Tear Sharp? I don't know if you do. We did an episode this week on this channel about criminals on film who made appeals. Tear Sharp was up in the fucking attic, and I picked out the idea that Stuart Hazel in his interview used the phrase stuck. He said, we're stuck in this house, and Tear Sharp was literally gaffer taped up in the attic. Stuck. I am still here. I am still here. What about, I'll just take out I from that. Am still here. What about I put Nikki in there? Nikki, am still here. Nikki's still here. I mean, I might just be biased and throwing aspersions at him now, but I'm going to be harsh. I'm going to look for that this way. And it could be argued that subconsciously that's a big red flag.
Still here, obviously. My main focus is the children, always has been. So that's my focus that gets me through. But
that gets me through. The idea of forcing something through or pushing something through. Has something been, you know, if I'm thinking about getting through, could you imagine pushing your way through a small gap in a fence or a hedge? You know, you push your way through, push something through.
You know, I think when you're going through something like this, you can't.
Again, when you're going through something like this? You're going through it. What's gone through what? Through.
You can't put it into words. I can't say how I'm.
I can't say how I'm feeling is this next statement. And you can't put it into words is one thing, because you can't do that. You can't say what's happened. Like this is a slightly different read from the same thing. Again, so I'm doing a different read from what I did the other. It's interesting, this is.
You can't put it into words. I can't.
You can't put it into words. You can't say what's happened. What about me?
Say how I'm doing. I can't.
I can't say. Why can't I say? Oh, it's okay to say how you're doing. Like, that's not a crime, is it? How are you feeling? Oh, I can say that. That's fine. I'm allowed to say that. What are your thoughts? I'm allowed to say them. I'm innocent. I'm allowed to say them. What are your fears? I'm allowed to say them. I'm innocent. What about if you did it? If you've done the crime, you're part of it. What can you say? I can't say anything. I can't say this that I'm thinking. I can't say this that would incriminate me. I can only say this. Like, suddenly you've got a reason why you can't. This language would make sense. You can't say, and I can't say. Like, hello.
You can't put it into words. I can't say how I'm doing. I can't really explain it because.
I can't really explain it because, and it's this. I picked up on this last time. Don't keep digging yourself a hole. I'm using that language now. Don't keep digging yourself a hole. But he does, hasn't he? He has. Because, what? You see this when you got a naughty kid and you just keep quiet. You say, did anyone eat any of the chocolate out of the cupboard? A fairly innocent person would just probably say no. Or get angry. No. Are you accusing me? But a guilty person might say, no. I was out earlier anyway. I was in the garden because I was looking for a frog. And it was because, and they just keep adding detail. And the reason they keep adding detail is because they think it makes them sound more valid. But actually, it's this thing where you just, like, people have said a lot this week about giving himself enough rope to hang himself. This is one of those moments. You've said because, and now you've got to fill in the because. But you hadn't planned the because. So now you're thinking on your feet, and you've got this anxiety, and you're staring off into the void, and there's almost a kick yourself moment and a horror where you realise that you're now looking at the reason you can't say these things and can't feel is because the reason is that's on the tip of your mind is because it was horrible when I had to do this thing with her, or these are the I will get put in prison. He's staring at that and he can't say it, so he goes quiet instead of saying something while he thinks up something else to say. Don't like it.
It's not your average.
They edit it out.
I can't really explain it because it's not your average everyday thing. Nobody knows really anybody who's ever gone through anything like this. Bit
by bit, I know, but it's not your average every day of the thing. He wanted to say it's not your average every day of the week occurrence, didn't he? What isn't? That she goes missing. That's not like talking about doing and passive and active and passive and aggressive and active. Like, a lot of the time people mistake passive aggressive. They say, oh, you're being so passive aggressive. But passive aggressive, like, if someone says something to you, they're being aggressive, not passive aggressive, but actively aggressive. If someone doesn't do something, they're being passive. So passive aggressive is like, I could see Nicola about to fall in the river and she was stepping backwards towards it, but I just didn't say anything. And then she fell in the river, splush. I'm not being aggressive, I haven't done anything, I've been passive. But in doing so, I've allowed this thing to happen, which I knew was bad. That's the act of aggression, the letting people walk to their doom. So the passive aggressive is quiet but has the knowledge, whereas active aggressive, you do something, you're physically involved. Where, like, if you hide someone's keys, it's not passive aggressive, it's actively aggressive. Even though you're not going up to them and throwing the keys at them, you're actively doing things. So we're talking about, why am I saying this here?
Dave, thing. Nobody knows really your every day how I'm doing. I can't really explain it because it's not your average every day of the thing. Nobody knows really.
It's not your average every day of the thing. Nobody knows. So he wanted to say it's not your average every day of the week occurrence. That's the phrase that people say. And if he were to say that, he would be saying that there has been an occurrence. What is the occurrence there has been? I don't know. She's missing. I don't know what's happened. So now you're saying that there's definitely been something that's not your average every day of the week occurrence. But you can't say that, and you stop yourself from saying there has been something actively, aggressively happened, actively occurred, actually happened. So, and why does the average every day of the week come into it? Well, one of Paul's defences is that he's got CCTV. I have heard from inside his house, you know, just the CCTV looks like your average every day of the week CCTV, doesn't it? But it's not your average everyday occurrence. I wonder, I am not in the forensics lab of the police. I am not able to analyse the metadata of the CCTV. I don't know if you can fake a Ring doorbell metadata for it to appear to be yesterday's and it's actually today's. I don't know if you can unplug the Ring doorbell and put it in front of your damn computer screen and just record yesterday's as if it was today's. I don't know about these things. I don't know what evidences they've got, but your average every day of the week would be what was on that CCTV if you were innocent. But he's just told us it's not your average every day of the week occurrence. But he stopped himself from saying it, so that's not really on the record. We can't really go there.
Anybody who's ever gone through anything like this, who knows anybody who knows anybody, saying it because it's not your average every day of the, you know, thing. You know, nobody knows really anybody who's ever gone through anything like this, who knows anybody who knows anybody. So
nobody knows anybody who's ever gone through anything like this, who knows anybody who knows anybody. What the fuck does that even mean? Nobody knows anybody who's ever gone through anything like this, whoever knows anybody who knows anybody. In a way, it's like distancing, isn't it? It's like knows anybody who knows anybody who knows. And it's saying as well that whatever's gone on is so like far from the average norm that nobody knows anyone who's gone through it. He doesn't know anyone who's gone through it, and nor do you. So what is it so like outside the box that has gone on? What kind of things don't I know that anyone that's gone through? I find that a very difficult aspect of it. Nobody knows anybody who knows anybody who knows anybody. I don't really know how to break that down, but I'm finding it a flag. But yeah, again, I'm being particularly vicious, bear in mind, and we're going to do more episodes where I'm less vicious. And I do want to alight on her friend more, and I do want to talk briefly about the aspect of her being vulnerable, which is today's new news. But let's carry on.
it's just an impossible situation for everybody, you know.
There was a micro, and now I've got it on YouTube. I can do the micros. He's smiling there.
What I'm doing, I can't really explain it because it's not your average every day of the, you know, thing. You know, nobody knows really anybody who's ever gone through anything like this, who knows anybody who knows anybody. So
that's where he did knows anybody who knows anybody with the hand, which is the gates. He referred to gates earlier. So this is a big red flag. Maybe he knows somebody who knows somebody. And the gates here were used.
Anybody who knows.
Later on, he talks about there being a gate, and he does that with his hand. So it's like, and it's off out there to the right. So it's not in front of him. It's not defensive body language creating a space in front of him here, which I might have read it as, but it's out and over there to his right. It's moving the story along. And it's partially the same body language as he uses for gates. Anybody who knows anybody.
Knows anybody. So it's just an impossible situation.
So it's an impossible. There's a lip there, isn't there? He says impossible, and he does that, and sort of shakes his head. So the half downward smile. I'm going to say that is that okay? He's like checking what he's just said, and like I just want to check actually. I just want to check this half down smile. Let's see what half down smile. Body language. I'm going to say it's like he's not. It's like uncertainty. Half smiles. No. I'm looking for. It's not really a smile, is it? It's like a down. Half down mouth. Sadness, anxiety, or negative emotions. Yeah. Misery. It's not really a misery one here, is it? Oh, well, we're not going to get so deep on that one then. But the licking of the lips, that's a bad sign. Because it's desire and Show me the dessert. Like, I want that. Maybe he's just got dry mouth.
Situation for everybody, involved.
I think that's the thing.
For everybody involved as well, gets put in there. And he doesn't specify who those people are, but he licks his lips about the situation that everybody's involved in.
It's just an impossible situation for everybody, involved.
I think that's the thing, because
he gets cut off there.
It's hard to imagine what you're going through. Can you even put it into words for us, the sort of emotions that you're feeling at the moment?
Anger.
I picked up on that before, didn't I? Anger.
Utter frustration. Confusion. Disbelief.
Confusion, disbelief, got to look up in the air and shake their head. So I think he actually, what is there to disbelieve and to believe as well? What is there? Are these facts that you believe or you don't believe?
Surrealism.
Surrealism, again, not an emotion. I'm not going to repeat myself, but...
Nothing feels real.
I was going to ask you that. What feels like you're living someone else's life, or how does it feel?
It just doesn't feel real. Yeah, it's in the Truman Show. Well, I feel like I'm in the Truman Show.
All the way through that bit, we picked up on it last time about the context of what he said, but he does very small movements, like very small body language. It's very stunted. So I think he's very guarded about what he's saying here.
I honestly believe I'm going to wake up at any moment.
I honestly believe I'm going to wake up at any moment. Makes me wonder again, like, that's a strange piece of language that, like, if you're thinking about Nicola, about her, did she wake up even? Did she even wake up? Or did he wake up? Like, he describes the morning routine a little bit later, and yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just...
He looked into stuff that he wanted to... he looked into stuff then into his... like he's scanning something.
Yeah, it's just... I was just talking to Louise before, Nicky's sister, and we just say the same thing every day. Just, how are we even in this? We're good people. We are good people. We try to live the best life that we can, do the right thing by everybody. You appreciate the small things. You know what I mean?
Make sure you've got all the small details, the fine details, as he looks up into his constructed part of his brain. It makes me feel like they've got a story together, that does, because...
And do the right thing by everybody. You appreciate the small things.
Appreciate the small things. What does that mean? We appreciate the small things.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
This is the kind of thing that you see on the telly in dramas and stuff like that.
So that would be a story then, like a fake story that's made up, something you see on the telly in dramas. This that we're going through here is a fake story. Like, to just paraphrase, this that we're going through here is a fake story, like the things made up in dramas on the telly.
You said that your main priority was the girls. Can I ask you how they're doing? Because, you're missing the woman that you love, but they're missing their mum. And the questions they must be asking you are heartbreaking.
I think there was genuine...
woman that you love, but they're missing their mum. And the question...
he says there. I think he is genuinely feeling a bit bad for those kids, like, feeling sad. But there's a slight half smile. Slight half smile. Like raising of the side of the mouth there.
Questions they must be asking you are heartbreaking at the moment.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Again, he looked like he was scanning with his eyes into his constructed. Like, he's definitely thinking up something to say here.
Any parent knows, that all you want to do is...
Any parent knows that all you want to do is... So there's distancing language there, isn't there? It's not that what he thinks and feels, it's what any parent would feel.
Is make everything better for your children, isn't it? You know?
Make everything better for your children, isn't it? You know, is that then what we're doing? Or, like, wouldn't it be better to say, all I want to do is make things better for my children? And do you say my children? Is that distancing language as well? I think someone left a really good comment on my Super Chuffer video. I'll open that one up because there are some really good comments on here. There's 200 comments now. Wow. I've been reading them. I tend not to reply to comments on the internet anymore, having been on the internet for about like years and years and years. Just tend not to reply to them. I'll talk about it in videos, but there's some really good comments on here. One of which is about picking up on a particular point of language, about saying we was ready to leave. So we're going to get to that. A number of comments have picked up on that. If you've left a comment here, you can, and I've clicked that I like it, you can feel confident that I've read it. Please keep leaving your comments, they're good.
Whenever they're worried or they're scared or anything like that, you want to make it better for them. And
that keeping a lid on it gesture, you just want them to shut up.
I can't do that. So all I can do is be as strong as I can so that they don't see the level of like worry.
Here he's pointing at himself, indicating himself. All I can do is be strong for them so they don't see. So they don't see inside me the truth. And what's the truth? That you're worried. Oh, okay, that's what you're hiding from them then. Not that you did anything bad, that's not what you're hiding from them. And the fact that you can't comfort them makes it an interesting red flag here, because we could stick a red flag in that and say, well, who's comforting them then? And if that somebody else is comforting them on your behalf because you can't do it, then what are you doing? Red flags being waved. Most importantly for me, this pointing at myself body language, this self-indictment during this non-confession.
On my face, reassure them as much as I can with what.
That's that sneer. Reassure them with what I know. I'm repeating myself here, but this is awful.
What we know.
That look of horror when he's about to say what. I can't reassure them with what I know or whatever. Like the horror on his face at what I know.
What we know, which isn't
what we know.
Much.
Which isn't much. Got through that, lots of stress. So what we know. And he qualifies that with, it isn't much. It is something. It's not much. But there was a look of horror when you were thinking about it.
And then I try and distract them.
I try and distract them, like I've repeated myself here, like you would with the media, maybe.
So
and at the time, when he says that, the distraction, I try and distract them. He holds this gaze and he's looking slightly squinting his eyes, and I would maybe throw up the conjecture that he is trying to read the body language of, like, while he's delivering these ideas, he's trying to read how they come across and how he's being seen. He's trying to distract them. He's talking to this media man, and if you're guilty and you're trying to spin this and you're trying to play this, that's what you're sort of playing that game right now.
So that the mind's not focused on it. I find that's the best way of doing it.
And then he did look. I could maybe use some more NLP in today's episode because
focused on it. I find that's the best way of doing it.
They need hope.
The reason I'm going to use a bit of NLP here is because NLP has sort of gone in the bin over recent years, but I still think it's interesting. But he looks off into what you call remembered auditory, and the remembered auditory, I could say, is that he's remembering what someone said to him about how to treat his daughters.
So that so that the mind's not focused on it. I find that's the best way of doing it.
They need hope.
Yeah.
And you've got to hold on to that as tightly as you can. Every time they ask you...
You've got to hold on to that as tightly as you can. Good language, that.
Where Mummy is. How does anybody even convey that?
I love the dog staring at him.
To when you're going through it as well.
Again, it's just an impossible situation. The only thing that I can do is tell them that everybody is looking for Mummy, the best people like in the world are looking for mummy.
And he calls her mummy, not Nicola, which is distancing language.
Just to give them that.
I was in the way last time of this piece of body language, just to give them that, and he's holding this imaginary whatever this is. I think it looks like a book that he's holding, indicative of stories again, but I don't know what this is that he's holding.
You know, that level of hope that,
and again,
that they can understand that everything that can be done to find mummy is being done.
I think for the vast majority of people watching on, Nikki is a face on a poster at the moment. Tell us a bit about her. You know, what's she like?
There's a smile here, and I said it before that it's because he knows the right answer. You've got the right answer to the test written on your hand. You know that what is Nikki like? If you're guilty, you go, oh, she was this and that. She was this and that. And I'm going to get it right. I'm going to say she is this and that, which means she's still alive. So I'm not guilty. And here's a smile because I'm getting it right. It could also be that he's thinking and reflecting on, you know, what she means to him, and for that, maybe you could have a smile, but I guess it would probably also make you sad to, like, you know, think about the person that you're missing and all the reasons that you love them, and then they're not here. A smile's a very strange one. It is interesting. He's looking down his kinesthetic, accessing his inner feelings. Like he's been asked to, and he actually sort of is. So that's okay. And he's giving us a bit of a smile.
He is fun.
And after a little moment of thought, she is fun. Now, this is so bad with a slight sneer, isn't it? Fun. What's fun? Who's fun? Do you describe anyone as fun? Oh, they're fun. Fun, let's have some fun. Like, top fun. Like, fun's not a word you'd use to describe someone you love. Top of the list, main thing. She's fun. Fun. Let's give him some breathing room. Let's let him talk.
She is fun. She is loving. She is, if you're friends with her, she's the most loyal friend that you could ever have. You know, with Nikki, what you see is what you get. There's no hidden, nothing's hidden. You know, it's all, that's her.
So I'm going to go through this again now, and the idea is that she is dead. He knows what's happened to her. Like, I'm being harsh, yeah? That's the idea, that we're going to look at it through that prism. We're going to see if she stands out. Describe Nikki, and in your mind you're thinking of things that have recently gone on, that have happened that we don't know about, and you might accidentally let some of these things slip. So let's see.
That you could ever have. When she is fun.
She's fun. I find it difficult to think about what the replacement for fun is in that sentence that maybe rings more true. I find that one difficult. She's fun.
She is loving.
She's loving, but you've got your eyes closed when you say it. So there is some stress here in the delivery of the word loving.
She is. And
now we turn away and look down into our feelings.
If you're friends
again
with her, she's the most loyal friend.
So if you're friends with her, she's the most loyal friend, with a shake of the head. But a sort of, I picked up on this as if to say, like, if you're not friends with her, then she can be a bitch. But it rings true and reminds me of what we were saying about that woman that ran the caravan park, that people said she was a really good caravan park host, and only 2 people on the TripAdvisor said she was a fucking chuffer. But those people thought she was a right chuffer, and she thought those people were a chuffer, no doubt, as well. Like, if you're friends with someone, then you're a friend, but if you're not, then you're a chuffer. That makes you a chuffer. That doesn't make you a nice person. I'm only nice to my friends. Like, that makes you a chuffer. But it gives him cause to think and smile as well.
She is, if you're friends with her, she is.
If you're friends with her. So he's brought in this idea about people's friends. This mirrors what Emma said about her as well. Maybe he's heard other people saying this, and so he's using other people's words because it's safe space. You know, I could just say what they said. They didn't kill her. So if I say what they said, I'd sound like I didn't kill her.
It's the most loyal friend that you could ever have. You know, with Nikki, what you see is what you get.
With Nikki, what you see is what you get. We don't see anything and we don't get the full story, do we? Is that implication that she's hidden? You can't see her? Like, everyone's trying to find her. What you see is what you get. Where is she? I can't see her, so I can't get her.
No hidden. Nothing's hidden.
No hidden. Nothing's hidden. With a slight raise of the chin here, actually, on the micro expression level. You see how his chin's lower?
Nothing's hidden, you know.
He pops it up when he says hidden. See that? He pops it up. Confidence. Nothing's hidden. Again, the idea of a denial, just like deeper in body language here. If I were to say to you, I don't smoke, all I'm saying is I'm saying I smoke, but I'm putting the word don't in. In fact, I shouldn't is a better way of saying that. I've got a vaporize, which I'm going to start using more and more. I'm going to start being more strict on myself with that. But I shouldn't smoke, yeah, but I don't smoke. But the truth is, it's easy to say because I'm saying I smoke and I'm just putting one word in. Don't. Just a simple denial translates the sentence from positive to negative, doesn't it? Passive and active. She's not hidden. Is that a confession that you haven't hidden her? That she hasn't been, in the more traditional sense of the word, hidden? That this is something different? Or has she simply been hidden and he's confident about the job that's been done of the hiding? I'm reminded again that Tearsharp was in the attic. The police searched the house more than once. I was reminded of other cases as well. I'm going to quickly, rest in peace these chuffers. Where would I find this? It was recently on the BBC News, actually. There was recently a piece about it. Maybe I'll find it. Or maybe it's gone already, What was the name? See, this is terrible for me to not remember the names of the people. There were other cases like this, and yeah, I'm not going to remember, am I? There were a number of, not off the top of my head now, but it was some years ago, and they were never closed, never finished, never concluded. But there was CCTV. There was a man seen on CCTV, and we're pretty sure that she didn't just disappear, and that some chuffer was involved. I don't know what took me onto that then. We're saying here that she's not hidden with confidence. There's nothing hidden. If I was to say as a red flag, if I was to stick that in the red flag in the map, I'm confident about the aspect of things being hidden.
It's all that.
And then there's a duper's delight smile afterwards, isn't there? There's like a breathe in. It's all, does that. It's all, what? Washed away, gone over, pushed away. It's all. Stop talking there. Little half smile.
That's her, and she is an exceptional mum, and
she is, and he stutters over the ears.
That's her.
That's her,
and she is an
She is, with a half punch of the eyebrows. She is. I think it's this idea that you want to make sure you're checking to say that she is and not she was. So you say she is. You stop there because you're thinking this is the moment where I could fuck it up. She is. Not confidently she is, but she is.
Exceptional mum, and she absolutely, adores our girls. Goes above and beyond. I say saying to Emma.
She goes above and beyond before he gets into saying to Emma, bringing Emma into it. Above and beyond. She goes above and beyond. She goes above. She goes above and beyond. Beyond, like to infinity and beyond. I know he's saying on the surface here, he's saying that she does a lot for her children, but which mother doesn't? You know, and what above and beyond is there when you've got two little kids that go to primary school? What kind of above and beyond are you going to? It's not like, you know, one of them's come home and got a tattoo or, you know, crashed the car or anything, isn't it? There's no above and beyond going on, like, Mom, we need you to come and pick us up from the airport, or, you know, anything like this. Like, they're kids. You're just doing the basics with them. Like, she goes above and beyond is a bit like, if I want to cut these things up and fashion them into a he sounds like a chuffer, then I'm going to say that have the police check the attic in the house enough. She goes above and beyond.
It goes above and beyond. I was saying to Emma the other day,
Saying to Emma, gets a really big dry mouth as well the other day.
Beyond. I was saying to Emma the other day, I don't think that she's been away from them, like, for more than like 1 or 2 nights, you know, since you know, we've had, you know, our eldest. And
that was all troublesome. He got himself stuck on his words there, and he didn't like it, and he, you know, almost cussing himself with the frown there. She's not been away from them. So is she still on the property? She's not been away from them for more than 1 or 2 nights since we've had the eldest. He later alludes to the idea that they do go out without the kids and do stuff. Yeah, I find it like, you know, is he indicating to us of, like, let's just try and, if I was saying, I could keep saying that I'm being really harsh on him, but if I'm being really harsh on him and I'm saying that he's revealing to us in his subconscious language where the body is buried, so to speak, then above and beyond, she's not been away. She's been very close, kept close.
she's a pillar of strength, you know.
She's a pillar of strength. That's a strange trope to use, isn't it? That's like, you know, you might say that about someone who's, I don't know, you know, they're a pillar of strength in this community.
She's a pillar of strength, you know, to our family, and
there's a big frown on that. To our family. I think here he's thinking, what am I saying and why am I saying this and how do I stop saying it? A pillar of strength. A pillar of strength. Not to our community, obviously, because that would sound stupid. So, to our family. Is that how you describe someone who is kind and goes above and beyond for their children and is, you know, a mother, a pillar of strength? It could be pillar of strength. I think it's ridiculous. What does pillars? Okay, pillars. Pillars. Initially, when I heard this, I thought, are we talking that she's concreted in underneath the fence post? Is that what we're saying? A pillar of strength. Has she been, you know, popped in a deep hole, slightly deeper fence post, has, you know, hole, and concrete's gone on, and then that's her out? Or is there something else? Because pillars, subconsciously, if you dreamed of pillars, if you're thinking about pillars and dreaming of them, they could be phallic, but also we could say that they hold things up, don't they? Like what use do you have for a pillar except to hold up the upper floor, the roof? They've obviously searched the attic then, yeah? They've definitely searched the attic. And strength, like, yeah, she's strong, she's a woman, you know, she does a lot of stuff, like, but she's a pillar of strength in this context. Like, she's missing, where is she? She seems quite vulnerable, missing, gone by the river. Like, she's a pillar of strength, we're being told. Strength. How do you feel someone's strength? Well, if you're fighting with them, you might feel that strength. You know, if you're recently thinking about your recent interactions with this woman and she's been particularly combative, standing her ground, pillar of strength.
Without her, you know, the whole is, you know, bigger than you could possibly imagine.
Without her, the whole is bigger than you could possibly imagine. The whole is bigger than you can possibly imagine. The whole. Do you want me to do that one, or do you want to do that one for yourself? The whole is bigger than you can possibly imagine. What hole? What are you on about, hole? What hole?
finished 2 weeks ago. Now, her partner Paul talked to me earlier today. We're showing his interview throughout the programme for you tonight. He spoke in depth about the day Nicola went missing.
Totally normal. So the only difference that morning was, you know, usually, you know, when you've got children, getting up on a school day, you know, you probably know yourself, is just mayhem, isn't it?
Carnage, yeah.
Yeah, absolute carnage. So the only difference on that morning 2 weeks ago was that there wasn't...
We've already been through mayhem carnage, we've talked about that.
A lot of rushing.
There wasn't a lot of rushing. Things been carefully planned out then, not a lot of rushing.
I came down and a lot of stuff was already done. It was...
I came down and a lot of stuff was already done. It was, and he kind of like gives a tilt back of the head here again.
You know, the girls were having a breakfast and
then he gets back into it. So he's moving almost like poker face, playing cards, you know, moving away from the table a little bit. It was all, he's a bit sus of that. He was a bit sus of everything being already sorted. Why is everything so already sorted? It's usually carnage. I've got up in the morning, and I do question this. His routine, he tells us, involves getting to work at 10 o'clock from his home computer. So when they go to school in the morning at 9 o'clock, he's going to tell us again, but I'm just going to go over it. When they go to school again in the morning at 9 o'clock, it says chat rate forward. I'm not seeing any. Hang on, I'm going to pop out my chat and see if there's any chat on there. Hey, hey, I'm so sorry in chat. You've been chatting and I haven't seen it. Why does it do to me? I just literally, if you could see my screen, there was no chat on it. It was like chat was stuck. And now I've popped out the chat onto its own window and it's all turned up. Wow. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm really grateful you're all here talking, though. I am really grateful you're all here talking. From now on, I'll be monitoring your chat much more. Boris Johnson's hairdresser. Although you're well paid, you don't have much work to do you? They took their vid down and they got him wrong. They don't want public discussion. If anything happens to me, then I've been bumped off by the MI5. That's what's happened to me, and I expect them to pay my family heavily for the silence. I'll take one for the team. You're all here. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, this is my slightly different read, isn't it? This is my slightly different read. Just threw me there just to find chat was all popping off. I should be more aware.
Everything was pretty much ready to go.
Everything was all pretty much ready to go. On the plan then, on the organised plan, everything was pretty much ready to go, was it? Organised plan. I don't like this at all, this whole section. He tells us, yeah, okay, that's what I was saying. He tells us that he has this morning routine, and like, Mommy gets them up, Mommy feeds them the food, Mommy gets them all ready for school, and then Daddy appears, yeah? Now, I'm asking you, just, you know, you in your own real world here, not... Free says they found a body on Morecambe Bay. I'll check that out. I don't know. I'll just quickly check the news then. Google that news. More. I shouldn't. Search continues. It just says. There's no like top news for that. So I shouldn't go on anything I just like hear in chat. You know, I've got to only be allowed to talk about things that I make up, not that you make up. But my spirit guide tells me. But yeah, so in the morning, right? Imagine these mornings. Daddy doesn't have to do anything till 10 o'clock. He doesn't even have to get out of bed till 10 o'clock. And if he wants, he can stay in bed at 10 o'clock and do his fucking emails from bed. Give me the laptop, I'll stay in bed. Bring me up a cup of coffee, I'll stay in bed. Daddy doesn't have to get up. Mommy, as part of the routine, is always getting up and doing all this school run, yeah? And he tells us that his part in this is that he comes downstairs and then he puts the kids into the car while Mommy gets ready. Yeah? So I'm assuming he's already had a shower and got himself ready while Mommy's getting ready and the kids are getting ready. Oh no, hang on, that's not happening, is it? Because all the kids are in the bathroom and everyone's getting ready. So you're keeping out of the way, aren't you? And then you come down in, what are you, in your underwear? T-shirt, underwear and T-shirt, getting the kids in the car like that? Are you always out on the drive in your underwear, getting the kids in the car? Or when do you get ready? Because he says after they go to school, he has an hour to himself while he gets himself a cup of tea and gets ready for work. So, like, I find this description of the morning a bit confusing. And if I'm honest, right, if I had my own kids, there wouldn't be this confusion, because I'd be up in the morning looking after my kids. I'd be feeding them the breakfast. I'd be the one putting them in the car. Like, it would just be easy for me to to like say, you know, there wouldn't be this sort of like division of labour. Like if you're doing it, I'm doing it. I'll help. It's not like you do it and I'll just wait until you've had your go and then I'll look after them while you have a shower. Like maybe you take in charge in turns like that, but it's almost like he's not involved in the whole process. He's just standing in while she has a shower, isn't it? When mummy gets ready, I have to look after them, get them in the car. I'm guessing he doesn't even get them in the car. I'm guessing what usually happens. This is me being harsh. Remember, is that can you come down and look after the kids so I can have a shower? And he's like, fucking hell. And he's like, come down. Have you made me any breakfast then? You've made the kids breakfast. What about mine? And then like, she's like, he sits there with the kids, like complaining, oh, should you shut up with your car? Like he got his coffee and he's like, oh, and then like, you know, mommy's having a shower and getting ready. And then she comes down and gets them in the car. Do you know what I mean? He's still here. Is he signalling some suicide drive? It doesn't mean he's not caught and free in prison yet. I'm veering on the side of not caught, free, not in prison. Like he's still here. Yeah. I didn't pick up that it could have been a suicide push, but if so, that would be a call for sympathy. He never cries in any of the, like, it's okay for people to cry. It's okay if you feel like crying. Like I cry on my streams. If you watch all of my videos that I've done over the years, you'll see me crying sometimes, because sometimes things make me cry, and like, you know, that's okay. It means I've got a heart, it means I've got a soul, and things are upsetting, and then I get over it and I pull myself together, and then like we push on. So like if you, like with COVID, for example, like I'm not bigging this up too much, but I stayed in and cared for my nan during COVID, and then at the end of it she died. So like that was pretty sad. And when I talked about it on streams, I started streaming after that. Like I had like some moments, but I didn't say, oh, I'm going to switch off the camera and like, it's cut. No, I'm just going to be real. So Paul here is not being, like, from whatever we say, whether from that start point of, oh, well, I'm still here, he's not being clear, he's not being straight, and he's not being like emotionally honest with us, is he? He's keeping a veneer, that can be said for sure.
I came down, Nikki went upstairs to get ready, and then, you know, the routine is basically if Nikki's taking the girls and Willow,
if Nikki's taking the girls and Willow, with a lick of the lips here, this is where I worry about this routine. I think that like this lick of the lips, this pointing of the finger, now this raising up, if Nikki's taking them, which he always is. Like Nikki, I don't know the answer to this. I'm not in their family. Maybe I'm wrong, but isn't it the case that Nikki is always doing this? Like if Nikki's doing this, what are you doing? Are you ready to go? Are you ready to rock and roll, or are you in your underwear? Like
when I hear her come down, I'll get them in the car.
When I hear her come down, I'll get them in the car. So they're not in the car, Nikki's coming down, and you're like, shit, I better go into action and get them in the car. Do you know what I mean? It sounds more like what I described, doesn't it? Like, Daddy has to watch them for a little bit, but Daddy's not really doing all this shit. Like, Daddy's just watching them for a bit. In fact, Daddy might have to get dragged out of bed in order to do this 5 minutes watching them, and it might be a cause of argument between them. Like, you know, in the morning, are you happy to get out of bed? I never am. If I had kids, it'd be different. I'm pretty confident of that. I'd just, like, everything would have to go out the window and, you know, they'd have to come first. But it doesn't feel that way with this guy. And I can say that for a fact because he has to come down and look after them. He's not already down looking after them. He's not helping with the morning rush by doing the breakfasts, or, you know, he's upstairs. And then he comes down.
Get them strapped in, get Willow in the boot and all that.
Big breath in there, get them strapped in, get Willow in the boot and all that. Is that an allusion to how we move Nicola? Is that some kind of allusion to that? I'm not saying that Nicola has been strapped into the boot. I don't know. It's, you know, get them strapped in. I know you have to put their seatbelts on, but is that what you do? You know, is this the way you think of it? Like pinning them down so they can't move, strapping them in. Straps.
And Nikki comes out, give her the keys, and off they go.
Nicola comes out, give her the keys, and off they go. How many of you give your wife or your significant other their keys? Is that your part in the routine? I've got your keys for you. Like, what the fuck was that?
And all that, and Nicky comes out, give her the keys, and off they go.
The keys, off they go. The keys, off they go.
In the boot and all that, and Nicky comes out, give her the keys, and off they go.
And this seems, I know it's a routine, but it seems kind of scripted. It almost seems like this is what we're going to do. Like, I'm going back, I'm like, again, I'm being malicious to him today. I'm saying, this is what I would say if he was guilty. And I'm like, looking for guilt. I'm being biased. Absolutely. You know, throw all those things at me. Yeah, he might not have done this, and he might turn out to be completely innocent. They might find a, you know, at the pub in the beer cellar drinking beer barrels and having a great time. But I think, you know, this is a way to look at it, okay? I'm not giving my wife the keys and off they go. Not, I know you could, like, saying about controlling as well. Like, it could be like the only explanation for that is that I'm trapping my wife in the house and she only gets the keys when I tell her. Like, that seems mental. So I'm not going to say that's normal, and I'm not going to say he's doing that. What I am going to say is that if I was planning a different operation, if I was planning something different, part of it would be for me to give you Nicky's keys and off you go. Okay, you're going to go out with this and you're going to get this, this, and this. There's the keys and off you go. Maybe Nicola's not strapped in. Maybe it's just the kids and the dog, and there's the keys and off you go. And Emma is brought up in chat again. Yeah, like, Emma, like, you know, I'm going to just quickly go back to this CCTV then. So this is her. That's Nicola Bulley with her keys. Off you go. That's from the house, I'm guessing, from their own house. I don't know, because they're not being very clear with me on this, you know, news outlets. I don't know why the news outlets are trying desperately to find Nicola and releasing like tiny little piecemeal bits of information that they won't verify and make it clear. If you've got CCTV of her getting in the car, why not you showing us the fucking video? Like, what's the problem? What are we going to do? See too much? Just to block out the license plate, show us the video. If you've got CCTV of her going up the path and walking up to this dog walk, show us the images. Show us the video. Why? I find this strange. The pillar, going back to the pillar, Dean. Yeah, I was saying in today that I thought it was, because I did look into it last night. I looked into what, because I thought it was a very strange piece of language. Subconscious. If I put pillar. Oh, this was something huge as well, right? I'm trying to find, you know, stuff about the pillar and your subconscious mind. And I'm getting not the right answer out of the internet, right? This is what I was doing last night. And then this came up. This will blow you away. This, I didn't put grief, but pillars and bereavement. Hang on, where is it? Oh, this is one on my phone. I nearly read out my password to you then. I was typing it in. I read the two numbers at the start. So thank God there's more than two numbers. But now you know the first two numbers of my phone password. So MI5 will be right on that. Yeah, in here I've got, this is it, Pillars of Strength. Because I was looking for Pillars of Strength. Pillars of Strength. Julia Samuel. This just came up when I was Googling last night. Pillars of Strength. If I put Pillars of Strength. Look at this, right? Pillar of Strength. I just typed that into Google. You can't quite see because of my Firefox. Let me give you a better view on Firefox. Ooh, that's not even better. But I'll turn it on and then I'll move it up and it will help. Come on, move it up. Chuffer. Move it up. Come on, Obs. There you go. There's a better view on Firefox and I can move it over. So, why won't it show you the top now? There you go. Pillars of Strength, yeah? That's what I'm Googling. And this top thing come up. Aurora Funeral. Pillars of Strength. Relationship with the person who's died. Relationship with oneself. Ways to express grief. My big shout is we all need to find ways of expressing our grief. Time, mind and body. So, if you were searching for grief, like, because we're coming at it from this side, we're coming at it from pillars of strength, yeah? That's why we're looking at it, because he said it, and now we're looking at it and looking at it on the internet. But if you're on the internet and you're looking up something else, if you're looking up grief and ways to deal with grief and our relationship with the person who's died and our relationship with ourselves and ways to express emotion, if you're looking up that on the internet, you will find the phrase pillars of strength. It's one of the top things that will come up. Like, so what I'm saying is, or my spirit guide is saying now, I think my spirit guide has to say this one because I'm not allowed, but he's been on the internet researching grief, either because he's feeling grief, which is when someone dies or something ends, not hope, but grief, and then, or he's researching it because he wants to be able to express the sort of things that people would express or would not express. He's researching the way people deal with grief. So I think that's a bit of a huge red flag. Pillars of strength. That's. I'm glad you brought that up in chat because. Hello Tom again. Hello Tom again. I'm glad you brought that up in chat though. I worry about her being in a hole somewhere. You know, that's what I worry about, her being in a hole somewhere. But yeah, that idea that pillars indicate also that they hold something up, i.e. the roof structure, and like she might also be like Tia Sharp was found in the damn attic, wasn't she? She had not been moved and hidden or anything, because I am reading the chat now. Tweeting cowboy. I am reading the chat. I'm trying to do both things at once as well, and because I'm just a meager man, I can't multitask like those amazing women can. So I have to. I'm over here reading you, and then I'm slow. My brain is slow while I'm reading it, and then I'm going on to this. So you messaged me earlier, the YouTube channel Nicola Bulley case, to check if the date it was registered. I don't know about that. I'll have a look into it. I'll have a look in. Yeah.
Upstairs to get ready, and then the routine is basically if Nikki's taking the girls and Willow.
Is that finger pointing again?
When I hear her come down, I'll get them in the car, get them strapped in, get Willow in the boot and all that, and Nikki comes out, give her the keys, and off they go.
So it's a well-oiled machine normally.
He describes that as a well-oiled machine there, doesn't he? It's a well-oiled machine, meaning what you've just described to me is a very regimented little routine, and I give her the keys and off she goes. But that well-oiled machine, you would think if you were planning a crime, you might want it to be like that. The heist. You're gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and then you go here. Or even if something's happened and you've had to quickly make a plan, the well-oiled machine. We've checked every detail. We've turned over every stone. All that sort of well-oiled machine. But earlier on, you actually said that mornings were carnage, and that it was like mayhem. So you can't have it both ways, can you? It can't be a well-oiled machine and also the other way around. Do you want to do the CCTV? You talk about it in chat again. I'm getting confused as to my dogs are barking in there now because my sister's come home as well. But I'm getting confused about she's come to pick up the dog, so I'm sure that's okay. I wanted to bring this up again, didn't I? The CCTV. We were talking about that as well, weren't we? I don't like. Is this outside her house? I'm assuming it is. Is that her face? I'm supposed to assume so. Is that her face? What's that on her face? Why is it that colour? What is that on her face? Is that just dark and shadow and light? Why is it so dark there? Very angular cheekbone we can see there, can't we? Very angular cheekbone. And I put this picture up, didn't I, at the start, of her friend Emma. And Emma has that very angular cheekbone that we can see there, where the light strikes it. Emma seems to have that very angular cheekbone. The nose seems to turn slightly up on this picture. I can't see it very well. It's not very good, but it's definitely not like a big walloper of a nose. But, that's all I can say really, kind of from that little bit of shadow there. There's just a little bit of shadow, isn't there? But the nose seems to maybe, I can't tell you who that is in that picture. Emma here wears shadow on her. She wears makeup there on her face, doesn't she? Well, she's in that picture anyway, wearing makeup there on her face for sure. A lot of makeup on Emma's side of the face there. Whereas in this picture, whoever's taken this picture, the CCTV, they're not wearing that much makeup, or they've got loads. I don't know what's happened to the face there. It looks strange, right? You don't want to speculate only facts. I'll speculate. I'll do a bit of speculating. Today's episode is the red flag. Like, let's send him down, make a case for the make some bad cases. That's what I'm doing. Like, so I'm going to speculate. What if that was Emma, and what if Emma had been punched in the face before she walked out of the house? What if that was Emma, and Emma had been punched in the face? It'd look a bit like that then, wouldn't it? Because and then Emma would put loads of makeup on for this series of photographs afterwards to sort of cover up the mark on her face. Possible, isn't it? Or what if that's Nicola and Nicola's been punched in the face? Would she go out to the school with all mark on her face? Would anyone go out to the school with all mark on their face? That's a strange one to me. That's a strange one. That's a really strange one to me, that the CCTV doesn't look enough like Nicola. Because look, let me just pop Nicola. Nicola's got roundy features on her face, and she's not wearing a lot of heavy makeup on. Like, she wears foundation, but she doesn't wear a lot of like contour and blusher, does she? And then on this CCTV, you see the back of this woman a lot. You see the back of this person a lot. And then in that one picture where you get a good view of the face there, it looks like there's a mark on the face. And then we've got other CCTV where it looks like on the other side of the face there looks like a mark. That's the other side, or is the image just flipped? I don't know. But what's going on with the face there? Is she wearing a mask? And what's that? Quite big ears. She hasn't really got that big ears, has she, Emma? Not as big as ears as maybe on that picture, maybe. Maybe I'm saying that. Nicola doesn't appear to have particularly big ears either. It looks like a face mask. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. You know, maybe it's that. And I'll tell you something else as well, right? If this is what we've got to go on to prove that Nicola's here and prove that she did this and prove that she did that, then we can't even ascertain it looks like her face. Like, what are we... I wish the police as well, if this is an open investigation and we want to find Nicola, and you've got CCTV of her in the morning and you've got CCTV of her going up the road, why don't you just release it? How could it possibly hurt the investigation to release the CCTV so that people could see her walking around, see her gait, see the way she moves, see if you can get a good image of her face? Why are these pictures from the back? Why are these pictures from the back? You do believe Emma and Paul are in this together? The sister came up as a big red flag, didn't she, when she was smiling in that interview? But there are other reasons where you might smile, where you might feel nervous, you've got the national news in your house, you might be actually a little bit, and this is going to sound a bit over the top here, but you might be a little bit excited and happy to be on the national news, even if they're looking for one of your loved ones. You know, these smiles might come out because your ego and your, Instagram feed is blowing up or some shit, or you might not even like your family and be cross with them, and then they go missing and you don't care. I'll tell you something else about Emma as well, because we're going to try and get onto Emma's interview today as well, or a couple of them hopefully. Is that she is not okay? She's a friend. Yeah, and you're sad if your friend goes missing, absolutely. But it's not you, and this is sounding really harsh now as well, but this is the truth. It's not you. You can go to bed, you can look at your family and say, well, thank God you're safe. It's not me. It's not my friend is having these problems, and I care, and I'm upset, and I'm sad. But when I go home, when I kiss my kids, it's not me. Do you know what I mean? So Emma is doing all this public-facing media work and stuff like that. Sometimes she's a bit more smiley, and I give her the benefit of the doubt because that same reason. You're on the telly. And you're smiling because I'm a bit of a chuffer. I'm a bit of a big chuffer. Round these parts, I'm a big friend of Nicola. You want to interview me? I don't know if you heard me counting. I did over 1,000. It's that sort of thing, isn't it? It's ego. Certainly doing all the makeup, and in this life, the way people are, they get a little bit of excitement about being on the news and on the telly and having the nicest jacket and the hairdo and, you know, doing your makeup and, oh, have you seen they shop at Waitrose? Oh, well, you know, have you seen that I shop at Aldi, you fuckers? You know, that sort of stuff. All sorts of some weird things coming up here, yeah. The clothing description matches Emma, not Nicola. Yes, Emma's wearing black clothes. The clothing description matches Emma, not Nicola. So we've got what appears to be CCTV of Nicola getting in a car, and then we've got the description of somebody who appears to be Emma walking, like the police have described Emma with her clothes, and then we've got people in the field who think they saw Nicola. And earlier on we did a look at the little walk, didn't we? Which video was that? Oh, I've closed it now. We did a look at the walk and we asked, you know, would you remember somebody on the walk and stuff like that? And I would speculate that if you know somebody because you meet them on a dog walk and you see their dog and you see what seems to be them because their dog is there and they've got a scarf on and a hat and they go, you're right, and then they walk past, you just go, yeah, I saw Nicola. Because, like, what do I know? And, like, if you're Emma and you live on that farm place or near, then you take the dog, you leave the phone, and then you just fuck off over the field to where you live. Or you just go straight back up that gate into where you live through the little fence. And that's it. That's you done. That's Emma. Like, that could have happened if that's where she lives, which I'm not 100% on that. Let me just put that in again. See, I know the name now. I'm going to go there on holiday. They don't get a particularly good... Ecosia, they don't get a particularly good, sadly they're not particularly, I mean, they've got quite a lot of nice reviews on TripAdvisor, but there's that one or two bad ones, aren't there, that says the people that run it can be cantankerous and difficult if you're not on their good side. So that's on TripAdvisor there for the Wyreside Farm Caravan Park. So you can walk, you can take the kids to school, get out the car, kids. Do the kids know it's not their mummy? Probably. That's an issue, isn't it? That's an issue. Does it have to be her dropping the kids off at school? I'm just like saying, you know, does it have to be her doing that? Does it have to be? Have the kids been interviewed? Do the kids get interviewed? The kids get dropped off at school. They get out of the car and they walk in there. You don't get out of the car because you're like a wrong un. And then you take the dog, or you do get out of the car even if you're a wrong un, don't you? Because look, you take the dog and you walk off up the road, wrapped up, looking like Nicola. They don't even care if people see you because they think it's Nicola. You're the decoy. And then you walk up here with the dog. Everything's going fine. There's my house, apparently. Not my house, I mean her house, if you let Emma. Apparently, I don't know, I'm not... You know, someone's going to have to get some facts on about that. If that's Emma's Wyreside Farm Caravan Park. Yeah, I wondered about the school. I originally thought the CCTV we got was from the school, but I worried about not getting CCTV from the school. But you're spotted on this road by some sort of CCTV, which we can't see. And then, if you're Emma, or if you're a wrong un, right, you leave the lead there. You just go straight through the gate, and you leave the lead and the phone, bang, bang, you're done. And you back up this path as well. You're not going off for a big walk. Unless, maybe you just walk across there, and then you jump out there. Over here, walk back up and round, and I'm home. Or, you know, do you know what I'm saying? I think you can disappear if you're not really Nicola. Nicola can appear to disappear if Nicola appeared to be here. There's a phone, there's a dog lead, leave the dog, and then the person who appeared to be Nicola disappears in some way, because it's not Nicola, is it? It's just like, you know, you go. The dog thinks it's on a walk, it's running about. Before it knows what's going on, you've gone. And you're not mommy, so it doesn't really want to follow you. It's just running about on the walk. What's going on here? Yeah, you just go up there and you just dump the stuff, don't you? And then you yourself return to wherever you go to or from. You disappear. Nicola appears to have disappeared. No body, because there is no body. No, the search won't find anything because there is no body here. Like, that's the thing that I'm thinking. Like, if I got a spirit guide, you know, and all that business, that's what I'm thinking stands out for me about this, is that everyone is assuming, because of some CCTV that I've just looked at, the best they've shown me I can't see her face. I'm going to bin that off. The best I'm saying is that for me to feel comfortable, and I'm only, what am I, just someone on YouTube, so it doesn't matter what I feel, does it? But for us, the public, to feel comfortable that we are looking for Nicola in the right place with the right story, like, this needs to be assessed as to whether it's true and factual. And even if she's put them in the car in the morning, like, yeah, because it's easy to be a decoy, isn't it? You just walk up the road with the dog, you bin the dog off, and then you're gone. And then no one can find her here. So if that were the case, and that's like one of the things that I'm just like throwing out there, then again, this is why I'm doing this review of him, this side, is the red flags that would occur here would be he subconsciously would want to tell us that she's not gone on that dog walk and that he's done something to her. You know what I mean? Like we said, like maybe Nicola's come home early and has discovered an affair. Maybe he's woken up, she's got his phone, and she's like, what's this on your phone? Like, I'm going to take the kids to school, and when I get back, I want you gone. You know, or like, he thinks he's got this hour, doesn't he? So he thinks he's got this hour. What's in his regular routine when he's got an hour off on his own? And we talked about that in the last episode, so I'm not going to go over in this too much. But
sometimes you walk the dog and take the kids to school, and on that morning it was Nicky's job.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my job. Usually the roles are reversed.
And then if it's my job, pointing to himself, self-incrimination. How about Nicola put the dog in the car and then went back home, and Emma took the kids? Yeah, you know, how about that? You know, I don't know how we'd ascertain, other than apparently the CCTV or maybe the testimony of the children, but that's a bit harsh, isn't it, to bring them into it?
Yeah.
That point at himself, we're going to get back into this now, that point at himself was not good. You know, if you're doing any sort of conversation about who's done this to your wife and you're pointing at yourself during in it. Right? Yeah,
I don't know if it's my job. Usually the roles are reversed. Yeah. So, yeah, again, it was just nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah. So, again, yeah. So the roles are reversed then. You get out of bed in the morning, you do everything with the kids, you put them in the car, and then Nicola comes down and looks after them for an hour, for 5 minutes, while you take them to work, and then you start your job at 10 o'clock No, mate, no, you're not doing that, are you? You're having your hour to yourself that you enjoy. Come off it.
Everything was normal.
And Fire It Up really wants me to check the BBC for breaking news. So I think it's a bit silly, because I feel like it's going to be like, you know, no. All right, here we go. Here's some breaking news. Okay, fair enough, right? Tell you what. Thank you, Fire Up. I'm going to remember you now, Fire Up, because you get a lot of people in chat these days in like, oh, check this, do that, and they just want to distract you. But that was fit. I wasn't taking you at face value. I was being unfair there, and at face value, you're completely correct. Missing mother had issues with alcohol, police say. Oh, I don't like the sound of this. I'll tell you why. It feels like you're from today's story. Remember, time out from today. I'm being biased against Paul, but we're going to say that it's the victim's fault in some way. And that means that the police, like, you can basically say, look, it's a suicide. She's walked off up the river and jumped in. We don't have to be, like, it's not the police's fault. We're not wrong. Missing mother had issues with alcohol. Doesn't everyone? We're going to talk about this later, won't we? This high risk aspect, and high risk can mean that you're vulnerable mentally, or it can mean that you're vulnerable physically. And we didn't know this high risk aspect, high risk missing person before. But I don't know if you report, you know, in the way they report her missing. I would hope that, like, if I reported someone from my life missing, they would become a high risk missing person, like high risk of being missing, something bad happened to them, because it's not normal they're missing. But maybe it implies some sort of mental health issue. If that were the case, if depression and mental health and suicide were the case, two things I really want to say quickly. One is the Samaritans. Like, absolutely, if you're thinking about feeling about these things, whatever, or you know someone that is, cookies. No cookies. Then call this number. Suicide is not the option. Call this number. And if you're thinking and feeling those ways, then also check out mind.org, which is a great resource in the UK, mind.org.uk, about mental health and stuff like that. So if you're having any mental health issues or feeling stressed or anything like that, then that's all there on the internet. It can be found at the touch of a button. I don't like the idea that we're pushing it this way without any strong evidence, because I'll tell you some things. A lot of people drink, don't they? A lot of people drink. I mean, it's not not a positive, but they're not all throwing themselves off bridges. But we've got here a police spokesman said it was clear after speaking with Miss Bulley's family. Who's her family? Is that Paul? That in the past she had suffered some significant issues with alcohol, or is it her sister, which were brought on by her ongoing struggles with the menopause. Bit vague. That's all a bit vague. Significant issues. These struggles had resurfaced over recent months, and this caused real challenges for Paul and the family. Okay, so that's an issue, right, for a number of reasons. That means Paul's been disingenuous to us from the start, because how was Nikki? She was fun, she was this, she was that. How is Nikki? She's fun, she's this and that. Like, she's got struggles with alcohol. Hello? Like, you know, why didn't that get mentioned? Why is no one saying that? It's a strange thing to hide. She could possibly be suicidal. You'd want that out there, wouldn't you? I find that very strange. A number of other things I find strange here, and just like, I'm not going to be able to dig too deep on that news story right now. And to be honest, I don't think it throws too. I think what it does is it throws shade towards. It's all. I worry it's like victim shaming, and I worry it's like saying that, you know, a woman should watch out when she walks on her own, or like, you know, she had alcohol problems, so she probably did it to herself. Like, yeah, and today's episode is definitely leaning on the side of we're looking more strictly at the chuffers. So I'm going to say it like that, and I'm going to say it absolves the police of any wrongdoing if she turns out if people believe that she committed suicide and that in some way she did it so that she wouldn't be found, then it absolves the police of any reason to look for her. So that's easier for them. I'm not happy with that. I would also say what it means is that she would need a drink. She would be like, she's not just dropping off the kids and then sitting by the river. Like, she'd need to go and buy a bottle of something, or like, at some point during the time that she's gone missing till hopefully she gets found, she would be in a shop somewhere buying some alcohol, wouldn't you think? Could she become a homeless person? Could she become, like, you know, a victim of homelessness and just be out there on the street somewhere drinking away? Potentially. You wouldn't necessarily want to leave your phone, would you? Although that might represent the connection to your life, the connection to the business, the connection to, like, the stuff that's dragging you down. You might just let that go, let the dog go, and then just wander off. Conjecture there would be that you would wander off up the road to a more strong part of the river and just be off there, wouldn't you? Just time out for 1 second. No, I'm not. I'm just finished. Yeah, I know. Oosh. He did not mention she was sensitive and vulnerable. He called her a pillar of strength. He certainly did, didn't he? Yeah, this has thrown me a little bit. And what's thrown me about this report is that the police are saying it. I don't like it, to be honest. I don't like that at all. Surely is this something that the family didn't want to say and they've just come forward with the information, the police have just learned it and so have disclosed it immediately to the public? No. The family have been on the interviews, they've had their opportunities. So I don't like this at all. You know, I don't like this at all. And if you are suffering with alcoholism, I find the idea that you would be getting up in the morning and taking the kids to school on the regular. I know that you have high functioning alcoholics, and I know that you have you know, I'm saying this, I know people just live with alcoholism and do things. You can't see someone in the street and say, oh, they're an alcoholic because they're wobbling about and they're being sick on themselves and all that. They might just be like getting on with life and you might not see it. So there is that. But it would feel to me more like Paul would be the one doing the morning routine and things of this nature, instead of describing to us this this scenario of happy family life. It, like, what the We shouldn't jump. Oh, absolutely, Mama Bear. Right? We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Absolutely. If I'm going to be a good true crimer, then I should be examining every opportunity as equal and open as possible. But then again, right? I'm not Chief Detective Scotty Hottie. I'm just some super chuffer on the internet, aren't I? So I can say what the fuck I want. And I don't like Paul and his vibe. And like, if I had to put a bet on it, like if you were saying to me, there's two, you can go down one of these doors and open the door, and there's going to, you know, good room and the shit room, and the choice is who did it. I'm going to say, okay, Paul did it, and open a door. Do you know what I mean? That's what I have to live like. I can't. I'm making content. Today's episode is the red flags of Paul, so we're going to look at red flags. So I am going to be a bit jumpy. I'm not jumping all the way to the conclusions, but I am a bit. I am, and you have to take this all with a pinch of salt, I guess. I'm blowing up on the internet, apparently. I'm blowing up. I don't want to blow up. I'm quite happy. I'm happy to. You know, I'm really grateful because I've been on the internet for a while. I say on the internet, I mean, you know, making content, and my story is wide and varied. I was part of a crew that was on a documentary on Netflix, so I've got that on my CV. That's good. And there's a documentary on this channel that I made for free, and hopefully with our growth on the channel, we will get there again. So, you know, there's a story to be told there, but yeah, I don't mind a bit of steady growth. I'm really hoping to get to 1,000 subs and unlock the next phase of the growth, this, you know, near future. But yeah, hopefully it's all going well. So yeah, today I am being a bit biased, and I am doing all those things that we're not supposed to do. But like, fuck it.
You know. Because my working hours, because I work for a US firm, so my hours are like 6 hours behind.
I work for a US firm, so my hours are 6 hours behind. I don't know what that means. It's now 1 o'clock in America. It's 6 o'clock in the UK. So they are 6 hours behind in America. So when he says my times are 6 hours behind, he means their time is 6 hours behind. My time is 6 hours ahead. I'm 6 hours ahead of America. Central time, not Eastern time. Yeah, but in general, right? I'm ahead of America in England, aren't I? I'm not behind. Or does he mean my time because I'm in American time? And yeah, how can she... That's a good point in chat there. How can you let a drunk person drive the kids around? That seems a bit ludicrous, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know what the time... I'm assuming that at 10 o'clock... Hang on, 10 o'clock in the UK, time in America. 10 o'clock in the UK in America is like 5 a.m. So his work day starts... If I wanted to start work at the same time as everyone else starts work in America, I can start at 10 o'clock and I'm up at 5 a.m. in America. Seems a bit weird. I mean, who's up at 5 o'clock answering your emails and doing your phone calls? You're a bit early, but then you can be early, can't you? People don't think it's... If I email you at 5 in the morning, do you assume I'm up early or still at work late? Can you stay up till, like... It's not 5 in the morning for me, is it? It's 10 o'clock in the morning. This is confusing the chuff out of me, but he works on American time, apparently. So he doesn't have to start work till 10 o'clock. But it's actually 5 in the morning. So he doesn't really have to start. Like, if he hasn't even got I'm betting he hasn't got a job where he has to clock in. I'm betting he just wants to talk to people in America sometimes. So he says that. Works American time. But unless you're a streamer where you want to talk to the Americans... His morning's 10 a.m, 4 or 2 a.m. in the US. I mean, it's just so weird, isn't it? Setting his day up and doing what is this? 10 a.m. in the morning is like 5 a.m. You don't have to, unless you're working nights in America and you're doing it remotely. So I'm remotely working. What is it you're doing that you have to be online at? I don't think you do. I just don't think you do. And I think you probably just fuck about and then, like, let's say it's now 12 in the UK, it's like 7 in the morning. Let's say it's 1 in the UK, it's like 1 a.m. is 8 o'clock at night, so I got that wrong. It needs to be like 24-hour clock. So let's say it's like 13 o'clock, which is 8 o'clock in the morning. So you're working in the afternoon, really, aren't you? You're not really working at 10 o'clock in the morning. You're working in the afternoon, and yeah, this is all a bit. Like how long can you? Let's see what time you have to finish. Like, let's say people go to finish work in America. So we're going to say about 13. Like, let's say it's about 19 o'clock. Still 2 o'clock in America. I have this problem with streaming because I get Americans watch my stream, and to them it's early in the morning, and to me it's later at night. So you can just work in the evening, can't you? So I'm guessing you stay up a bit later at night, and then you don't want to get out of bed in the morning at 9 o'clock to do the kids for school, do you?
UK time.
This hiding the face we said about before, like hiding your face. I don't know why we need to talk about his work times anyway. Again, it's a funny aspect to this, right? I'm red flag waving, and I'm trying to make up new points than I did from the previous video. So, new point here is that he's scheduling again. He's organising things into time segments. He's thinking about, it's not just the routine, which he's been asked about, but if you were making a plan and it had to run clockwork to time segments so that you wouldn't get caught, or you were thinking about what the police might do and how the stories might differ. You know, this is about time scheduling again, isn't it?
So I don't usually start work till a bit later in the morning. So when Nikki takes the girls to school, I then know that I've got like an hour to myself.
I don't like this with the hands. He's got this hour to himself. So in his regular routine, said it before, I'll repeat myself. In his regular routine, he's got an hour to himself. He loves this hour to himself. Is he sitting there in his underwear playing video games? Or, you know, is he getting noshed off by someone from around the corner? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what he does in his own hour to himself. He probably cleans the house for Nikki. Because it's like when you've got kids, it's not like you've got an hour to yourself. It's like there's never... that time is, she's off doing the school run, so you're probably tidying up the breakfast, putting the stuff back in the, you know, the toys back in where they go, cleaning the kitchen, doing, like, if you had a heart, then when she returns there might be something nice for her to eat, or do you know what I mean? Like, if you had a heart, you might do something to prepare yourself for the or I don't know, you might guarantee yourself this free time, mightn't you? And you might decide to do something else that you'd enjoy more than tidying the house. And I don't know. The narcissist. I'll tell you what, we got narcissist flags in chat. My co-host on Thus, which we do on this channel, we have a podcast called Thus, and I regularly have Steve on to co-host. He's a forensic psychologist. He's got the COVID today. He's got the damn COVID. So on Monday, we were going to do Narcissism 101, where we talk about the red flags and all that of narcissism, and we do the personality quizzes, but we might have to just delay that by another week. So I might be running Mondays on my own or with a different person or something. I'm also going to be getting other guests in for the midweek shows so that we can talk about podcast style stuff. So we're going to go into narcissism in depth. I'm not the expert, but I do think I know quite a lot. I'm not an expert on narcissism, but I look quite good and I know quite a lot. I'm not an expert on narcissism, but I'm probably the best person to talk to about it because I'm so smart. Not an expert on narcissism. That's my joke anyway. It's a good joke.
On that morning when she takes them. So I always quite look forward to that, because I wave them off and then I go in the house and I put the kettle on, make a cup of tea, and I think, right, I've got an hour.
Bit of peace. So at what point are you...
They cut him off. Why did you cut him off there? Why did they cut him off there? No, I was only joking. I don't know everything. I was only being narcissistic. It was a good joke. I'm going to put that one in my joke book. Copyright that. Why'd you cut him off there when he's telling you about what he does? That's important stuff.
And then I go in the house and I put the kettle on, make a cup of tea, and I think, right, I've got an hour.
Bit of peace. So at what point are you thinking something's not right here? When did it feel, where's Nikki? At what point did that kick in?
So she's usually back like 9:45, average, 10 o'clock.
Average 10 o'clock. 9:45, average 10 o'clock. We talked about this previously, so I'm trying to bring up new flags here. And we did extensively sort of talk through this idea that you don't want to be, or shouldn't be, like, keeping your spouse on a stopwatch and it doesn't matter when she's back and when she's not, and it wouldn't really scare you until you tried to call her. Maybe the afternoon she hadn't replied. Like, it wouldn't really be a thing. But and you probably, if you're busy doing your own thing, you don't even notice, because you're not watching the time tick by. 10 past 10, 10:25. Right, you know, you're just writing emails, and I don't know what you're doing. Like, you know, wanking off over SpongeBob or something. I don't know what goes on in this special hour, but
you know, at a push.
At a push.
So
Oh, at a push. Wait, at a push.
Clock. You know, at a push.
A push. There's some language. A push. Argy bargy, having a push and a pull. We can all have a push and a pull. We can all have a pull and a push. Do I need to show you Carl Froch now shaking hands with George Groves? Those that know. But you can all have a pull and a push. A push and a pull. There's some language there. A push. Remember, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to say he's telling us the story, but in his mind he's got this thing going over in his head that actually happened, and he doesn't want to tell us, but the words might slip out. A push.
10 average, 10 o'clock. You know, at a push. So I'd gone up into the office at 10, thinking it should be back in a minute.
I'd gone off to the office at 10, thinking she'd be back in a minute. It's almost like you're creeping off and hide. Like when she's coming back, you're going off up to the office, creeping away and hiding. If that were the truth. Or she's coming back in a minute, I'm off up to the office. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Like, clear up, finish off. She's going to be back in a minute. I don't like that, do I? I don't like that.
So I logged on. I was just going through some emails and stuff, you know, setting my day up. And it got to say 10:15. And that's when I thought, you know, she's later than usual. But I still wasn't, like, particularly worried, because she has come back at...
So, again, if it didn't happen, it's not real, then you're making up a story. And in that story, you're like, I don't like this. Like, I don't...
Past 10. And that's when I thought, you know, she's...
It's almost like he's come to life here as well. There's more... with his, like, facial expressions, like, really acting them out, like, real concern here.
Later than usual, but I still wasn't, like, particularly worried, because she has come back at 10:15. Sometimes, like
sometimes
she might just get talking to Emma or
find
another
a friend
mum.
on a dog walk.
Yeah.
She might, she could, she might, she has, she might, she could. Bargaining, she might, she could, you know. And I think he gestured over there, and Emma got brought up, because I think we're at Emma's location, aren't we? That's been suggested, and I'm not able to verify that, but I think this is the business that Emma is part of, maybe, or some shit like that. It seems weird, but Emma's got some connection with this location, we think, and maybe Emma's even in the room that he's gesturing to her. That's possible, isn't it? I agree about the dog. The dog doesn't ring right in this thing, like, you know. Yeah.
Anybody, so, you know, it's not often, but she has got back at about 10:15, 10:20.
So everything's on the table here. She can, you know, all these things can possibly happen, but for some reason, we talked about this. I'm reiterating the point here rather than finding new things, but for some reason you're so angered by the concept that she's not back at like 10 minutes out of this whole range of times that she could come back, that you decide to go and find her. Like, it's all a bit sus.
So again, I wasn't, like, massively concerned or anything. Then it got to 10:30, and that's when I thought, you know, she's, you know, quite late now, more late than usual. So I tried ringing her phone, and there was no answer. I tried ringing her on WhatsApp, and again there was no answer.
I think he confirms this WhatsApp thing because it's like, if I'm trying to cover up, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call her phone to make it look like I don't know where she is and I'm calling her. You know, these people, you've seen it in these other cases where they've called their victim off their phone and made it look like they've sent a text and all that business. So it's like, not just the one, there's two there. We've got double, we've got WhatsApp as well. So we can, like, you know, there's two things there that, I don't know. If I'm calling like she didn't answer, do I then go on WhatsApp and call her on WhatsApp? Is that like a usual? I'm not in a relationship with someone who I'm trying to keep tabs on. So I'm not in a relationship with someone full stop. And I wouldn't want to keep tabs on them like in this way. But it seems a bit like an overreaction to then try the WhatsApp as well, if it's true. And if it's not true, then it seems like it would be done to provide double protection. If the phone records aren't verified, the WhatsApp ones will be. There's two layers there. I've done two things. Troubling, yeah.
I tried the mobile again, and no answer, so I couldn't get her. I started to get a bit panicky, I think. So that's when
really, waving a red flag here and trying to be cruel about it. He stutters and then he says, so I couldn't get her. And then he moves. Obviously, we're talking about couldn't get her on the phone, but it almost belies some sort of struggle he's had getting her. Earlier he said about through and pushing her through some. I said pushing her through something. He said pushing something through. Is there some struggling getting her into or getting her through and getting, dealing with that aspect? Is he remembering the physicality of struggling to have to get her, getting someone? When you get someone, what are you doing when you get them? Oh, he's getting me. Oh, he got me. That's facile language, but it's the language of combat and object disposal, isn't it, in a way? I don't like that.
there was no answer. I tried the mobile again, and no answer, so I couldn't get her. I started to get a bit panicky, I think.
Palumbo says their wife's friend had menopausal issues. She was missing for a couple of days. They were moving to a new home. She was found hiding in the attic of the new home. I mean, that's really hectic. And earlier on, he alluded to the loft in different ways with his language as well. There was the idea and the suggestion that he could have... we're going to look at all the different possibilities in the future. Today, I'm going to be just harsh on the idea that he might have... Him and potentially his mistress, who could either be Emma or the sister, have come into contact with Nicola. Nicola has not left the house and gone on the dog walk as suggested. That was a distraction. It was someone who looked or could pass for Nicola, treading her usual footsteps and then abandoning the dog and simply leaving the scene. Nicola, therefore, had come to some in that golden hour, like I say golden hour, it's not the right word, but in that hour, his special hour that he gets to himself, that's when everything's gone down, and he has in some way either hidden or disposed of Nicola, and he's done it in such a way that he feels confident about the search that the police will obviously conduct if they think she's by the river and has gone missing in that way, will not uncover. So it's something different to that, and he feels confident about it. It might even be that, like, check the loft, it might even be that he has not yet fully, made that move. So I think in the Madeleine McCann case, when I say I think, again, my spirit guide is telling me, and I don't know, because I don't know, do I? No one can know. But my spirit guide is telling me that she was moved, first, they moved her to, the first place they took her was the church, and they put her in the crypt of the church where obviously bodies are kept. And then later on, they moved her from that location and gave her a sea burial. So it could be that there's more than one location eventually that these crimes go through, but I think that's for today's episode. That's sort of the idea that I'm putting forward, and I'm looking for those evidences. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, the evidence is to say that would be the case in his language, which would be things that slip out that agree with what I've just said.
So that's when I thought, right, I'm going to have to go down there and see if she's all right. See.
This is an issue. I'm going to have to go down there and see if she's all right. And he's doing this. Okay, so remember that. Obviously, you can remember what I just described. Imagine this. Imagine his mistress is around the house. It might be Emma. I'm just going to say it's Emma from right now. It could be the sister. We're just putting conjecture out there. That's what this one's about. If you don't like it, you know, if I'm a bad, vile person on the internet, then it's okay. We can just not listen. But I'm putting the conjecture out there that, let's say, for example, he's going through these times, isn't he? You know, he's strict on these times. And let's say that the mistress has not been so strict. He's gone up to the office to have a shower, which you probably would do, wouldn't you? He's gone off to have his little shower, and then he's heard this commotion coming from downstairs. What is it? He's going to have to go down. He's going to have to go down, isn't he? Downstairs. I'm going to have to go down there. He's also describing the story of how he thinks he's going to have to go down to find Nicola. Down to the river to find Nicola. He didn't know that's where she was. He just assumed that's where she's gone missing or has not got... It's weird, isn't it? Like, let's say that she... At this point, she's not turned up. She's not come home yet. So he's going to have to go down there. Where's he going to have to go down? Well, she usually goes and drops the kids off to school and walks the dog and then comes back. So you're going down to the dog walk, aren't you? Yeah, but she might not be there because, like, she drops the kids off to the school, she does the dog walk and she comes back. You might pass her on the way. Like, why are you going down there? Like, it seems like you've got a specific place that you're going down to in your mind. I'm going to have to go down there. I'm going to have to go down the school. I'm going to have to go... Or maybe she's seeing someone else and you have to go down there and confront her or something like that. But it seems more logical from what you described earlier in your statement about going down to help Nikki when the kids need... You know, you come down from upstairs, your office or whatever, you come down and upstairs, like up and down. We're talking up and down again. I'm going to have to go down there and sort it out.
Quite late now, more late than usual. So I tried ringing her phone and there was no answer. I tried ringing her on WhatsApp and again there was no answer. I tried the mobile again and no answer, so I couldn't get her. I started to get a bit panicky, I think.
I'm wondering as well whether he said, I tried ringing her, no answer. I tried ringing her on WhatsApp and there was a small push of the tongue again. I'm wondering whether he uses WhatsApp to contact somebody else. Like, I used the mobile for Nikki and then there's no answer, so I used the WhatsApp to call somebody else, because on WhatsApp, that's my secret little somebody else. I don't want that on my call log. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's that. She attempted to threaten to take her own life 17 days before the police attended her home. She had depression associated with menopause and was drinking. This could well be the case. You know, this could well be the case, Tom. I don't know it for a fact. The police are pushing that line, and today's episode is red flags about Paul, so I'm not going to suddenly back off my Paul red flags simply because there is a viable theory that is coming up in the news, and hopefully we can, you know, investigate that as its own episode, especially because I've done a year's worth of mental health support content on the internet, and yeah, if you check out, like, I've referenced Mind already, haven't I? If you check out the channel that we're on here now, so if I just go YouTube, Super Chuffer, and the channels that I've made here, Mental Health Monday is one of the channels, and I've done a lot of videos about mental health support, so, like, I care about that, and if that's the case, then that's a totally different story, and we will cover it with the what's the word? We'll be careful, you know, we'll cover it with the respect it deserves. Absolutely. At the moment, I'm just throwing conjecture, aren't I, at this chuffer. Oh, they've changed the headline, look. Nicola Bulley, a high-risk missing person now. Is that right? Did I just reload it and instead of the alcohol thing, it changed the person? Am I tripping now? No, there's the alcohol issues one. Maybe later. Thanks. Had alcohol issues. No, yeah, it still had alcohol issues, yeah. It's quite a thing to be putting out there at this juncture, isn't it? And therefore, highly vulnerable doesn't necessarily mean definitely killed himself, but it means vulnerable, and it means problems in a relationship, and it means this interview doesn't come across well at all, because he never said that in this interview or anything like it. So it raises other red flags as well. Like, if I used to drink, okay, honest time out, just telling you about the truth. I used to drink quite heavily. I used to have a hairdressing salon. I was a hairdresser. I had my own business, and things were going quite well, and I was drinking as well. And so what would happen is, like, at the end of the day, about, like, let's say someone's in for a late night hair colour, like they're leaving at 7 in the afternoon or the evening. And I'm like, do you want a glass of wine? I'm going to have a bottle of beer while we wait for that colour to take. And then, like, at the end of work, I'd start, and then I'd hit the pub or something like that, have a few drinks. On the way home, I'd buy some cans. It got to the point where I'd drink all the cans, and then I'd be, like, drinking rum and other stuff at home, like having 8 cans of beer, having been to the pub, then drinking rum, and then, like, at the end of it all, getting smashed enough so that I could go to sleep, and then wake up the next day. Oh, I feel rough, but let's get into work late. But it's my own salon, so I could do what I want. Thank you very much. Someone else is going to open up the doors. I've given them the keys. Turn up a bit late, and then go through the whole cycle again. Basically, I feel like I need a drink at the end of the day. Start it up. In the end, I decided not to. I just knocked it all on the head, including the running the hairdressing salon. Just bin that off as well. Good decisions, good decisions. But I know what it's like to drink heavily and to feel vulnerable as well. I think I know from my personal experience about that. It doesn't mean that I was going to kill myself. In fact, it was a response to my depression that I was using to incorrectly, manage my depression, I suppose, in some ways. It was stress. You need relief from stress, and you self-medicate. You go down these problem roads. You become, like, a heavy drinker. It's not because heavy drinking is the best response, but it's what you're using as a crutch, so to speak, isn't it? In a way, alcohol causes depression. Absolutely. And I know other people that have suffered to the point of, like, it becomes a really serious thing when we're talking about alcoholism and suicide. It becomes really serious, and I will treat it with absolute respect and seriousness. I'm also not going to say that everyone that drinks is therefore suicidal, and I'm not going to say that in this case, like, what it does is it absolves Paul of responsibility, and it absolves the police of responsibility. And if it was the truth that she had committed suicide because of alcoholism, then it would be a terrible tragedy. But it could also be the case that someone in your life is a problem and you want rid of them, and the problem is that they're drinking and that they're causing disturbance or disruption, and you've gone off them because they're not. Like, does he still have the same relationship with his wife, this pillar of strength that he's describing, or is that somebody else in his life now, and does he want rid of her? And as she's vulnerable, does it make it easier for them to be rid of her? Got some interesting ideas in chat here. You got the CCTV footage of her walking from the school to the field. I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen it. I'd like to see it. With all those things said, I feel cautious about persisting with today's episode, where I continue to raise red flags about Paul's interview. But I think I should, and I think I will continue with this episode and look at the friend. And then we'll see what happens with this news. Bear in mind, it's a report that something has been reported from the family. Reported by a police spokesman. So, again, you're going to take what I say with a pinch of salt. I'm going to take that with a slight pinch of salt as well, which is, I wonder who's saying it. I wonder why it's come out at this juncture. And I wonder how it affects the truth of what may or may not have happened with Nicola. The other thing that I did question, when I'll say this before we move on, is if you were considering, and I've been corrected about this, I suppose, but I would say that if you are considering, like, if you're suicidal, I know that people who are suicidal make plans and want things to be, the idea that everything was all ready that morning might indicate that she'd made this plan. The kids are all ready to go, everything was all done to a T this morning because she was going to disappear, and she just wanted to, there's that aspect of it. But the leaving the dog leaving the leash by the river, leaving your phone there. The phone is the only thing I could accept because it's a connection with this life that you're abandoning. But the way the dog lead was abandoned, like, unless you're having an actual break point and you're just saying, like, all things considered, fuck it, like, that could be the case. In that case, I would have expected when eyewitnesses that had seen Nicola, they would have seen her in some case state of distress, maybe crying, maybe, she would have seemed in some state of distress, and that you were then sitting on that bench having these thoughts, and you've decided to abandon it. So then you need to go to the nearest place where you can immediately, disappear yourself. But you won't take the evidence of the phone and the lead, so you won't be disappeared. So people will all be looking in this particular place. It feels that you would want to... Oh, I've got to let the cat in. It feels that you would want to disappear. Sorry, when I hear the call of an animal, oosh, I've got to respond. It feels that you would, like suicide like this, the fact she's disappeared, why would you leave those 2 key pieces of evidence? Why would you do that? That seems strange to me. And then on the flip side of that, it's all potentially possible. It's all potentially possible. The only thing that they would then say is that the river search should become much more important, and that searching that point of the river where it becomes more dangerous would become more important. But didn't the police do a good job of that? And didn't Paul himself say that he didn't think she was in the river? So then what are we saying? You've wandered off because in your alcoholic stupor you've decided to leave your phone, and in the 10 minutes it's taken between you dropped off the kids and you've got to that bench, you've completely lost it all and decided to just wander off somewhere and not being seen on any CCTV either. It still doesn't ring completely true. It still is difficult as a concept. In fact, I would be more happy with the idea that you drop the kids off at school, you drop the dog home maybe, and then gone off and disappeared. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel it difficult. And yeah, the time and dates of the camera footage, I want to know how they're verifying this alibi as well. We'll go back to this then. So if that becomes a realistic aspect of it, then we will examine it in its due course. I've said a bit about it there. I want to push on with because today's episode is red flags about Paul, and I don't control the news media, and I do worry that the news media try and control the narrative. I think that's quite important actually, before we just get off that point as well, is that the mainstream media, I'll just try and say this in a quick way, they didn't want anyone wandering around with their phones, did they? They don't want any TikTokers there. They don't want any YouTubers. I'm not a strict true crime. I'm a super chuffer. I'll chuff about anything. But I'm not, I'm variety content. But with true crime channels and TikTokers and they didn't want them there, did they? The police don't want them there. And the news people, on the other hand, are all allowed there. There's 10 news companies. There's 10 vans. They're all with their cameras and the reporters. And the reporters are down there making reports. Look, if I do this, if I just press Google Nicola Bulley, if I just do that, Google Nicola Bulley and then press videos like this, then you're going to see videos here made by reporters who are just down there with their phone. They're just out there with their mobile phone making a video, like every other normal person that wanted to go down there and do it. But some people are more important and special than others. They're the official reporters that come with the news media that are paid by a certain, rich oligarch, aren't they? The mainstream news media that all feed from the same trough, they're allowed down there, but independent people are not. They've got drones, they've got everything, they're allowed down there with all that, but independent people not. You're not encouraged to do this. You're discouraged from doing it. And if you come up with different ideas on the internet, if you talk about different things, and they've actually spun it, they've made it sound really awful. So let's say some girl goes down with her phone to do I live nearby, this is the route Nicola Bulley took, and they post it on TikTok. Now they're a vile social media conspiracy person doing vile conspiracy on social media. Vile, horrible, hate the family, I hate those kids, I don't care about those kids' feelings, I hate the kids. In fact, I care about the kids. I want them to know what happened to their mother. So I want the story to be exhaustively covered so that we can find the truth. So yeah, they propaganda, that's a good word, isn't it? They propaganda, they really make the social media people look bad. And why do they, and some, okay, let's be fair, some people from social media might be a bit crass and they might break into a building they're not supposed to go into, and the police have got more trouble then. Oh, it's more difficult for the police now. If the police have got too much job on their hands with two jobs, then hire more police. Fund the police better. Don't complain at me because I want to go and film something on my phone. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm not even down there. I'm just doing it on the internet from home. So I don't feel that I am vile media. I feel that I'm good, honest media, real people. And I think there's a dangerous precedent being set where in this story, in the modern world now, you know, with Madeleine McCann, we couldn't control the story. What happened with Madeleine McCann was that the news media controlled the story, and then later on the internet got going and all these other ideas and theories came up, didn't they? Do you remember? You do remember, don't you? It's all on the internet now. These days, if a story gets going, the news media try and control it, and the internet have their say. And sometimes the truth is on the internet, not necessarily on the mainstream media, and they don't want that, do they? They do not want that. I like the BBC because they're as independent as I can find, but you know, I don't find that, like, this article's not got the person who wrote. Although, yeah, they have got. Look, Lauren Hurst and Monica Rimmer have written it. Good. At least we can verify that. I find it very difficult to accept that the mainstream media would say, this is the line, toe the line, accept it. We're saying that she's got alcohol problems. We're not saying she's committed suicide. You're to infer that. Now go out social media and do your job. Tell everyone what we're, you know, find it very difficult to countenance the idea that they should tell me how to behave and what I should say. So I'm going to continue with today's episode, but I do take that all very seriously. So I hope that she's okay in the main. That's the main thing we hope for, but I still worry. And it's even double worrying, isn't it? It's double worrying because he's not telling us that she's got these problems. Why wouldn't you say that? How is Nicola? What's she like? Oh, she does have problems. She might be looking for an alcoholic drink somewhere. Like, I'm not saying she's an alcoholic, but she's suffering at the moment with this damn menopause. Like, and it's been up and down. Like, why not say that?
So that's when I thought, right, I'm going to have to go down there and see if she's all right, you know.
I'm going to have to go down there and see if she's all right. So in one case, it could be that you're going down to the field to see if Nicola is all right. In that case, it might be that she's, you know, feeling depressed and that all fits now with this, in which case, why didn't you say that? Or in another case, it might be that she's having a row with someone downstairs in your house and someone's hitting her with something, or she's being hit with something, and you're going to have to go down and see what's going on. And you weren't really prepared for that because you were upstairs still in bed.
See if I can see the car or you know, see what's going on, but I still...
Looking to see if I can see the car and see if what's going on. It might be that when you heard this commotion downstairs, you opened the window of your bedroom and looked out of the bedroom window to see if Nicola had arrived home. If her car's back. Is her car back? It might be that. 45 is young for the menopause, yeah? I don't know. See, again, I'm not able to now investigate that aspect. Like, I believe it takes more care, and you're going to bring things up in chat, and by all means do. You know, I tell you what, the chat and the comments on the last video have raised some really interesting points, so by all means do. But I'm going to have to just like be careful about. I'm going to continue with what my line is here, and I'm going to have to be careful about facts about alcoholism and menopause that I don't actually know the answer to those questions, so I don't know.
Expected that I'd just get there and just, oh, there she is, you know. So I go to the gym on a Friday lunchtime.
We've been through this, haven't we? He goes to the gym on a Friday. So you didn't go to the gym on this Friday, though, did you? Obviously not. But we've been through this changing of the clothes business. This is just a massive red flag.
So I quickly got my gym stuff on, because I just thought, basically, I'm going to go out, find her, come home, do a bit of work.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah.
And now, in hindsight, this is all dodgy, because he's doing that thing for the gate in the hands. Find her, go out, carry on. Like, and he's doing that thing with, he's given us the body language signal that he uses later about a gate.
Because I just thought, basically, I'm going to go out
to the gate.
Find her, come home.
Drop off the dog and the lead, come home.
Do a bit of work.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah.
Do a bit of work. Do a bit of work. Proper bit of work. And then get on with my day. Do a bit of work. What bit of work are you doing when you get home? I find this all... Don't like it here. And who is we? We're about to leave. Let's see that.
Friday lunchtime. So I quickly got my gym stuff on, because I just thought, basically, I'm going to go out, find her, come home, do a bit of work.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, lunchtime, go to the gym. We're going to leave.
I don't know if he says we. People think he says we. I want to do it with the subtitles, and it will say...
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, lunchtime, go to the gym. We're going to leave.
We're going to leave. Or is it was going to leave? I was going to leave. Or up north, just say, you know, like, was going to leave. We're going to leave. And then, no, but I agree. The subtitles say we were going to leave. And it doesn't, it's not confidence of I was doing this, I did that, I. Some people, I is their favourite letter of the alphabet. They think the alphabet starts with I. Every sentence does. I this, I that. Yeah,
we're going to leave.
Was going to leave. Or was it just was going to leave? I could slow it down, but then he's just going to be like, we're going to leave. So that's kind of useless, but I'll do it anyway.
We're going to leave.
We're going to leave. We're going to leave. Thank you very much, chat. Thank you very much. In comments, if you left a comment on my previous video saying this, like 6 stars. Was going to be 5 stars, but we put an extra one on. 6-star Hogans. 6-star Hogans. We're going to leave. This is this thing, I think, you're conflating, you're confusing in your head what you're telling the people happened and what really happened. We're going to leave. And in this whole little section, we've got the idea that you're at home. You've got out of bed because the normal routine is happening. Nicola has got everything ready. The school meals are, the lunch boxes are done. The kids have got their hats on. They're eating their breakfast. The breakfast is tidied away. And you get up, and what you have to do is watch the kids so that Nicola can go upstairs and get changed. You would normally put them in the car, but you didn't actually specifically say that. You just, and you're not even on the CCTV doing that. But Nicola comes down. She takes the kids to school. You've got your special hour to yourself where you have a cup of tea, which takes an hour. And by the time the hour is up, is not only been drunk, but it's cold. I need a cup of tea now. I need another drink. I might have to just pop and get one in just a second. But yeah, so you've got this magic hour to yourself. And usually Nikki gets home about, 10 o'clock. So you make sure that you're done in that magic hour, whatever you're doing, because you want to run up and hide in your office when she gets back. You told us that. And then she doesn't come back. You're up in your office, setting up your day, doing some emails. She doesn't come back, so you get worried. And you're so worried, you decide that you're going to have to go down to the school, to the dog walk, somewhere, and find her. Find her is the language that's used again. It's not like... Now that's the language we use now because we're looking for her, to find her. Again, that's an issue. And then before you do that, you think, I'm going to change my clothes, which I'm not actually wearing because I didn't get out of bed, did I? Like, well, hang on. Have I got up? He didn't mention I get up, I have a shower, I put on my clothes, I'm ready for work. When I'm working behind my computer, I'm always wearing my full deck of clothes. Like, and let's be fair, does anyone we've all been at home over the COVID years, haven't we? Does anyone really feel like having the shower, doing the hair, getting the clothes? Like, you're going to sit at the computer and do a few emails. It's 10 o'clock, you're having a cup of tea. You're in your dressing gown, mate. Come on. And so, going through that process anyway, and then somehow you're fully dressed. And then it's 10:15, she's not here. You've decided you're going to have to go down there. So before you do, you change into your gym clothes. What are your gym clothes? What are your gym clothes? What is this madness? Do they not have changing rooms at the gym? What are gym clothes? I need to know. You're not wearing these sort of clothes. Nicola wears these sort of clothes probably. She's got gym clothes. Men don't have gym clothes like that. You wear a pair of shorts or whatever, don't you, at the gym? These are all women's clothes that have come up, gym clothes. Bit weird. It's all women's clothes, gym clothes. What about men's gym clothes then? Men gym clothes. Hello. They're not gym clothes. Don't know what kind of gym you're going to, Sunny Gym. What is it? Just like sports tracksuit, gym clothes. So you change into them and then you go, I don't know, now listen, right, I don't go to the gym a lot, and I only ever used to train when I was a sport, like I used to do sport, and I used to be forced to train, but they're a good few years ago now, so gym clothes to me is like shorts and a t-shirt, maybe some trainers, and I wouldn't put the trainers on if I was at home, would I? I'd just be already not wearing shoes. So are you telling me that you get up in the morning on the day you go to the gym, and also do you need, like, you go to the gym and you sweat, yeah, and you're all sweaty, so then what do? You have a shower and then you change back into your normal clothes, don't you? So don't you have like a gym bag, and in that bag, isn't it got your gym clothes, so that you turn up at the gym in normal clothes, then you do the gym and you're sweaty, then you have a shower and then you put on your normal clothes? Like, isn't that the order of play? Or do you just turn up in these special gym kit and then you do your gym stuff and then you're all sweaty and then you get in the car and go home? Is that the way it works? But for this chuffer, not this chuffer, this chuffer, he's decided that at 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:15, he's going to be going to the gym later. After he's come home, remember he says he's going to go and look for her and then come home and do some work and then go to the gym. So his plan is, I'm going to go out and look for my wife. Not wife. I'm going to go out and look for my my girlfriend, right? Hello, Acoustic Gymnastics. I'm going to go out and look for the longest constants on YouTube. I'm going to go out and look for my wife, but I'm going to get changed into like a tracksuit first. If I was that agitated, if I was that eggy, I wouldn't get changed. I'd just go out in whatever. There's no reason to change into your gym clothes before you leave the house. Why are you saying it here? Even if it's part of the story, right? Let's say it's the truth. Let's say I got changed into my gym clothes before I went down to see if she was there. She wasn't there, I found the dog. Yeah? And all this business. When I'm telling you this story, okay, I'm going to say, so you're going to say, what happened on that day? And you're going to go, well, she went to school, take the kids, all that business. Like, because he's asked you about that. And then you're going to say, look, and then she didn't come home, and I got eggy, and I went down there. Like, clothes are irrelevant. Let's say I changed my clothes. Let's say I was wearing my special hat. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to go down from the point in the story where I was eggy, and I'm like, where is she? To the point where I'm down there. I'm down there, or like, eggy's the wrong word, isn't it? Eggy's like angry, like, agitated, scared, worried, anxious, whatever. Then I'm down. I'm not like that. I decided to wear my favourite jacket, or like thought that it was a bit muddy for my shoes. Like, I'm just down there. And then I was down there and I found the lead and she wasn't there, and like, this is terrible. Those are the bits that stand out, the big things. She's missing. I'm scared. Where is she? Not fucking, I was wearing my shorts with my Thomas the Tank Engine shorts. I was wearing my Mr. Man hat. Like, that's not what's important. But for him, in this telling of the story, it's a critical point. What kind of clothes he was wearing when he went down to the river to be alerted by these people. Because at this point, when he gets there, bear in mind, he arrives at the river. There's an incongruence here. He's not gone out on his own volition, turned up and found the dog. That's not what happened. He's telling us he's already getting ready to leave. We're going to leave, he said. Remember, yeah, we're going to leave. We're going to leave. Let's speed him back up. Playback speed.
And the phone rang.
Then the phone rang.
It was,
and then I pressed that button, which was the wrong button to press.
Always has been.
Then the phone rang.
But I just thought, basically, I'm going to go out, find her, come home, do a bit of work.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, lunchtime.
He's going to go out, find her, do a bit of work, and come home. So he's decided to get changed into his gym clothes to do that, which is weird in itself, because you're not going to the gym, you're going out to find her, do a bit of work, and then come home, or whatever, yeah?
And go to the
and
gym.
that didn't happen.
We're going to leave.
We were going to leave.
And then the phone rang.
And then the phone rang, and that's where you get the phone call. We found your dog. Please come and collect your dog. Also, where's your missus? And he's like, where's my missus? And they're like, no, mate, where's your missus? Like, Jesus. Like, So you didn't go out to look for her in your gym clothes as planned. Someone had to call you up and say, come out. It's just such a lovely coincidence for him, isn't it? That he was already on the way out. Oh, you want me to come and look for my wife? Well, I was already coming to do that. Surprise, surprise. Isn't that a coincidence? I was already coming to do that. Matches with my story. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And what actually happened? Let me tell you what actually happened, yeah? Let me tell you, my spirit guide is telling me. What actually happened is that the people who found the dog and the phone and went to the school and that, when he's turned up, he's wearing gym clothes. That's a fact. He's told us. They will verify it. He knows he can't say anything else. He knows if they were to say, was there anything strange about Paul that day? Well, he was wearing his shorts and it's particularly cold. He was wearing those gym clothes and it's 10:30 in the day. What's he doing dressed like he's going for a run? Like they would describe Paul, he's wearing these clothes. So he can't lie about that. He can't say, I was wearing a top hat and a fucking, put on my tuxedo. They're going to spot it. Yeah, you said tuxedo. Don't remember him wearing a tuxedo, do you? No, I remember him wearing gym clothes. So gym clothes is out there. It's a fact. He's been seen. He knows he's been seen wearing the gym clothes when he turned up. He knows that if it's on CCTV, he's going to be wearing the gym clothes. So he's got to find a way in his story of explaining why he's wearing gym clothes in his mind. I don't have to make him find a way. I don't need him to find a way of explaining the gym clothes because I don't care what you wear, Paul. Gym clothes is fine. If you turned up wearing gym clothes, it's not an issue to me. But to him, it's an issue because to him, it's like, oh, that's a bit weird. Why am I wearing gym clothes? I'd better find a way of explaining it. My way of explaining it is that because I was going to the gym, I changed into them. But then he told us he wasn't going to the gym. He was going to come home. And that because he goes to the gym on Fridays, at some point, I don't know what, he's going to be, no. Flag, wavy flag, red flag. Paul felt necessary to change his clothes from what he was wearing at 10 o'clock in the morning to what he was wearing at 10:15 in his story. Like in between the hours of when I got up and then when I went out, I had to put on my gym clothes. And in his story, he was wearing other clothes before that, whatever it was. Something's happened in that golden hour. The evidence is on your clothes. So you've changed them and got rid of them. And what have you put on? You've put on these gym clothes. That's what your choice has been at the time. It might not have been the best choice, but that's the choice you made. Maybe they were handy, clean, in the bag. Maybe it was a quick choice. And then you're wearing these clothes and you've gone about the rest of your business and it's become a fact in the story, a fact that you're wearing these gym clothes. So now you've tried to explain why you're wearing the gym clothes. That would work, wouldn't it? If you were doing like a murder case and the murderer had changed their clothes, you'd say, I wish we had those clothes. I wonder if there's any evidence on them. I said this yesterday, but the other day, but I find that incredible. Like, and now that he's saying it this way, I find, there's another red flag for me. I don't know about Hitman and stuff like that. I think with crimes of passion, the reason that 90% of these crimes or 98% or whatever they are done by people that know the victim is because it's passion, it's rage, it's anger, it's volatility. It's not usually carefully planned and scripted out. And I think even if it were planned, the planning would probably come in this case after something's happened. Then it's kicked off. Nicola's ended up dead. Then the planning has gone into how we get away with it, so to speak. I don't think it's been like a week of planning how to murder my wife and then I've gone into action. Although that could happen. Again, that's born of resentment though, isn't it? It's born of this brooding resentment. People don't often... like if you were going to get hitmen and all that sort of thing involved, it's much more cold and dispassionate. They're the sort of crimes that are gangs and that money's involved. We don't care about feelings. Like we're just going to do the things that need to be done because of the rules of the game, so to speak. And hitmen and people like that, there's another problem with it is that leaves a twofold trail. You've got to pay them and they know everything. So you're susceptible to guilt coming out. Someone could grass you up. So you need like either extreme confidence in your hitman or total anonymity. And I don't know if Paul has been able to, like, working on your own at home in your underwear on your laptop. Like, where'd you find the time to organise this? Are you on the dark web arranging hitmen, Paul? I don't see it. I think he's more likely on Pornhub, like, than the Silk Road. Anyway, that's Paul wouldn't make the body to be found eventually because he needs insurance money. I mean, I'm arguing the case here that she is still either in the house or in that farm area north of that park in some way. I'm arguing that she didn't leave the house. I'm arguing that it went down at the house and that Paul was caught with his pants down, or that she said she wanted to leave and told him to leave, and that there's been some sort of, row at the house. I'm even bringing that Emma into it a bit today as well as part of it. I'm not sure about Emma. I'm not sure about him and the sister either. But these are just like red flags and ideas. So I did say at the start that she's under the floor in the attic. Exactly, like there are things that have pointed to that thus far. Let's let him talk on. I'm going to grab a quick refresher of my drink and I'm going to carry on laying into the chuffer.
And it was the school, and it was the receptionist at school, and she said, Mr. Ansell, it's a bit of a weird one. Hello. So it's a bit of a weird one, but we've found Willow and Nicky's phone on the bench, and the harness halfway down the embankment on the floor. So,
you're already worried at this point.
Yeah, because I'm just about to leave. So I've got my gym stuff on. I'm about to leave, thinking I'm gonna see her, pass her, get there and find her. Then I get that call, and in an instant, it's like your whole.
Of course.
It's like your whole. It's like a hole, like a big hole.
I'm about.
Obviously, we've got the dog here. We talked about it the other day. The dog is anxiously trying to move away from him, and he's holding the dog's chest. Like the dog's back end is towards him, which is a sign of submission. But it's anxiety, the panting. Yeah, don't like the dog here.
Worried.
So,
you're already worried at this point.
Yeah, because I'm just about to leave. So I've got my gym stuff on. I'm about to leave.
He reiterates about that gym stuff.
Thinking I'm gonna see her, pass her, get there and find her. Then
see her, pass her, get there and find her. That's what he thought he was doing. He was going to go and see her, pass her, get there and find her. And all this time, he's not been alerted by the school yet. So all this time, she's just a little bit late coming home. So he's managed to get himself in his gym kit and he's going to go down there, see her, find her, pass her. Like, what? Pass her. Pass me that. To me, to you. Find her. What?
I get that call, and in an instant.
And then he says, I get that call, and he points like down at the floor, and he does this with his hand in an instant. I almost feel a lot of the time his body language is pointing down at something, or is pushing down, and like this idea of hidden, covered, or some sort of struggle where he's like, on top and pushing down, and he's doing this with his hand again. I agree with the chat here, Amanda, saying about resenting the kids and wanting freedom, and he doesn't have a good body language around the kids. We did discuss that in the last episode, so I'm not going to wave it again too much as a flag, but when he mentions the kids, he has a sneer on his face, and he discusses them as the children, and says that we do everything together, meaning I don't have any free time, and like, there's all sorts of red flags around that, yeah.
It's like your whole...
Of course.
He doesn't finish that sentence, it's like your whole.
See her, pass her, get there and find her. Then I get that call, and in an instant, it's like your whole...
Of course.
And the reason he doesn't, in my, today's red flag waiver of an episode, is because it's like your whole... Oh, don't say hole. Do you remember when we put her in that hole? Yeah, don't say that.
Because I knew straight away that it wasn't normal.
I knew straight away that it wasn't normal. Now we're talking about the phone call and stuff. So again, I'm trying to work on these two levels. I'm trying to say what he's saying and his body language about what he's saying, but I'm trying to say in your subconscious, something's screaming to get out, and it kind of comes through.
I mean, like, because I said, well, where is she? And
it's not normal. So I said, well, where is she? Again, this idea that she might have come home early and surprised you. Oh shit, Nikki's here. What? Well, where is she? It's not normal. What's she doing here? We haven't got the full hour. What?
But they can't find her. So I also know that she would never in a million years leave Willow. Like, Willow is like our third child. So I know, like, she'd never... Like, the fact that Willow's just in the field on her own, off the lead, obviously extremely concerning.
Extremely concerning. It's a big swallow there, because the reason that Willow's off the lead in the field with the big swallow and the phone is there is this is their decoy, isn't it? So he's making the point there. Like, I don't know what's happening here. I don't know why Willow's off the lead and in the field. That's extremely concerning. So that seems like worrying, doesn't it? Because it's like he isn't offering everything else. He's offered us some sort of explanation as to why these things are happening or what is going on. And then with this, he's like completely like, you work that out. What could that mean? What could it mean?
So obviously, just in a mad panic then. You know,
He's just in a mad panic then.
Because it's... I got hit by that weird...
I got hit by that.
Because it's... I got hit by that weird...
So, where is she? I got hit. I'm in a mad panic. Are these not the true feelings of someone who's been caught out? Did he get hit? Did Nicola come in and start punching people, this pillar of strength? Did she come in, was she punching Nicky, or did she punch him on the side of the face? I got hit, and he gestures where people have been saying he's got this mark on his face, which I don't think is just an indentation on the side of his face that casts a shadow. I think it also comes down to this cheek a little bit here as well, and this is 2 weeks after the event. But I got hit, and he gestures to his face.
Weird. It's like, obviously, I'm just in a mad panic then, because it's... I got hit by that weird... It's like your world just drops out.
It's like your world just drops out. Something drops out. It does feel like that when shit goes down. I'll tell you what, I haven't had those feelings. So, like, with grief, it can feel like that if you learn someone dies and it's a shock and it's a surprise. If you're prepared for it, it doesn't feel as vacuous, as much of a vacuum. But his world has just dropped out. He's describing the moment. You're right in chat there. No tears. Like, if I was to describe to you within 2 weeks of my world dropping out, what it feels like for my world to drop out, I talk about, like, I even trying to think about it now is making me feel like I might get emotional, but I talk about the death of my loved ones on the stream sometimes, and I cry because it hurts. And that's not even they're missing and I don't know, and I'm being interviewed on the tech. Like, where's the emotion? Your world drops out. And I'll tell you something, I don't know if you've ever had these feelings. If someone has ever told you, I'm leaving you, or it's over, or you've seen something on their phone, or God, they've seen something on yours. But, your world can drop out in a moment because everything that was an illusion is seen for real all of a sudden, or something like that, yeah? All of a sudden, like, the mirror is broken and the pieces cannot go back together. The world is dropped out and you know it, and you can't, like, there's no guarding or pretending or getting around it, is there? Like, I know that feeling, like your world drops out. That could also be the moment where your significant other catches you in the act of an affair, or tells you that she wants you to leave the house. Like, I'm going to take the kids to school. When I return, I want you gone. Like, these sort of things could be the case, couldn't they? Saying that she's missing and she's not on the dog walk. Yeah. I think there is a point where your world might drop, or is it more gradual? Does the panic start to increase as the tension is raised, as she, like, isn't here and the day goes on and it gets worse and worse? Or is it a bang, your world has dropped out? We found Nicola's phone. Bang, my world has dropped out. Is it that for this? Is it that for this? I don't know, really. I'm not 100 on that. Hang on, where's my background music? Have been without background music? Sans music for ages. I better have, haven't I? I like to have this relaxing background music on when I stream, and someone said about it in the chat. They were like, I don't know about the music, but I do. I know about the music, and I'll tell you for why. It's because it relaxes me. Let's try this one.
If anyone knows a thing...
I don't want no chuffing of an advert. It relaxes me, so... I like my relaxing Genshin Impact music on in the background, thank you. Yes, Tommy's asking what do I think happened to her. I will quickly say, again, I've been mentioning it a couple of times, today's episode is the building the case, based on this interview, that Paul has been either discovered cheating or discovered her, like the relationship is over all at once in this moment, and Nicola has come home from dropping the kids off at school, and I'm assuming that, I'm thinking, or it happened before she left. No, before she left, isn't it? It's before she left to take the kids to school. Something has happened maybe, or she's come home. Like, it's all a bit confused in my mind there. I mean, I don't know exactly, but there's been some sort of dispute. Nicola's come off worse to the point where she's dead, and her body's been hidden somewhere close to home, while the police are sent on a wild goose chase looking for her all over the place. With the idea, the Mad Now McCann idea again, that people might be on your side, you know, Find Nikki campaign starts to get going, the media start to get interested. At first you might hope it just disappears without much talk, but now it's become a thing, and you maybe seek to profit off it in some way, or at least keep that smoke screen blowing so that you can get away with it. That's what I'm saying is today's red flags. It might not be the case. You know, she might have wandered off on her own, depressed and suicidal. That might be the case. I'm going to do a tier list, depending on how the case goes, because, you know, she might turn up, but I want to do a tier list of, like, I want to name all the different ideas, and then I want to do a tier list of them. So before we do that, I'm going to exhaust this red flag waving first.
Because you know something's weird has happened.
You know something weird has happened, he says, nodding his head. Maybe I don't need the music in the background. It wasn't that, was it? That wasn't what I was listening to, that one. Let me... There's one that I choose that's the one. It's this one. I came to the end of it. Okay, there we go. Yes, to know something weird has happened.
So, because you know something's weird has happened.
He can't say it, but he's nodding his head and said weird. Instead, he's gone for weird.
Your will just drops out because you know something's weird has happened. So I got in the car, drove down there.
So I got in the car, drove down there.
Ran down the river.
Ran down the river.
To where the bench is. Somebody had...
Ran down the river to where the bench is. Is that what you do? We looked at that walk earlier. Ran down the river. Where'd you park? How are you running down to the river? Have you parked up here? I'd like to know that. I'd like to know how he naturally approached this, because she's supposed to have left the car here and walked up this road, which we saw in that video, and then it's off on this little lane. It's not, you know, you can be seen and you can see out while you're walking on this, and it passes by the caravan park, and then it's out to the river at the bench. So when you're running down to the river, I wonder where you're running from. But anyway, you're arriving here at this bench. Probably not coming from the north side, are you, from the caravan park? Or maybe you did park there. I mean, I don't know. If I was worried and I had to get down to this bench, and that's where I was told, you know, the bench by the river, then what I would do is I'd drive my car down and I would just jaff it in right there. I don't care about no parking. I don't give a fuck. I'm worried about my wife. So I'm just jaffing it in there, emergency lights on, and I'm running down the path here, and then I'm over the gate like everyone else, and I'm on the scene here, I suppose.
Willow, and obviously there was a few other dog walkers there and stuff like that. Handed me Willow, handed me Nicky's phone.
That always concerns me. I'm still not 100 on this. Handed me Willow, handed me Nicola's. I'm glad that I've got this time I'm able to do it on a YouTube upload, so I'm able to give us the exact frame. Handed me Nicola's phone gets this expression. this expression of horror. At first I thought that was like there's a little bit of the sneering of the nose, bit of that, which would indicate contempt. So the woman who handed him the phone, he's thinking you're a fucking idiot. And why would you think that? Is because like you're giving the person who is committing the crime one of the vital pieces of evidence to tamper with. So that's stupid, isn't it? You shouldn't be giving it to me, you should be giving it to the police. Maybe. But I don't know about that now. I see it as some sort of look of horror. Amanda, when Prince Andrew said, when I'm at home I have the kids, if it's the other way around. Yeah, Prince Andrew said, sorry, my brain's starting to slow a little now. Prince Andrew said, and if I go to my channel again on YouTube, you chuffer. I'll do my own YouTube and call it you chuffer. Super chuffer, your channel, the channel, and I go to lives over here. We did a Prince Andrew episode. I got the forensic psychology stylings of Steve of the Dead to help me through it, and we talked about Prince Andrew and all that. Did an episode on that. It's interesting. And yeah, I don't like Prince Andrew's body language in his thing, and that is what he does there is just as little, just to say I agree, is that he uses the language like that says, well, I would have been there. I should, according to the diary, that's what I should have been doing. It's not saying I did it or I'm not doing it. I was there, I wasn't. It's saying that according to this, I might have probably should have been. So therefore I was. Like, no, not logically, therefore I was. Either you was or you wasn't, you chuffer. Like, it's total, like, it just signals a lie. Paul Ansell here. What is this look of horror? What is this? What is this look of horror? And good point, Tommy. If she'd run away, there'd be some sort of CCTV because she wouldn't be cared about that. She wouldn't have thought about it. She'd have just walked through it. Probably on one of those routes that she'd already taken, unless she'd gone directly to the river. But again, it's too shallow. So we're suggesting that she swum down river. Something like she swum now. I don't know, man. I don't know. She swam to the sea, yeah. Like, it could be that, couldn't it? She swam out to sea. Like, she turned into a mermaid and fluted off. What is this one is a micro expression. So what it means is that this is something that's come through that he couldn't keep in. This is not like what he wanted to show us.
With the dog walkers there and stuff.
Like, all the time
like
he's got
that.
this very controlled, almost Botox brow,
Handed me Willow, handed me Nicky's phone.
And then handed me Nicky's phone, got that like flash. And like, I think with body language, there's different ways and levels of it, right? And I think one important level is to be instinctive. I might be wrong, and other people can critique, and other people might be more expert or less or whatever, but I think instinctive is important. So instinctively, I see it as a look of horror. It's almost like the 1,000-yard stare, isn't it? A look of absolute horror. Maybe that is the shock, the trauma. Maybe it's the trauma. Maybe handing me Nicky's phone is the moment it became real. Giving him the benefit of the doubt there. Maybe handing me Nicky's phone, he thought there's no way she'd leave this phone. Now there's problems. Or is it another aspect of horror? Is it he's seen something horrific? Is there something to do with the phone? The police have been saying this stuff, haven't they, Kristen? Yeah. And this is not today's episode, so we'll investigate that on another episode. But I do worry that the police could be trying to drive their own narrative. Having failed to turn up any real evidence of anything, would be quite happy to bite that story and be like, yes, let's have that. It absolves everyone of anything. I'm not here to absolve anyone of anything. I'm here to try and question all the story until we find something that's not watertight, that doesn't make sense. Especially with people who are giving their testimony in their actual language and their actual, the physicality of them being on camera. I'm quite happy to do that. That's something I'm quite happy to do. I'm a normal person on the internet that wants to talk about this interview that's on the telly. I think that's fine. So, I'm also a bit of a body language analyst. Maybe I could claim some, I could do a whole, I'm a good body language chuffer with my psychology, but just like quite happy to be a normal sort of person, just having a chat really, but.
His phone. I still expected, obviously, to just have a look around and, well, there she is, or there she is.
Still expecting now, after he's received the phone, to just look around and say, there she is, or there she is. And this is problem. I don't see the body language because of the way it's cut off, but I believe that's indicative of that she's actually over wherever. Like, if you're going to look somewhere, follow the line of his hand where he's just done that. There she is. There she is. In fact, he does it in more than one place, doesn't he? This is just a flag now, a big, huge flag. Has he cut her up into pieces?
I did, obviously, to just have a look around and, well, there she is, or there she is.
There she is, or there she is. So 2 different places now that she is. That's, I believe, his subconscious saying, there she is. And he's doing his hand down like that. Like, packed down, under, packed away. I feel like there's a hole involved. There she is, or there she is. And he expects somebody to say that, you know, there she is. So, telling us that emotionally he's suppressed the panic to the point where he expects her to be found. He hasn't... This confuses the fuck out of me. I've been in many situations in my life, and I've been in a couple that have been so emotionally traumatic that, like, my bottom of my world dropped out. And then after that, I wasn't hoping there she is or there she is. I was done. Yeah? And, like, he's saying that he still had the hope, and he was still looking for her, and he was still thinking, oh, she might just be around the corner. There she is or there she is. He's telling us that as a story, but a minute ago he told us the bottom of his world had dropped out the moment he handed the phone. These things are happening seconds apart. How is this real?
Where the bench is, somebody had Willow, and obviously there was a few other dog walkers there and stuff like that. Handed me Willow, handed me Nicky's phone. I still expected, obviously, to just have a look around and, well, there she is, or there she is. So, you know, we're all looking. I'm like...
Sorry, his bottom dropped out when he had the phone call earlier, didn't it? When they said that they'd found this stuff. His bottom dropped out when they had the phone call. Like, I don't see that he's maintaining... In his story, his emotional state is not maintained... Like, we look for incongruences and inconsistencies in the story, so this is a red flag. His mental state is not maintaining what he said it was. He said his bottom had dropped out of his world, so he had to get down there quick to look for her. He ran down the river, and when he got there, he was hoping she'd still be there and he could still see her and everything was fine. I'm not very happy with this.
There she is. So, you know, we're all looking. I'm like walking off into the field that way, like looking around the corners.
I'm walking off up into the field that way, looking around the corners. So she's obviously not up in the field in the corners then, because, like, you wouldn't immediately tell us where you hid her, would you, on your little walk? Or maybe you take that area because you don't want anyone else to look there. I'll take the corner. You don't have to look here. Like, maybe that. 2 ways of looking at that. Immediately not checking the river, not drawn to the river, not anxious about the river, not she's depressed and she's alcoholic and she's wandered off to, you know, the river. Not that. You're off up the fields and the hedges. That's what you're telling me. So what does that tell me? Like, if that's the truth and you're off... I mean, it is the truth because we know what he did because the other witnesses were there then. So he can't lie about what he did while the other witnesses were there, I assume. So off up to the other trees and the hedges and up to the corner of the field, that's you. That's you. You're over here where she was last seen, in that corner with that heavier fence that fences off this, which we were told there is CCTV that covers the exit from here so that people have not been seen wandering around. No one has been seen on the day. She's not... Like, the CCTV covering this end, even though this part is a blind spot, once you're into this part, you've still got to exit. So unless there is something untoward gone down over here, and we looked at the gate and said, you're unlikely to be hoying someone over that gate. We found this to be less sus, although it is the last area that she's supposed to be sighted. Paul's gone up there anyway to look up there, I'm guessing. That's got to be the corner, hasn't it? Trees corner. That's where Paul's gone. Straight away. Here's the lead. Here's the dog. Everyone's gone off looking. Well, if she's not here and Paul's here now, and he said, well, she's not here, and everyone said, all right, well, we'll look for her. And Paul's decided he's gone off up there then, I'm guessing, yeah. Or has he gone this way? Up to this corner? Of the caravan park? I don't know. But that's his not just his tale of you know what's happened. That's definitely happened, hasn't it? There were people there. He stares a lot, taking in my eyes. Yeah, he's reading the person who's watching him to see how he's being perceived, isn't he? A lot. Yeah. I mean, this part, if anything, has to be the truth, doesn't it? I still don't know. I can't. You know, I'm being really harsh here, but Paul might be lying here. He might not have gone up to those corners. And if you ask the dog walkers, they might say, "Yeah, I can't really remember who looked where. I think he went up in that corner." Like, he might not have done. I don't know, but I'm going to assume this is true, that once he got there, at this point, we're hearing the truth. Also, I don't know if you can see, but he's got very dilated eyes, like very black, wide eyes. Obviously, lots of different emotions could be causing that, but you don't like the plonky music, says Amanda. I'm still 50-50 on that. I think we're a bit bare without it. Maybe we could find some other kind of music that fits a bit better, that's in the background. That's just like, because without it, it's just naked. And I'm producing media, and like I've got the opportunity to just gently in the background have some nice subtle music. So what sort of thing, is there any kind of music you'd think might make better? I'll tell you what I can try. I've got a friend called Relaxing Sounds. Zzz. Relaxing Sounds makes like background music, like background sound. What about some ocean waves? Would they be acceptable, or would they be like frustrating as well? Can't even hear them now. Oh, I've got the thing muted, of course. Yeah. There you go. We can have background waves, we can have background fire, we can have background rain, maybe. A bit quieter. I've got it down as quiet as I can try, and I'm only using the YouTube control, and I've got it down as quiet as I can. Unless I rip their video off the internet and then upload it quieter, or I find there is a bit of program. You know, I'm stepping forward with learning how to do things on stream all the time. I think there's a program I can download where I can adjust the volume a bit more carefully. But actually, I could do that here, couldn't I? Actually, I could make it down like that. You're all right with the waves. We've got a vote for waves. People like the sound of it. Okay, we'll go with waves from now on then. We'll go with waves. And hopefully that volume there, I can hear it really gently in the back of my ear. It's not dominating. Hopefully that volume's all right for you. And for me, I need something to relax me while I'm doing this as well. So you like the lift music. So we've got a vote the other way around now. We'll try. We've done a bit of both. We'll finish with the waves. I don't mind. You know, we'll try a bit of both. And in the future, I'll still, until people complain, I will still vary it with whatever I feel like I want to listen to the most. Because I've got to talk. The one thing I do realise as well, I'm talking about all this horrible stuff, and I don't like this horrible stuff. Like, it is horrible, isn't it, what they've done to these people? It's a real, like, we shouldn't lose sight really of the fact that it's an absolute tragedy. Whatever's happened to Nicola is a tragedy, and her children have got to grow up in the wake of that tragedy. And that those, I mean, I would make it an appeal now. Maybe Chuffer watches this because it's got him on it, so maybe he watches it. He's sat at home wanking off, really angry, like, oh, I hate this Chuffer. Oh, he's spot on with that. Oh, jerking it, like really angry, jerking it. And he might hear me talking to him now. What's his name again? Paul. Paulie Chuffer. If you do know anything, like if you have got a slightly different story, even if I'm getting it wrong and you're innocent, yeah, and you've got a slightly different story, just get it out there. And not just that, like, be just yourself, like, just like have a cry. Just doesn't matter. Like, just be emotional on camera if you have to be. Get it out there and be real. And Paul, if I'm bang on and I'm bang right and there's any of this ringing true, then get that out there too, because fuck it. Like, what's the difference? What's the difference for you? Your life's already a shambles and a sham, isn't it now? Like, with all this going on. And instead, your children can have like at least they can have the honesty, you know, and you can have that too. And you can move from honesty, you can move forward, can't you? At least with honesty, you can move forward. You might get some credits for that at some juncture. I don't know. Anyway. The neck blushing. I always wondered whether that was like marks on his neck. I wondered about that. But it's too late now, 2 weeks later, isn't it, for them to be marks on his neck like that. But some harsh red lines, yeah. Something strange to do with that.
you know, we're all looking. I'm like walking off into the field that way, like looking around the corners, looking over the hedge, looking over the stile.
Over the hedge and over the stile. So he describes particular points along the walk. I don't remember there being a stile. I don't know where the stile is. There's a lot of hedges. So he's out there looking over the hedge and the stile.
And, you know, nothing.
What's interesting about this, and it's not indicative of guilt, is it? Because this is truth, what he's telling us now. He looked over the hedge and the stile. But when he tells us these things, it comes out very quickly. There's no hesitancy in his language. Whereas all the other things when he's saying stuff where we're a bit, oh, this could be a whatever, oh, I don't like this, it's stuttering and there's hesitancy. It is. Like, but this, when he's telling us something that really happened, comes out really fluid.
Around and, well, there she is, or there she is. So, you know, we're all looking. I'm like walking off into the field that way, like looking around the corners, looking over the hedge, looking over the stile, and, you know, nothing. But I'd rung 999 on the way because I obviously knew something was wrong. So the police.
So he's rung 999 on the way because he obviously knew something was wrong, despite the fact. Okay, so his stomach had dropped out. That's fine. So now you're ringing 999 because you obviously know something's wrong. And then when you get there, you're hoping she's there. She's over the hedge. And I suppose you can have both, can't you? Something can be wrong and that's why you're looking and you're hoping. But you've already rung the police. And then you've run from the scene and gone off up the hedges so that when the police arrive, you're out there looking. Just seems a little bit, from somebody who was so organised and detailed earlier about we're doing things on time and, you know, 10 past this and 10 past that. Now he's jumping around the story, which is acceptable because when you're telling the truth, you don't get everything in the right order and you say, oh, I remember now we were doing this and I think so-and-so was there. And, like, you know, you can jump around, but this should be the easy part because this is the truth, isn't it? What actually happened when the police arrived and all that. And I'm still looking for little bits of language that would indicate something that are in his mind that he's not telling us that come out.
He rang me then while I was at the bench and said, look, you've got to get home because the police are going to be coming to your house. We need somebody at your house. You get home, the police are on the way there. So I'd rung the police at like, I think about 10 to 11 and they...
He goes back to the times now, doesn't he? I'd rung the police about, I don't know, 10 to 11. He's got that on his phone records. He knows. 10 to 11. 10 to 11 is 10:45. So it's all happened between Nicola needing to take the kids to school and 10:45. We're done. 10:45, we're done now. He's called the police himself. Someone's discovered her. He's called the police himself. He wants to get ahead of the game now, doesn't he? And by 10:45, we're all done. So they say there's a 10-minute window where Nicola was at the bench and then she's disappeared, 10-minute window. But I'm saying there's an hour and 45-minute window from Nicola potentially didn't get in the car and take the kids to school even to... like, who's the last person to see Nicola alive? And there's another question, which is, you find out how people died by finding out how people lived. And we don't really know enough about Nicola. We're now being given some information later, which, you know, we've talked about a little bit earlier, but he's not giving us a lot of information about how Nicola lived and who she is and stuff. Someone in chat, Richard Howard, hello, saying plenty of time for the dog to dry off, so dry dog means nothing in this case. I think so, and I think it matters though how dirty and messy it is as well though, and the dog might not have gone, like, it wasn't even deep there, but might not have gone fully in, but I think the dog, like he explains, is a bit of a decoy. Again, my episode today is trying to wave these red flags to say that what he's saying here indicates his guilt in this way. So therefore, I'm going to lean on the side of the dog is the decoy because of the way he says it in a minute.
They were there, like they got there 25 past. So they were there, you know, really, really quick.
Really quick, gets a look. Like it's almost a surprise, slight eyebrow raise. I'm seeing constructed pictures. Making up pictures in his mind. The police got there really quick.
So I then you know, I'd gone home then, taken Willow back.
So then I'd gone home then, taken Willow back. Did the police get there before him? Did he do what the police said and leave? Go home? Would you? No one's doing any shouting, are they? Like, he didn't say, oh, the first thing we started doing is shouting her name. Nicola! Nicola! He said, I looked over a hedge, went round by the stile. You getting me out of that field? My wife's gone missing. The dog's there. The harness is there. Are you sending me home, are you? Yeah, I'm not having that. It's almost like easier for him in a way. But then maybe more of a worry, isn't it? Because I'm suggesting that something went on at the home. So the police are going to come to your house? Shit. I mean, we've already done our best to get rid of all the evidence, I would assume, but you know, you're going to want to be there when they get there, aren't you? You're not going to want them sniffing around, having a poke.
Police officer would come to the house.
So that would be stressful.
And
that's a look, isn't it? The downward mouth again. This look suggests, I don't know. This look suggests, well, I don't know. It's a concerning sign. I want to kind of ask the body language experts of the I want to ask the internet what the internet thinks about mouthy turned down like that. Let's have a new window. We've got more windows than Buckingham Palace, mate. Let's have a new window. Mouth turned down. Body language. Let's see if that the great and good of the internet can doubt. I don't believe it. Or holding something back, like the whole truth. High stress and anxiety. Disappearing lips, that's pursing the lips, yeah. Sadness or displeasure, of course. Like, that's not sadness, though, is it? What do you think? What do you think in chat? What's your feelings on that face? This is the face that describes how he felt when the police turned up at his house. It's not confidence, is it? It's a strange one, this one. Siri, what happened to Nicola? Alexa. You were saying about newly dug earth. We did look on the little walk and we saw that there were some areas of the forestry, like in that walk. Someone did a dude did a good video on the internet of a walk, and we looked at it earlier in today's episode. And along here, along this part of the river, they've basically done a lot of cutting of trees and replanting of trees. Like, you see, this part's all clearer. It's been cut and replanted. So there are some parts that are like recently more dug over and stuff. I would think kind of extraordinary to be disposing of a body in this area in the undergrowth and the police have not found it yet. I would credit the police with being able to do a fingertip search of this area. And I think the reason that Paul is so confident in his stories here is because you're not going to find anything here. That's the whole point. This is like, all this is just BS. I don't even think she went that, you know. I've got this nagging feeling, my spirit guide, that somebody else looks like Nicola and has walked the dog up here and abandoned the dog, and they've been seen, and they've got away with pretending they're Nicola, and that all that is just BS. And I don't like these pictures of the CCTV, and someone needs to explain to me how she's not got marks on her face, or whoever this is in this CCTV. Someone needs to explain that to me about what's that on her face. Who is that, and have they got marks on their face? And does it look more like her friend than her? With that sharp cheekbone. See that bone structure? And this darkness on this face here. And this bone structure. And then I'm looking at Nicola, and am I seeing the same bone structure? someone needs to, clear up that CCTV for me. I know this face, I guess, good body language analysis. I'm going to say doubt and concern. The police are at my house.
Although I was like obviously extremely worried and concerned, I still expected at any second to just go, "Oh, we found her."
So although I was extremely worried and concerned, I was expecting them to say we found her. You just jumble the letters and the word around a little bit. I was extremely worried and concerned. I was expecting them to say we found her. She's at the house, yeah? The police have turned up at the house. He's worried and concerned that they're going to find her at the house.
Worried and concerned, I still expected at any second to just go, "Oh, we found her." We've found her here or whatever.
We found her here or whatever. Like, that's probably... Imagine the stress, talking about trauma, right? Imagine the stress of going through this, coming downstairs and finding your significant other having a fat row and getting smacked about by your fancy woman, and you've picked a side and you've gone for it, and then the police have turned up and like, she's only up the fucking stairs in the attic, and then the stress, the trauma of it all. I know the police are trying to smear Nikki, yeah, because do you know what? Whatever happens now, right? Whatever happens, let's say, I'm just going to quickly allude to this bit actually, because you said it in chat. Let's say, for example, like they find a critical piece of evidence that points towards Paul. And now what is everyone going to say? Everyone's going to say, you didn't have him from the start. You missed that. You chuffers. He's had time to get away with it. He's had time to move this and do that. You chuffers. Like, for the police, it's a lot better if it turns out that she just offed herself. Like, if you're not going to find out either way, right, if you're going to go all these years, like some of these other cases that go on and on all these years and no one ever knows, like Madly I McCann, then you might as well look good as a police force that, oh no, yeah, absolutely fine. Not a critical piece of evidence has come out making us look bad. We're not going to want that. This is bad. He said here about the police have come to my house and I'm increasingly concerned that she's just going to turn up.
Second, she just go, "Oh, we found her." And, although I was like obviously extremely worried and concerned, I still expected at any second to just go, "Oh, we found her." We've found her here or whatever. And that, yeah, I mean, that never happened. Like, that was just the day then just, just spiraled and...
Spiraled. I didn't go over this before, but spiraled is... We're talking about things going round and round now. So, like, they did say the stories went over and over and round. The day spiraled where it got out of control, where I could do nothing about it. I went along for the ride. All the family and friends got involved, and I'm one of the people just trying to find her, and everything gets out of my control. Or the day spiraled where I was wrapping something round and round something in like a tying it round and round, like spiral of like. Is that a piece of language that's come out for that reason? Spiraled is an interesting word. I could spiral. Like the day spiraled though. Like if I spiraled, I'd be going down a depression, like fast spiraling depression. But if the day spiraled, that's something different, isn't it? Spiraled out of control, yeah, says Vince about narcissism there, yeah. Why is the CCTV so ropey? I know, yeah. What's the point in it if you can't see someone's face?
Because the police are going to be coming to your house. We need somebody at your house. You get home, the police are on the way there. So I'd rung the police at like, I think about 10 to 11, and they were there. Like, they got there at 25 past. So they were there, really, really quick. So I then, I'd gone home then, taken Willow back. Police officer would come to the house. And, although I was like obviously extremely worried and concerned, I still expected at any second to just go, "Oh, we found her."
And we found her, and he raises his hand like this. This is weird. Why are you doing this with your hand? His hand's popped up. We found her. It's popped up. It's come up. Something's been lifted. So when he was talking to the kids earlier, he was doing that thing with that, wasn't he? We found her. Why has his hand come up like this? It almost looks, the way this frame is, that it could be someone else's hand, couldn't it? Like someone else's dead hand. Like, is he subconsciously mimicking the, you know, that's what someone's dead arm is like? And the police would pick up this arm from somewhere. Oh, found her, look, here's her arm. She might be attached to it. Or is it some indication of over his shoulder? Is he holding a phone? I thought at first that he was holding a phone, like, you know, he's on the phone to someone. Oh, he found her. What is this? If anyone knows in chat, that's one that I'd like to see cleared up body language-wise. That wave of the hand, we found her.
Second, she just go, oh, we found her. You know, we've found her here or whatever.
We found her here or whatever. That was, he said, we found her here, which he expected the police to say when they're at his house. We found her here. What, at your house? Oh no, wherever, somewhere else.
You know, we've found her here or whatever.
Or whatever. Shit.
And that, yeah, I mean, that never happened. Like, that was just the day then just, you know, just spiraled, and end of the day came and no answers. Here we are, you know, 2 weeks later.
He pulled a bit of a funny face, they cut it. Here we are 2 weeks later. I wonder if here we are 2 weeks later, you know, that continuity that he suggests, that there's been no change since then to now, whether she's not been moved either. Here we are 2 weeks later. You know, here she is 2 weeks later.
We'll hear the truth.
What do you think might have happened?
We've always tried to keep all options open because we don't want to shut down any avenue.
Don't want to shut down any avenue. Are we talking about... Are we again talking about this Rowan Water, which is literally like an avenue, a road that's been closed off with a gate, shut down? This holiday park is all closed down now, isn't it? Even if not permanently, for the season, all closed. Am I right in saying that? Is this shut down? Is this an avenue or an alleyway? Are we alluding to something like this? Are there any of these places? This is Shorrocks Avenue. There, up to St Michael's on Wye Primary School. I'm just using his language and just looking for significant connections. Him not wanting to shut down any avenue. Interesting.
We've always been very careful that we don't want to...
We've always been very careful. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've been very careful. I want to make it clear as well that we're not going to shut down any avenue on this channel. Today's episode is Big Red Flags for Paul. But I don't know. I'm not the judge. I'm not the police. I'm just someone on the internet saying this looks sniffy. This smells of fish. This smells more fishy. Smells more fishy than my girlfriend's. Look, anyway, so the my girlfriend's nice fish pie that we all like, which I don't have a girlfriend. Of course I don't. I go on about how fishy she smells, so she's going to dump me now. Or I might murder her and bin her off. I mean, she went down the river and took the dog, and I don't know where she is. Look, let's get back on with Paul.
Say, oh,
more fishy than Fleetwood.
It's that, and then push that when...
Push that.
It might not be.
When it might not be. So this is talking about the stories they might want to push. Stories they might want to push. Or might not push as well. Push is the language used here. So today we've had a few bits of language that have been, you know, red flags, and push is another one of them.
Push that when it might not be. The most obvious thing, of course, has always been the river.
So he licked his lips there before he said that. The most obvious thing.
The most obvious thing.
There, he does that. That's that sign of desire, of temptation, of lust. You know, something you want, something you can taste. Yummy, that looks nice. So the idea of the river is the most tempting and obvious one, and we've tried to make it look like that by putting the phone down there.
Of course, there's always been the river. It's always been my gut instinct and her sisters and
my gut instinct and her sisters, and he discounts that. Actually, he shakes the head of the sister there.
And family that that isn't the case.
That isn't the case.
Extent.
They don't think it's the case. So I think he initially would have said, this river's a good opportunity for me here. I can say she's gone down there, like she's binned off in the river. Like, I'm going to make it look like she's gone in the river. And then everyone around has said, no, I don't think she has. No, I don't think she has. And now he's got to say, yeah, no, nor do I. I don't think she has either. That was working for a bit, but now we've got to come up with something else. No body language
searching, here. You know, he's probably well aware of what has gone on in that river. I mean, they were in there. You know, I mean, I have to categorically say I cannot fault the police in any of this. They have been incredible.
And he says they were in there. I mean, is that another one of those pieces of language where he's using a plural? I mean, he's talking about the police, but is he talking about Nicola and someone else were in the river? And I mean, that's a bit of a really loose one. That's a bit of a really loose one. I'm not married. I'd be open to getting married, but you know, I'm just a lonely choffer.
And the relationship that we have working on this is still...
I've got a dog.
It's very, very strong. It's very good.
And this is that bit where he said the relationship they've got working on this is very strong. And it made me think, you know, he's talking about a strong relationship that he's working on. Not Nikki, obviously, but somebody else.
So this isn't any criticism of them at all.
But he's talking about the police.
I want to make that clear. But the fact that they were in the divers and underwater rescue team and all that were in that river on the day, and thankfully found absolutely nothing in the part where
does that with his hand. He's talking about where they're going to find Nikki. Obviously, they've not found her in the river, and he's trying to show in the part where they were looking, or that part of the park, or whatever. But this is what his physical body language is doing subconsciously about, you know, where is Nikki? I think she's less likely to be up high, but the pillars thing made me think about the attic and stuff like that. But I'm thinking under something, you know, I'm thinking pushed down. You know, this is what he's doing with his hand. It's a very interesting piece of body language there.
Where you would, I guess, have to presume.
And then he did that with his hand, which is grotesquely like chopping. Grotesquely. Okay, this is going to sound really out of like left field, and I'm going to sound like a mentalist. But is there any way is there any machinery? Is there any sort of like wood chop? Like, you wouldn't put someone in a wood chipper or anything like that, would you? There'd be too much physical evidence. I wonder if there's any other sort of, you know, something in that industrial scale that like pushing down into and chopping up. Or is he talking about sewers in some way? You wouldn't put someone in a sewer, would you? They'd be discovered. The pushing down aspect might have been from some aspect of, like, you know, conflict that he's just trying to push away and push down. I just get the feeling this is actually like a core point there, that pushing moment. It would be a red flag if I was going to be being really harsh, which I am, so I'm going to definitely say it is.
It's her last known location.
Her last known location. And this time you get one finger comes out. So that one finger's managed to make its way out, because that's here. That's here now. When I'm doing this, that's here. You know that, international sign language. Right here, under my feet. Yeah? Not quite that, because we weren't doing that. We were doing push down, or her last known location. So that's, for me, alarm bells. She's not under the river. She's not down the river. She's here.
There's a duck. If you take all those things into account,
what's it doing? It's under the water.
The unlikeliness of it, you know, you
must have been a fish.
Would have to sort of say that really the river isn't what happened.
When you take it all into account, 20 days later, you have to say the river isn't what happened. Do you have to now?
And so we always felt.
And then there's this frustration, confusion, furrow of the brow. Is that anger? confusion. It would be nice if it was the river one, wouldn't it? Because that would have been easy for you. But it turned out not to be.
The river isn't what happened. And so we always felt that the mobile phone and the harness and everything, it could possibly be a decoy.
It could be a decoy. Yep. Agree. What is a decoy? Let me see a decoy. Why are they all ducks? We went through this at the start. They're ducks because people put these out as lures to try and lure in more prey. Hunters use these decoy ducks. And the ducks look nice, and then the other ducks come in and they say, hello, ducks. And then you bang, shoot them, dead. Decoy, hunting. Who's using decoys at this time of year? If I just quickly look for UK shooting season. Who's got a shotgun? Who's doing this? Who's doing this out in the country? All the chuffers. Like, you might know some of them. I used to know some. I've even killed some animals myself with a gun. So not everyone's a bad chuffer in their heart, but we're on different sides of the fence now. I don't go out with guns killing things anymore. I'm a vegan. But so I'm going to call them chuffers. But when is the season? When is the shooting season? It ends February. It's October to February, so it's just ended. So actually what happens is all the birds that haven't been killed, they get away. They got away. Except at the end of February, like if you go in the woods where I lived, someone's out there with a gun till like March. There's still pheasants. I want them all. Like, there are people that don't follow those rules, but maybe recently have been told they have to stop shooting. So anyone who's regularly using a decoy would understand what I mean here, which is that like they're not allowed to go shooting their guns at this time of year. But decoys. Would you not hear a bang? Yeah. You might, if you're out at the river and someone shot someone at the river, you would. Yeah, absolutely. If you go on my dog walk, right, the other day on my dog walk, me and my sister heard 2 shotguns. 2. Bang, bang. Like on, what day was it? I'm not going to show you on the map, but it's very similar sort of area to, like, imagine I lived like in that village, which I don't, but we sort of drive out a little bit to a field. So like, imagine we drove like, you know, down the road a bit to one of these places, like over here, and here's some fields, and we get out and we walk across the fields like that, and then bang, bang, we heard. And I was like, where'd that come from? And the dog didn't like it. My dog doesn't. People are out there now shooting guns, trust me. If you're country people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you own a barber, if you've got one of those little hampers with the little whiskey in it and the little sandwiches, and they put it on the hood of your car, and you've got your hat, and you've got your beater boys, and you've got people out with their spaniels, people shoot their guns. Yeah, but in general country practice, like if you're out walking the dog, you would notice if people were asking you and the police were asking you and that, if someone shot one in this park, you'd be like, fucking hell, what are you doing shooting your gun here? But if someone was out over here shooting a gun, you probably wouldn't register it. It'd probably just sound like a bit of a noise in the distance that you didn't really, you know, a shotgun off a little way. Like, and it goes on, and like, I'm not saying that someone was murdered in my local area recently with a shotgun, but somebody was out shooting a gun. I was in the area, I heard it, so it go on. So I'm not saying here, I'm not saying at this location, but I'm saying someone who is, I'm just talking that his use of language, if you were saying you put this phone out and you put this, it's hard to think of the other words that you might use now because he said decoy, isn't it? But if I put into the, let me get one of my windows. If I put a decoy thesaurus, I could have said any of these other words, yeah? What do I want? Do I want like thesaurus? 77 synonyms and antonyms. They're all going for like actual shooting things here. Allure, a fake, facade, deception, enticement, pretense, affront. They're not even, is decoy the word you'd use, is what I'm saying. Is decoy, you know, someone put this out to try and fool us, to try and make us think that she was at the river. Would you use the word decoy? Like, decoy is a specific word that has, like, if you're out shooting over the last I'm not saying he's been out shooting, but the people in the countryside that do the shooting have, and like the word is associated with like hunting and killing and, you know, shooting. Like in the subconscious, this is one of my flags, the word decoy. I'm having it. I'm putting it on my pin board. I'm having it. Like they put it out there to try and throw you off the scent or whatever. Yeah, that's a hunting term. There you go. Maybe I'm a hunter as well. Mislead. Yeah, mislead would probably be a more straightforward word. That's a good word in chat there, mislead. But instead he's used, and lead, because you've got a dog lead and, you know, and all that. But no, decoy is used. So I'm having that as a red flag. I'm having it.
Harness and everything. It could possibly be a decoy. And
the fact is that 2 weeks later, your initial thing was that she's gone in the river and she's definitely in the river. And then they've said she's not. Now you're like, if I stick with the river story, everyone's going to think it's me trying to throw them off. So I'm going to say that it's a decoy, and I'm going to sound like I'm trying to find her because, you know, maybe it's that, maybe it's a double bluff. Like he's now saying it's a decoy, but decoy is the word that worries me because it involves lures and murders. Like you would use a decoy to lure someone there so you could kill them. You don't use it to throw someone off the scent of what you've done to mislead and distract. That's not what a decoy's for. A decoy doesn't mislead someone or distract someone. It lures you in so you can kill them like you're a predator, and it makes it easy for you.
Again, we don't have evidence.
No, but these are things that you naturally would think about because, you know, the team's call was still active at the time.
And we don't have evidence. He gets cut off there. But don't we? We don't have evidence. Or another way to say that, if you would like, we don't have is the negative, isn't it? What's the point? We have evidence. Like he might have evidence, but we don't. Not there is no evidence, but we don't have evidence. It's a bit of a strange one, that speaking collectively as well. We, is he talking about the family? Is this a family theory? We don't have evidence for this, but we think. Or, you know, is that some... he got cut off. It's annoying.
Wasn't it? And the Willow's harness is on the floor, and, you know, I'm sure these are things that constantly you're thinking about.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, like, the only thing we're bothered about is finding her. Like, there's nothing else matters. That's the only thing that we're bothered about, is just finding her. So, you know, it's...
We went through this before, you know, it seemed disingenuous to be shaking your head a bit and all that.
Of course you're going to be thinking this, these things. And
of course you're going to be thinking this if you're worried about her. Not I am thinking this, but of course you're going to be thinking this. This big wipe of the nose. We questioned earlier in chat about whether he's doing cocaine. I'll tell you what, so many more people in day-to-day life than you think are getting on the cheap sniff at the local. Like, I'll tell you what, it's incredible these days. When I grew up, when I were a lad, God, now I sound like that about narcotics. But it's just a lot more common these days. It wasn't okay when I was a young person. You might potentially use party drugs for a rave or a party. Like, you know, you might go out to an all-night rave, 6 in the morning. You might be doing some E's and some coke. And then what happened is that it filtered its way into like the pub environment. Like, it used to be the case that you wouldn't have taken Class A drugs in a pub environment. But now, in a local boozer around the country, you'll have people popping in and out the bathroom to, you know, do a little bit of a cheeky line. That's the truth of it. And it filtered down because rave culture, and a lot of the people, probably more of my generation that went to raves, like they all quite liked doing the drugs at the raves, and everyone was like, we're at the raves and we're having the drugs and it's all a great time. And then like you slow down and you like, you know, don't want to go to so many loud banging nights, and you don't want to drive out to Milton Keynes to go to a rave, but you still like the drugs. So now you go in your local boozer and you're like, just, you know, like cocaine's like a small bit of drugs. It's not the whole night of 6 in the morning. It's just one little bit of drugs. Just have a little bang, a little bit of nose powder. Before you know it, it's 6 in the morning and you've bought 3 bags. But like that whole system, it's just like filtered down now into more standard. It used to be the case that only the rich people at the posh parties on the telly, Wolf of Wall Street. You know, it was just the Wolf of Wall Street on the telly, and it was just people at raves. And now it's people at the local boozer. You know, now it's Frank from Shameless or whatever. So yeah, I think there's a potential that somebody could use, and the deadness of his eyes and the featurelessness of his poker face might belie some of that as well. But at the same time, I can't really say for sure on that, no, because like this might just be a scratch of the nose, a face cover. You know, he might just be worried he's got boogers on the internet, on the telly. So, yeah, like cocaine is high class is said in chat there. I don't think these days you can get dirty, you know, you can get a little bag of dirty powder around any. Like, if you want, I could go out and get you some dirty powder, and like, it's probably 20% cocaine. They'll sell it to you as if it's like expensive cocaine, won't they? But loads of people have got like horrible powders. I tell you what as well, just to clarify, don't go putting any of that shit up your nose. Don't go putting any of that shit. Oh, do you know where that's been? Do you know how that's got into the country? You know, that's been up someone's bum, mate. Don't go putting that up your nose. Like, it's toxic. It's cut with all sorts of chemicals. You don't think? Do you think there's any potential that you're getting the pure premium flake from Colombia delivered to you through the Liverpool docks up someone's bum? Like, no way. It's cut before it comes in the country, mate. So don't go messing about with that shit. Don't go messing about with that. If you're on it and you like it and you enjoy it, then get off it. It can only go downhill from here. Trust me. It can only go downhill from here. So get off that shit. That's my advice for that. Don't even, if you're thinking of trying it, if you think it looks posh and exciting on Wolf of Wall Street, wait till you've earned £1 million on Wall Street before you try it. Because, like, Jesus. All sorts of shit in that, yeah. Amazon next day delivery, yeah. The way it's gone now in society, I'll tell you, I'll talk the truth. You know, I'll talk the truth on the internet. The way it's gone in society is that it used to be more difficult to obtain illicit drugs, and it's become a lot more easy. But then the quality of those illicit drugs has gone right downhill as well. It's the thing with markets, isn't it? You know, it's like freely available but reduced quality. So, you know, I don't know, yeah. Like, there's a lot more people doing a lot more stuff these days where you can just call someone up and, you know, have things delivered, even like you say, yeah. It's insane, but I wouldn't advise you mess with it. And is he messing with it in the daytime before this interview with Channel 5 with so much pressure? You would have to be, I guess, quite into it to think now is a good time. Even if you used cocaine, to think the moment before my interview on the telly where I'm going to have to appeal to the public for the, like, red flag, he's guilty, you would say you might use it as a sharpener so that I'm mentally sharp, but for that reason you'd have to be on it every day all the time to think that way, that you'd want it as a sharpener, because otherwise people use it as a weekend thing to, you know, get blown out. You know, they're probably not going to come across their best when they're high on coke. So during the big interview for the telly is probably not the best time to do it. Yeah, I'm probably not going to elaborate on that too much more than that, but we've said stuff about that. It was brought up in chat, interesting stuff. So
the more searching of the river that went on, the more confident we were that it wasn't the river. You know,
the more searching that went on, the more confident we were. Okay, about the river, yeah, but the more confident we were because, and who's we? And the more confident we were because they're not searching in the right area and they're not finding her.
Especially things like, again, you know, it's not nice talking about it, but at the same time we've taken hope from it.
We've taken
the fact that no item of clothing or anything has been found anywhere where...
That's almost like an appeal of, like, you know, innocence. Like, you haven't found any evidence. He said earlier, we've got no evidence, and now you haven't found any of her clothes, so, you know, can't say it was me. Like, not found it anywhere. What a good job you've done of covering it up, you are telling us, in a way.
You would have thought something, you know, would have...
Something might have been found, yeah.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing.
Vic's in the... You're saying you got Vic's... Dean's saying he's got Vic's in his face mask. If you... I went to the Q Club in Birmingham once with a face mask with Vic's in it. It's not necessarily a good idea, but that's not as dangerous as cocaine. So, in combination.
So, for me, personally, and again, this is just my opinion.
Just my opinion. Me. Who's done it? Where could he possibly be? What are your theories? Me. Just me. You did it. No, I mean my theory.
Personally, I'm 100% convinced it's not the river.
Little smile, yeah. Somebody who knows what's up.
That's my opinion.
That's your opinion. And it's a fact.
And I suppose the question after that is...
Maybe I shouldn't say it's a fact. My spirit guide said it's a fact. Well, the people in the river that went in the river, they also said it's a fact. I don't know. He seemed pretty confident about that one. And then, yeah. He's left that one hanging in the air, hasn't he? She's not in the river. It's a fact. Confidence. And, of course, we're doing red flags at Paul today. So I'm going to say that confidence comes from knowing that what you've said is the truth. Because you know what's happened and you didn't put her in the river.
And I suppose...
That's actually... I could say that one. You know what's happened, that you didn't put her in the river.
Question after that is, what then? And
Well, this...
and the difficulty is you allowing your mind to think where she might be and what's happened to her, which is horrible as well, I imagine.
Yeah. It's horrendous.
It's horrendous. What's happened to her? It's horrendous. Was it? All this hitting and pushing and getting her pushed down and like, was it horrendous in a way? Yeah. Horrendous. So horrendous, again, they talk about this mark on his face, don't they? And we brought up this picture of Emma with her makeup on, and I said this CCTV looked like the person's got a mark on their face. Big mark on her face here. How about this is another, like, because I'm just throwing things out there today as well. Just throwing things out there, like, you know, like Paul has. Is it possible that Emma has taken the kids to school in a state where she's got a mark on her face? Is that possible? Like, am I being ridiculous here? What is going on with this face on the CCTV and this picture? It's a public available picture they put out there to try and help find her. But to me, it looks like there's something wrong with her face. Am I tripping? The interview, I heard someone saying that the interview was filmed at Emma White's business, Marsh Farm. Oh, Marsh Farm Hall, right. I've got the two conflated. Good, thanks for that. Let me have a look at Marsh Farm Hall as well. I wanted to see where that was on the old maps. We can get rid of men's gym clothes now. Don't need to see all those men in their gym clothes anymore. They've gone. Marsh Farm Hall. Let's get you on the maps. Google Maps. Google Maps. There you are. You're Marsh Farm Hall. And you're just up the road. Okay. I don't really want to cause the family, like the children, the trouble of finding out where their house is. But I also would like to know where Nicola's actual house was. But I'm not going to go that deep because I just think those kids are going to live there and I'm not going to put it on the internet, you know. But Marsh Farm Hall is just up the road from this whole shebang. That's where Emma's based. I can't help it, you know. Check it. Look, should we go? Oh, do you know what we should do? You can book. I can go and stay there. Look, check availability. Shall I just book it, and then I'll go and stay there, and I'll run the stream from there, and I'll be like, "Hi, this is Scott, and I'm live at Marsh Farm Hall in my room, like on my laptop." And then, like, I don't know what business. I don't know what we'll get out of that. I don't know if I'll meet Emma. Maybe she'll be around. Maybe I could say, Emma, do you want to come on the show? It's in my room at your hotel. Maybe she'll throw me out, and then I'll get thrown out, and I'll have nowhere to stay. That would be bad. I don't want that happening. Maybe they'll disappear me in the river. Marsh Farm Hall, you can stay there. I can stay there. Maybe not people like me. Maybe other people have got more money than me. Let's have a look. Our story. Our story. What do you mean your story? It's a fucking barn. People go there to have their weddings. Our story. It's a family-run weddings and events accommodation venue. That's a story and a half. In many paragraphs. Emma and Ed have got 25 years of operational history in the hospitality industry. What does that mean? Operational history? What's an operational history? It's a bit verbose, isn't it? You do weddings. I get it, you do weddings. I don't need to read all that. Am I only booking it for weddings then? That could be quite expensive if I just want to go down there and do a podcast. That could get really expensive, couldn't it? £3,800. Get fucked. I bet people pay loads of money for weddings these days, and I'm just ignorant, but £5,000 for the heritage package. That's what you have to have. It's your wedding. Like, you're booking it and you're saying, listen, love, what about £3,800 for the classic package? And she looks at it and she says, yeah, but for the heritage package, we can have a 3-tier cheesecake. So it's going to have to be that for an extra £1,000. And you're like, really? And she's like, we only get married once. And you're like, go on then. Heritage package it is. Give me that 3-tier cheesecake. You can keep the evening hog roast. Well, you do it for the guests, I suppose. I'm not having a pig on a spit at my own wedding. No thanks. Is that what you get for an extra £1,000? A pig on a spit? It's a bit brutal, isn't it? There's a photo booth as well, so you can have that. You've got to spend an extra £500 for ground rent of the tip marquee, TPs and the marquee, £500 for that. Extra. I don't know why you wouldn't just put that in with this. Why is it extra? Oh, if you want it, it's extra. Okay. How many guests can you have? Loads. Here's the pictures. Looks nice. Well, it looks like a field with a big tent in it. I mean, nice, I suppose. If you're getting married, it's more about who you're with. For me, I'd say it's more... I mean, that looks nice. It does. It's more about who you're with and the fact that, like, you know, you all have a nice time and the people that you care to be there make it, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Just, everyone's got their own opinion, haven't they? So this is all nice, I guess. Nice. But if I was being asked, like, do you want your wedding to be like this? I'd probably say, well, like, we do it in the church maybe. And then if they said, no, we have to do it like this, I'd say, all right, we'll do it like this then. And I just wouldn't care and I'd be happy with it. Look, they got their wellies on. I think that's quite cute. I'd be happy with that, you know, out in the field with the teepee. That sounds like fun as well. So that's nice. You have to pay the ground rent for that, of course. So yeah, it's like a wedding venue place. I don't know, I've got off track now, haven't I? I've got off track. But before we finish looking at this, which I did want to know what it was, I would like to know what TripAdvisor says and if you've got any bad reviews. Because we looked at, I'll tell you what, at the start of this episode, we looked at this caravan park. And the woman at this caravan park called Penny, right, she's got some really nice reviews of people who say she does a nice job. And there's 2 people who are really fucking cross with her. And they've been like, that Penny, oh, you couldn't even book a chuffing room with her. She was back and forth on the emails, and then we had to ring her, and then she was asking about the dog. Like, she's a right chuffer, that Penny. Like, some people said that on TripAdvisor about that. So you want to watch that if you're staying there. Marsh Farm Hall, show purposes, thank you. Reject all, thank you. Select a date. I don't have to select a date. I just want to know what your TripAdvisor says. Go away from all this. Give me the reviews. Average. Look, excellent in general. Average 3-star. Let's have a look at you. A family gathering on the Flyde. We needed a big house to cater for a family coming from Botswana, Belgium, Devon and the Midlands to be with our father who lives in Garstang over Christmas. This house seemed to fit the bill with a good location and plenty of room. When we were... you didn't go for the full wedding package for that, did you? You didn't have the £5,000 wedding package for that. You didn't need a pig on a spit for that, did you? So, you were struck by the quantity of equipment left in the house we had not requested. Baby chairs, contraptions for elderly people. They left it set up for the wedding. They had all the wedding stuff there. And you're not using any of it, so it's just all there. So you weren't that pleased with it. It's in the detail, 3 stars. Arriving at Marsh Farm Hall was difficult as there was no sign to indicate you were there. It had fallen down. At night it was even more difficult with no lights on the entrance. The building was okay, with the 11 beds in 5 rooms and a large lounge dining room. That's okay. What are you going on about? Okay. 5 bedroom, 11 beds, large lounge. It sounds nice. Okay. I haven't got 11 beds in my house. Chuff off. I wouldn't be able to afford the heating bill. The bedding was good quality. So you're happy. The view out of the lounge was wonderful, seeing the flat Flyde with sheep and windmills. The table was great with the room for the 14 we had for Christmas dinner. All you chuffers, are you just showing off? Who's this? There was also numerous high chairs. They were mentioned in the other review. They didn't like the high chairs, the other people. Unfortunately, over 50% of the light bulbs didn't work. Oh, we had to move bulbs to the lounge to see each other. This was not a one-off. comments in the books mentioned the same problem a couple of years ago. The heating is by storage heaters. Unfortunately, there was no heat when we arrived. It was roasting the second day. The heaters have been set to maximum. Why did you do that then? That's your fault. You set the heaters to maximum. So you're in charge of that. There was a large TV in the lounge which struggled to stream TV programmes, pixelation, etc. No real problems. We watched little TV, and most people were trying to use their mobiles with the very poor Wi-Fi. So ups and downs. Couldn't you talk to each other? You're having your nice Christmas dinner. No one wanted to talk to each other. Everyone was on their phones with the Wi-Fi. You do want the TV though, don't you, for the Christmas TV? The major problem was the kitchen. Although the cottage slept 11, the kitchen utensils were not up to the task. The owner did supply some extra pans, but we had to use 3 pans to make enough chilli for all of us. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? You had 14 people for Christmas dinner and you made chilli in 3 pans. Like, this is worse than Nicola Bulley going missing. Why are you having chilli for Christmas dinner, and why are you cooking it in bulk? We also borrowed casseroles from a relation who lived in Lancaster, thankfully. Look, I can't read that anymore. It's annoying me, but nothing to saying bad about Emma anyway. So I'm just going to check this last one. The owner blamed the agent blamed the owner. The owner did agree to a 2-night refund. Lots of emails. Ooh. The owner erected a 70-foot-long wedding marquee within touching distance of the terrace. It completely blocks the view. We wanted our money back. They did the wedding tent. We weren't having a wedding. Emma was well fucked off. Marsh Farm Hall. Sounds nice. Might go there. I might spend 4.5 grand of the budget I've got for podcasts for this year, which is like all of it, on going there once and having a big party. In fact, we could organise a party there. That would make it better. I could charge everyone a ticket. We could have a Nicola Bulley... Don't start me. We could have a Nicola Bulley memorial, like a funeral. Not a funeral. Like a funeral. We could charge everyone money for tickets. I'll talk on the stage with a microphone. I'll get somebody else from YouTube who's popular that also does Nicola Bulley videos. I don't know. We'll find someone. Whoever you're suggesting in the chat. And then they can come. And then there's the 2 people that are the main attraction. Me, Super Chuffer, big cheese. Big cheese at the front. And then we just book it and that's it. And they can't stop me. You all turn up. Everyone pays their ticket money. We crowdfund it in advance. Obviously, we're giving Emma a good wallop of money there for a wedding. No one gets married. We use all the food from the wedding as like funeral food. I turn up. I get a really big picture of Nicola Bulley, like a really big one. Like get one blown up somewhere. Maybe that's what they did with her. Maybe blown up somewhere. No, look, get a really big picture of her, and then get that up, and then people can just turn up. And then I'll tell you what, the police will do a dispersal order, and I'll say no, thank you, police. This is a private event. Fuck off down the river and go and have a look. This is a private event. Let's book the investigation. Yeah, we can use it as the HQ for the investigation, and we can get one of those really big pin boards with all the strings on it, and we can have all the strings going off to all the people. Emma herself will be on that board under investigation, and it'll be in her own property. And that'll be of a conflict of interest, so I'm going to have to get Emma to move out. That's going to be a conflict of interests, Emma. I'm going to knock on the main door of the big house. Knock, knock, knock. Emma's going to come to the door. Is everything all right with your wedding? Yes, everything's fine with our wedding. But Emma, there's a conflict of interests has become apparent. Our wedding is actually the Nicola Bulley HQ, and we're going to be keeping this indefinitely now. Since you're going to be moving out, you're not going to be charging us. What do you mean I'm going to be moving out? Well, there's a conflict of interests, Emma, because we're investigating people, and you're under investigation. So we're commandeering the wedding business. Maybe you can sleep in the tent. It's a big tent. It's a very big tent. All right, let's get back to this.
Because people don't just vanish into thin air. It's absolutely impossible. So
True.
Something has happened.
True.
Something has happened.
True. Why did you repeat it twice? Repetition, body language. repetition, body language. If you see that I can't spell properly, it's because I hit the wrong keys with my fingers. Repetition. To ease tension. Strengthens the message. Persuading, yeah. Are you watching the football? I support Birmingham, so I don't tend to watch as much football these days until we get our club sold to a proper... I don't mind it being a conglomerate, but somebody that cares for the damn club and that we don't get used as a feeder club. Anyway, that's a different story. Repetition, we're going to say, to drive home the point. Almost like a politician in a way, isn't it?
Find out what it is. Find out what it is. There has to be a way to find out what happened. There has to be. You cannot walk your dog down a river and just...
And I'd spot, this is what I said before, it's the same red flag, but I don't like the fact that we start the premise, you're walking your dog by the river, you disappear. Like, what about you cannot get up in the morning, go to school and disappear? Because that's the last time he saw her. But it's definitely from this point of the river, the phone, like, I'm saying something could be different, and he's driving this point home to make sure that it deflects away from that.
Just vanish into thin air. Something happened that day. Something
happened that day.
Find out what it is, and
find out what it is. It's a weird one, isn't it? It's almost like he's trying to write the headline there. Something happened that day. Find out what it. It's interesting as well, because aren't we making an appeal for Nicola? Find Nicola, find her. Find her. But he's saying find out. Did he get found out? Why has he got find out on the mind instead of find her?
My plea now is...
My plea? What's your plea? Innocent or guilty, Your Honour? What's your plea?
It is. And my plea now is, personally, I want every house, every garage, every outbuilding, the land scrutinised.
House, garage, outbuilding, land. Like, we are talking about places that have got land, aren't we? Farms, outbuildings and garages. We're not talking about like little... Like, that sounds like he's describing this sort of property, doesn't it? Like, is he subconsciously giving us an indication there again? You know? These look like little buildings. They don't look like land, like... in the same way. If you've got a farm though, caravan park, you've got land, you've got houses, you've got outbuildings, you've got the main house, you've got the garage, you've got the outbuildings. Like, people who live in houses like this don't have garages and outbuildings necessarily, do they? Just the house. I want every house, garage, outbuilding, land. Not all the land, all the fields. I want someone who's got some land to have their land searched. Didn't mention lakes here, like fisheries, lakes. Not every lake, not every river, not every attic. Outbuildings, garages and land.
I want it all searched. I want it all scrutinised. Every piece of it.
Yeah, very confident about that. And that points away from whatever you've been doing then, yeah? So...
And I'm not going to... You're not going to appease me with anything else. That is what I want to happen.
I've said before that I think this... I'm starting to flag a bit now because how long I've been on the internet. I've been on the internet for over 4 hours doing this. I'm such a chuffer. This is what I do, right? This is the problem. If you like it, that's good because you've got, like, there's lots to come. But what I tend to do is, like, I've done 20 minutes of him talking 18 minutes in fact, and I've turned that into 4 hours of me talking, and that can be the case. Like, that's okay. Like, you know, this is content. I'm making content, and if you're enjoying it, that's good. But for me in my life as well, I try and make our episodes about 3 to 4 hours long. You know, four is quite a lot. 5, 6, 7 is going a bit too long for me. So I'm going to try, and I'm flagging like mentally as well, right? Because you know, like, it's a lot of talking to do. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot of like mental application to focus on. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to let him talk a lot more, and I'm just going to try and really, if it's something that really, like, you know, nailed, like, maybe we can come back and do the second half again if I feel like doing more red flags. But I want to see if I pick out any other like waving flags. I'm going to try and let him talk a lot more now, okay?
Because...
And then Emma, yeah, we wanted to do Emma's episode. Maybe we do Emma as a separate episode then, because like we give her a whole episode then, and I watch her interviews, all of them. And again, you know, if you've got 10 minutes, then I'll do like, extrapolate that out to like, you know, 10 hours. I tend to do about like 20 to 40 minutes for every minute of thing I watch.
For something to have happened there...
There, he's pointing. There.
It's not many... You would only know that area by local people. It's a local area. We walked down there for years, and I mean years. You see the same faces every single day. And on the very odd occasion when you see somebody that, you know, you don't know, they stand out like a sore thumb.
That's all fluff to me.
I think that's an important point to make, because there might be some people watching this thinking, why are you doing this? Why are you talking to us? And the reason you're doing that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is because you feel that somebody out there knows something, and that's the appeal that you're trying to make. Yeah,
definitely. Definitely, and I'm just pleading with them. Just please, anything, no matter how tiny.
He said, I don't want to do these things that I said yesterday either, and yesterday I, you know, flagged up a few things about this, or the previous episode, but here he said again, I'm pleading with them. Like, assuming the people that have taken Nicola, you're pleading with them. That was a strange one. And who, like, what you're pleading with people who know something, who've got any piece of information? Are you pleading to the public? Can you come forward if you've seen her, or if you just think you might have seen her, or whatever? I'm pleading with you, you know, at home, to come forward. You know, that is that it, or is he pleading with them? Like, was he pleading with Nicola, like, please don't go, please don't do this, or whatever, or is he pleading with the police? I'm guilty, I'm innocent, Your Honour. This is my plea. Is he expecting that in the future?
Just please, just come forward with it, please, because that could be the key to.
The key. He mentions a key. I didn't pick up on that before. The idea of these car keys were mentioned, and whether you could track the keys. Apparently you can't track the keys. I don't know. That could be the key. He mentions the key. Is that a piece of evidence he's had in his hand recently? Again, I'm saying, have you subconsciously got things in your mind that you're worried about and you don't want to say them, but actually they come out? If anyone knows anything, maybe he's lost track of the car key. Maybe that's the only thing he doesn't know where it is. So if anyone can come forward, that could be the key. Like, where is that damn key? Like, maybe it's that. It's possible. Just trying to look for red flags.
Finding her. And as a family, we're not bothered about anything else. Like, there's nothing else. The only thing is we just have to find her.
You told us a bit about who...
For meals, the girls come with us.
Our whole family?
Yeah, everything that we do is... the girls are in it, they're involved in it. And that feels right. You know, that's how we look.
He has to qualify that feels right, because it doesn't feel right the way he's explaining it. Everything we do, the girls are in it. Oh, I'm exasperated because they get all the fucking girls in my office again. And no, but it feels right. It's good. That's right. I like it that way. Sorry, yeah, we're not exasperated.
We love our little family. We love our world.
And your gorgeous dog Willow's been spending a bit of time with us as well. And it's also that thing that Willow may well have seen.
I know.
To Nikki.
I know, and that's...
Yeah, actually, we'll stop there because we'll do Willow. We'll do Willow as its own episode, I think, maybe, if we've got time. Depending on what happens with the case. I'm assuming the rate of the police and what they're doing, like, we're not going to get any answers soon. I don't like this. I think we talked about it today. You know, this whole alcohol depression angle that's coming out now. I think it's strange that if you were worried about her missing and suicide was a potential worry, okay, yeah, then you'd be on that. That'd be like that'd be huge, important. Have you seen them? Because they might be trying, you know, they might. This is and it makes it like you're more likely to talk about that, aren't you, in public? If you're worried about someone who might be suicidal, you know, look out for them doing these things. Not hold it out, you know, hold it off, keep it silent for 2 weeks, and then leak it into the press in some way. Bit strange, that one. But depending on how time plays out, because I'm not going to make every episode about this sort of thing. In fact, I'm going to go to your channel and like lives. On Monday, we're supposed to be doing narcissists, but my co-host, the Steve of the Dead, has got the COVID, so I'm not necessarily going to be doing exactly what I thought I was going to be doing on Monday. That's one thing. I'm trying to line up other guests as well for other sort of podcasty sort of things, like a demonologist might be on the cards, so that should be interesting. But otherwise, I do just like, you know, other streams. I don't even know what day it is today now. What chuffing? Show me the time and date thing. Wednesday. So Thursday and Friday I might be on in the, you know, around about sometime on YouTube. And the way things are, I think we finish off these red flags. We look at the dog. We look at Emma and Nicola. Now, I've already raised the CCTV today, haven't I? That for me is like, I've done that to death a little bit. Oh, wrong language. But I'm interested in Emma a bit as well. I want to see those interviews. I want to compare her to the sister, to those interviews. You've got a lot of interesting ideas in chat as well. And I'll tell you what, in the comments of the last video, I read through them, you know, went through them and stuff. And some of the ideas out of that have made it into this episode. So make sure to keep open minds as well. Of course, I would say that at the end, yeah, I'm lining Paul up here, aren't I? Like, I'm really lining him up. But I'm doing it for the purposes of, like, watertight, steelman the argument. Let's have a look at him sort of thing. It might be that he hasn't done it. It might be. Yeah. So keep an open mind, like the police. I'm not happy. Even if she, you know, like, let's say she turns up in the river, like, oh, right, she definitely did suicide then. No, I don't know. Still find all this a bit fishy. My big point of conjecture today, unlike most people I've been hearing talk about it, I think, is that I'm not certain. I think I want more certainty and clarity about what's gone on, taking the kids to school, who's in that car, who's on that CCTV, if it's definitely Nicola, why she's not wearing the clothes that have been listed in the police report, what's that on her face, are we happy with all that? Yeah. So yeah, we've got more to do. We've got more to do. She will never be found. You say, yeah. Like, there was another couple that have not. Like, there's more people that have not been found, and then what has to happen is just nothing, I guess. And I don't know why the police don't release more evidence if they hope to find them. I thought they were his children, Richard. I didn't know if they're not his children. But I don't think, I don't think she would just wander off. I think it's very unlikely. Got to hope for the best. I was going to try and, like, okay, so what I wanted to do now was I wanted to try and, like, raise the tone a little bit, or, like, change the mood a little bit. Because for the end of the episode, if I just do all that and then you have that in your heads, then it is its own nightmare. So I've got another friend on the internet, and I'd love it if he would come on the show, but I haven't asked him yet. Martin does these lives, and like he's been doing them consistently. So Martin never fails to cheer me up. He never fails to cheer me up. So let's see what Martin's got to say for himself before we leave, and I'll just do a little bit of chat with or about Martin. And you can be, if you've never met him before, you can be introduced to Martin and his ideas.
Martin, Litka speaking. Welcome back to a midweek special. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're going to have a hangout in a minute with Jordan of Waters Above channel, and that's going to be fab, and he'll be along shortly.
Brilliant.
The other people who are...
let's get him on.
Like disengaging mechanism that's been like, it's almost like we all have amnesia where we're like remembering what we really are. And part of this game is to stop playing it, like to almost disengage from it, to unplug the controller from the console. And that gives you back energy. It gives you back attention that you could invest in other things, like with your work and what a lot of us are doing here in this community. Just to reallocate your attention to shit.
Right, okay, sounds a bit weird. Martin, this is a bad example of one of his videos actually, that like Martin believes that the earth is flat for a start.
Turquoise waving, I don't know what that means, but it sounds really pleasant. I hope.
Yeah, Squirrel Sniper, way.
I was in a hangout with Squirrel Sniper only a week.
Squirrel Sniper's actually cool.
My brother. He ain't heavy. You all sung that in unison. When a special moment, almost like...
Come on, Martin, say your stuff. Do your stuff. Dance for me, Martin.
You just start crying. Okay. Hi, Mark. Electrified. So, yeah. Edison electrified Buffalo in New York State early on. So, it was the first place they say. I don't think so. But they say. It's part of the narrative.
Oh, that's better.
You know, this pisses a lot of people off, especially people...
So what Martin does is he looks at old pictures and he says, like, they couldn't have done that. So aliens, like, essentially that. It's just a little palate cleanser.
Me, to forge ahead, is expositions. Some evidence of them being made. Maybe. I'm not satisfied. It looks to me like they've been gutted buildings and they're tarting it all up.
There we go. He just drops a beauty. It looks to me like they're gutted buildings. They've tarted it all up. That's an exhibition. What they used to do is they used to make things that look like nice buildings architecturally, but smaller and out of wood for the exhibition, and then they demolish them later. But Martin thinks they're old buildings that they've discovered and thought these look nice. Let's tart them up.
Temporary building products. Maybe, but you know, on closer scrutiny, there's just too much detail. 1,000.
Sorry, that's just me trying to change the tone. This is flat Earth British. It is confusing, isn't it? Maybe it's the wrong thing to change the tone with. Is there something else that we could you know, chill out with? TyFL's got his YouTube ban is over. Let's see what Tyan's saying.
Yes.
Yes. Like, I just want to decompress and change the tone before I finish the episode. So I want to react to something just different. If this doesn't work, I've got one more beauty of a video that we'll enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. You know, at the time of me recording this video, it's 7:45 in the morning, so I'm just having a nice little fry up.
Right, I don't like the sound of him eating. I'll tell you what, I've got one more. This is going to do it. Like, shouts out to TyFL TV there, though. Shoe and Tree, right? This will do it. This will do it. Okay, this is how you do it. I figured it out. Don't worry, everyone. I've got you. This is how you relax after like we've been talking about someone murdering their chuffing. Right, this is better, isn't it? Look, this is better. Look at the little jumping. Look at it doing the little jumping. Look at it jumping. Look at it. It's a dog. Juff, juff, juff. It's a little puppin. It's a little puppin. Look at it. Don't shop, adopt. Get yourself down the dog's trust. Have a little chat to them. Make sure you're making a good decision. But dogs are lovely, aren't they? I'm vegan, so I think we should try and like help the ones that don't have homes. Look at his little hair. Look at him doing his running. Looks like a little polar bear. Not a polar bear, obviously, because like a little brown bear, like a little Bruton. A little Bruton. Come on, you little Bruton. Look at this. You prefer cats. Yeah, but this is nice, isn't it? This is better than thinking about all that murder. Like, it's nice to think about. It's interesting to think about. It's like, makes good content and people are interested. We all want to find Nicola and see her home, or if we can't get Nicola home, we want the people who have done something to her punished, because we don't want them out there running around being bad chuffers. Like, but at the same time, like, if you break your brain with that the whole time, like, you're not on the police case, and like, we've got our lives to continue with as well, and it's difficult. So thankfully you can decontextualize and, you know, decompress and step back. It's nice that you're thinking about it as well and coming up with ideas. It's good to have them in the chat. It's good to have them in the comments as well below that I'll be able to read later. But it's also nice to be able to, like, for me as a streamer, it's like I've taken you by the hand and I've wandered you down this kind of like dark alleyway of thoughts. You know, that chuffer and his thoughts and my thoughts and the thoughts. They're all just ideas. They're all just ideas. You know, I'm going to close all these windows now because he's got too many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace. Well, hey, I'll say that repeatedly. You'll never get... Oh, look at his little face. There you go. Now we've got different thoughts, haven't we? Thoughts, feelings, behaviours. Different thoughts here now. Different feelings and behaviours. Look at his little face. Not that you should use animals as entertainments necessarily, but they give it a wash. Look at it now, it's having a wash. Look at it now, it's having a wash. Look at that. That's what you want, a wash. And this is the one I can't do. My dog I can wash. My dog I can wash, but I can't get the blow dryer on it. It'll do it for a bit, but then it runs off. It doesn't want to put up with that. You have to brush it out. My dog at this point has had enough. And you get to that. We're not finished. That's not the end of it. Chop, chop, chop. They use special scissors, special shears, and the dog seems to behave. Like, the dog seems to know what's going down here. My dog, no, it's jumped off the table. My dog has had enough. My dog's off. But they can... I don't know what they say to it. I don't know how they convince it, you know. I don't know what they do off camera. Nearly 2 hours from the last ping to the alarm raised. I don't know about exactly that. Sorry for all. I'll tell you what, if you've got interesting things as well that I want to cover in the next red flags video, then pop them in the comments of the video that we create. By when this finishes, it'll become a video, and put them in there because I do read them and I've got time then to read them. This is perfect for me. Yeah, the hairdressing I like as well. Yeah, they're doing a good job of it. They're good with the scissors here. They know what they're doing. Look at the shape they're getting on that. My dog wouldn't put up with this. I do this for my dog. I cut the hair out of its... Like, I hold its face and I cut the hair out of its eyes so it can see. I do that. After I've watched this, I learned how. It's with most things these days, isn't it? Oh, how did you know how to do that? Well, I saw it on YouTube, so I'm therefore now an expert. Give me the scissors. That's not how I did hairdressing. I went to a hairdressing college, studied for many years. I also was a junior in a salon for a good few years. And then I was junior stylist, and then I was stylist, and then I was master stylist. Well, I just took over the salon at that point. Fuck being a master stylist. I'm going to be the boss. Super chuffing stylist. Top of the... If you want your hair cut by me, you have to come out on the roof. That's how high up I was. Look at this chuffer. Look at his little face now. Look at that little face. That's much better. That's much better. That's much nicer, isn't it? Look at its round. Look at its big round head. That's what we were going for. A big round head. Is it? I didn't know that was the preferred breed standard. Big round head, like a space helmet. Yeah. Why? To what end? Oh, because when they're running in the fields, they keep their head nice and aerodynamic or something, I imagine. I don't know. Like, what is it for? What's the big round? It's definitely purposeful, though. They've definitely gone for that. That's definitely the look. My dog doesn't have that done to it. No big round head. He's starting to think I'm... Sorry, little fella. I'm not dissing you. It looks great. Sorry, little fella. It looks great. I love your big round head. If anything, having a big round... Look at his little face. He's going to cry. He's like, you know when you go to the hairdressers and they do it and you don't like the way they've done it and you just have to sit there and pretend that you like it because it's gone too far now. He's like, I liked it before when I was a little chuffer and now I've got a big round head. Don't take my photo, mommy. Don't take my photo. And then that's the photo that goes on the fridge with you with your haircut. I got a haircut story, right? Once when I was a kid, he's going to Nunites. He's going to nights. Once when I was a kid, went to the hairdressers. My dad used to take me to the hairdressers at the local barbers, and it got to the age where I was allowed to go myself, sort of thing. So he dropped me off outside the barber, and he gave me the £10, and he said, "Go and get your hair cut." Yeah, and I went in, and I sat down, and like, "Oh, where's your dad tonight?" And he's like, "He's just dropped me off. I'm allowed to come in. Like, I've come to the hairdressers. Like, this is like a little, growing up thing." Or maybe it was like, I don't know, like. Usually my dad used to come in and like dictate what happened. Anyway, at this juncture, my hair is being cut and there's no parental involvement. So I've said, listen, shave my head underneath and put BCFC, like shave that in, like the letters, Birmingham City Football Club. And the barber said, "Well, your dad be cross." And I've said, "Absolutely he will. So what I want you to do is I want you to leave the top a bit longer so it comes down over the top of it. And then BCFC in my head. Normal haircut over the top. No one will know. Little secret. What's this? I'm not going anywhere. Little secret haircut I wanted. Right? Little secret haircut. So he did that, the barber. Brian the barber. It was a good job as well. Like, I was pleased with it. Everyone was pleased with it. Except like the boys at school also, when I went to school, they were pleased with it. It caused consternation. I've got letters shaved in the back of my head, but when the teacher comes, obviously my hair is normal. And then my dad saw it when I got to his house that evening, and he was cross. I'll tell you what, he was so cross, right? He was cross. He was so cross. He didn't murder me and throw me in the river, or pretend to throw me in the river and dispose of me in some other way. He didn't do that, but he was so cross, right? He got his face like beard trimmer, and he shaved the back of my head. He was like, "How'd you get this out?" And like, he was shaving where I'd had the letters BCFC shaved into the back of my head. He shaved it all with his face razor, and then he got a straight razor, like like a Bic razor, and he just shaved the back of my head all out, all where the letters were. And then I had to go to school like that after that, with all just like chunks shaved out the back of my head, and like that for me was worse overall. Like, overall it was worse. So should never have gone for that. If I had my time again, I would not have asked the barber to shave BCFC into the back of my head, with the inevitability of being caught and then having all my hair shaved off at the back like an idiot, and then having the shame of having to go to school with a not cool haircut, with a haircut that looks worse than one your dad did, but one your dad did while he was really angry. So like deliberately fucked up. Yeah, I had to live with that. That's what's going on with this dog here. Poor dog here. Look at his haircut. Oh, you chuffer. And I can hear my chuffer chuffing. So I'm going to get off now and I'm going to go and walk the dog. We will be back. We will be back. I'm really grateful. I'll tell you what. I'm really grateful to everyone that's new. There's a lot of new faces in my chat here today. And I see you. I don't call everyone out. All like usually in my normal day-to-day streams, I've got like 2 or 3 people I'm talking to one-on-one. But there's quite a lot of people here today, so I'm talking to you, in a group and picking out individuals here and there. But individually, know that I'm talking to you now. I'm really grateful that you're here and that have been here. It's growth for my channel. It's incredible. So I'm really lucky with that. And that doesn't mean that the people who have been here for the whole time who are watching this, like Nigel and Snips and Capital K, they've got a special place. We're going to get like a special thing. Like I'm going to have them engraved on something. I could put it on the wall, because I've been streaming for a couple of years with like a smaller number of people watching me, but they're quite committed. So I'm really grateful to them too. But yeah, all of you. Oh, you just changed your name, Joe. You're not new. You've been here before. Cool. So yeah, thanks for your kind words as well. I do appreciate your kindness. And of course, remember if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those 2 imposters both the same. So I've got to be careful not to get big-headed and let people like, "Oh, I'm such a super chuffer. I'm such a super chuffer. Have you seen my massive round haircut?" Yes, I'm a super chuffer. But as long as we're having fun and as long as we're going forward, mental health is quite important to me as well. So like, as much as this sort of stuff, like a little disclaimer right at the end, as much as this is important, and it really is, like, your mental health is also important as well. So if you find yourself wrapped up in a subject, going down a rabbit hole, looking for every eventuality, if you can't sleep because of Nicola Bulley, then like, it might be okay to take a little break from it and do something a little bit different. That's cool too. So Yeah, I'll be streaming different stuff as well, not just this Nicola Bulley case, all sorts of different stuff. But I really appreciate all your feedback as well. So everything you say in chat gets listened to, and if there's something you want and some ideas that you want to bring up and talk about, we can talk about them. So that just leaves me with the final thing to say tonight, which I say every night, every time we stream, which is you be good. Be good. And if you can't be good, then you're naughty.